Chat. It's your boy John Axel. Welcome back to the motherfucking News Underground. Oh, I see Chem Goblin too. Chem Goblin in this bitch. Crack, rock, the devil's love potion. Yeah, I saw that. Is that still there? Thank you, Chem Goblin. Yeah, I saw that in correction, actually, yesterday. And I did not fix it. Let's see here. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I'm not perfect. I am flawed. White in that zone. I couldn't tell you what movie this is from. Maybe Breakin'. This doesn't seem like Breakin'. This seems like a different, more authentic breakdancing movie. If you ever seen Breakin', dude, this shit is a clown show. I don't know. Maybe it's been so long since I've seen Breakin'. I don't recognize these scenes though. But thank you for being here. This is the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger. Or is it Harbinger? I don't like ger. I like jur. Can I just get away with that, please? Can you guys just ignore that, please? Welcome to the News Underground. John Axel and Chem Goblin, number 1 and 2 in the chat. I think Chem Goblin was officially first, but I think you both were here at the almost exact same time. So you guys absolutely rock. I don't have a fucking bit of good news. Real quick. That's fine. Everyone cares about being first. I don't care, but I do appreciate it. I really do. It's nice. I gotta tell you. It's nice. I do appreciate it. You know, that view is actually the most valuable thing. Have I written a letter for Santa? No, but I have been doing a little writing. Feel a little bit better. I need to do way more. Yeah, we're jumping into U.S.-Canada news. And I have a list of people I need to call tomorrow. Been meaning to call them up. Wish them a Merry Christmas. Santa's ghostwriter. Yeah, well, this is not a Christmas story. I can tell you that. I got something evil in my head. I need to get out on paper. I need to get this terrible, terrible story that I have in my head on paper so that I can maybe forget about it. It is just a total nightmare. Spread the evil. I just got to get it out of my system. This terrible, terrible thing. All right, so real quick follow-up to yesterday's big Kanye news. I know everyone is just fascinated with this character, but this is the other thing that he said that is just, I mean, the entire audience just goes, you know, it's just like, you know, silent, and it's like. So apparently this was him at his album release party. This is Kanye West.
He's just signing this, nigga. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Jesus Christ, Hitler, yay. Third party. Sponsor that, nigga.
Yeah.
Bring your sponsor.
I mean, has he actually seen the like a World War II documentary that shows the real footage? Or has he only seen like that Takiti Watiti film? You know, he saw that one Takiti Watiti film where Hitler was like a nice guy, but I think he gets brutally murdered or something at the end. Yeah, he's mentally ill. And look, and here's the thing: if you're still supporting this, I just feel bad for you. You know, you're a pathetic star fucker if you are still behind any of this. He doesn't even really mean it. If you sat him down, tied him to a chair, and showed him the atrocities of the Nazi regime, which are incredible, not in the good way, of course. I just like the real use of the word incredible. I mean, it's the mass death factories, the daily death tolls. I mean, it's just, you know, we don't have to get into it. Anybody that's been following history usually start with World War II, and that's usually your starting point. So most people are pretty familiar with it. I'm still in that. You know, there's like 3 million World War II documentaries, and a lot of them are really good, and dramatizations and yada yada. It's like
He's designing this, nigga. This is what
I think he's saying Jesus Christ would be a Zionist, which is outrageous.
I'm trying to tell you. Jesus Christ, Hitler, yay.
Jesus Christ, Hitler, yay. Those three things. Wow. I mean, it is mental health. It is mental illness. I do think there should be some kind of, you know, Roblox watch on Kanye West, if you know what I mean. I think the people that are close to him should be watching out. This is incredibly manic behavior. He needs medication.
Third party.
Third party.
Sponsor that, nigga.
Sponsor that, brother. Right. Okay. Okay, that's totally bananas. That's cool. All right. It's just absolutely bananas. Just, you know, stop buying his records, stop enabling this behavior, and, you know, encourage this guy. That is blood. You see this guy? I ain't fucking with him. Are you fucking with him? He's got. Homie, pull your pants up. Let's not give the right wing any more ammo, please. They got both their. Fuck with him. I dare you to fuck with him, dude. I dare you to fuck with him, dude. Yeah, fuck with the Bloods and the Hoods. See how well that goes for you. They're literally pants around their ankles. That is so fucking hilarious. They're just like, fuck it. Okay. All right, so let's get into the real show here. We're done having fun with Kanye. I know we were all having so much fun with Yee, who, I mean, he's flirted with the Jesus Christ comparisons in the past, but now he's mixing in the Hitler stuff. No comment. I know, it's right. Right? No, it's fine. It's fine. I guarantee you I can find white people wiling out with their, you know, with their underwear out in similar fashion. It's not a race thing. I'm not tripping. It's a human thing. It's a human thing. That's what people need to realize. Yeah. You kidding me? You kidding me? Them good old boys, they have some fun. They know how to have a party. All right. So we're starting off U.S. It says U.S. and Canada. I don't really think I'm doing any Canada stuff actually. So we're just gonna do U.S. news. I know. I'm sorry. We did Canada news yesterday. I'm sorry. We did Canada news yesterday. Why do I have these scenes that like everything is different when I change them? And then I gotta rearrange them, and it's just a disaster. What is Henry doing there? Why are you over here, Henry? Where'd you come from, buddy? Why is the ticker above the logo? Why is that? But now I'm okay. You see, that's just a hot mess. It's a hot. I know. Shut up. I know. Shut the fuck up. Okay. All right. This is excessive. I'm just trying to make this the best stream possible. People want to see me, the host. The host is the most important.
Shut the fuck
Oh my God.
Shut the fuck up, you cunt!
What the fuck? Clearly U.S. spy in Canada gathering information for the invasion. I mean, the U.S. is like Batman. The U.S. has a plan to invade every country. They got that shit ready to go. And they war game it every year. They update it. Oh, what's our plan to invade Mexico? How's that looking? Just in case. They got that shit in their pocket. All right, so got some great news. I mean, it's not even really great news because apparently, I mean, I haven't really looked into Fetterman and like his record. You see, the dimensions are all screwed up. I like how everything fit in the other one, and this one just isn't fitting. You see this whole situation? It's like, you know what I'm saying? Okay, get this a little bigger. I just need to make my OCD is flipping the fuck out here. Okay, folks. All right, back to the fucking story here. It's US. It's bigger. It's better. Get used to it. Have you seen Leave the World Behind in Netflix? No, I haven't. I, killed my Netflix account like 2+ years ago. Fucking ripoff. But maybe I should add it to the pirate list. Get it on the old yo-ho-ho list there. What's this shit called? Leave the World Behind. I'll check it out. I'll put it down here. Let's put it in politics. That way I'll see it and update it. I watched the World War II documentary on Netflix. That was only 80 years ago. We have learned nothing. I mean, that's not, that's a little hyperbolic. We've learned all kinds of things. The geopolitical situations that we're in right now, there's some analogs to World War II, but they're very unique. And World War II is actually a great comparison to the way things are. I mean, because look how things went down in World War II in Eastern Europe. It was Bucha massacres every single day. In dozens of areas. Just unbelievable, amounts of civilian death, just routine civilian death. It's like, if I'm curious, like if this was the 40s or 50s, what would the Gaza situation actually look like? And boy, we got a doozy on the Gaza one, by the way. We got quite a doozy on that one, folks. It's really, we're seeing, it's starting to come to light just how the IDF operates. And if you've been following politics in the Middle East, in Israel, you know how the IDF operates. They shoot first, they kill you, even if you're clearly a civilian. There's cases of the IDF sniping people in wheelchairs. Emmanuel Macron, I think he's got to go. He was very lucky in his re-election. I think he's basically a conservative, at best neoliberal. I think he needs to be replaced with someone far more progressive. That's my opinion on Macron. I didn't realize that Canadians intentionally bombed 60,000 civilians to hold up in Hamburg post office. I mean, there's all kind. I mean, Ukraine. I mean, look at the history of Ukraine in World War II is really quite mixed. They were heroes, and they were also some Ukrainians were absolutely atrocious. Some Ukrainians were absolutely heroic in their fight against Nazis. It's incredibly. it was so crazy what was going down. But really, the thing that really distinguishes, though, and what I'm trying to point out, why things are different, is the death. Just the amount of people, you know, I mean, there were in the documentary, I posted in the documentary section in Discord, you know, they were asking mothers to hold the babies above their head so that the guys could get a clear shot and kill the baby instantly with one shot. And the mothers would do that because they don't want their baby to suffer. It's just insane. It was a death factory. It was a death factory. And I'm, you know, even though I'm going to show you proof of atrocities from the IDF, what we're not seeing is that mass roundup of hundreds and hundreds of people digging a big ditch somewhere, and hundreds of people, you know, brought in there and just, you know, machine gunning them. We're not seeing that. And, you know, there are some people in Israeli government that are advocating for, not that specifically, of course, but they're advocating, well, if that's what it takes, if we have to kill them all, then that's what it takes. That's basically the argument. They're not winning. Even with the super extremist right-wing IDF, or government that is, you know, supporting the IDF and telling the IDF what to do, with Bibi Netanyahu there in charge. I mean, Ben Gvir is also, you know, a big part of this, but it's all, I think the buck stops with Bibi, even though Ben Gvir is, I think he's head of the defense agencies. Anyway, what I'm getting at here is that there does seem to be, you know, some restraint. I mean, honestly, if this was the 50s or 40s, how many people died during the Nakba? It was like 100, 200,000, something like that. Let me see here real quick. Let's get these numbers real quick. How many people died in the Nakba? Oh, 15 Israeli forces. The atrocity include more than 70 massacres against Palestinians, killing 15,000 Palestinians during Nakba time. Okay, I was thinking of the displacement numbers then. Okay, I'm glad I looked this up, because how many people were displaced during the Nakba? And I know I always put two R's there. I don't know why. Yeah, 750,000 Palestinians were displaced, and they killed 15,000 in the process. So they've already actually likely topped those numbers from the original Nakba. Wow, that is disgusting. Interesting. So actually, they're actually killing more people now than they did in World War II. So things are actually technically more brutal. That kind of goes against the argument that I was trying to make. Oof. Yeah, I don't know how to, you know, I guess I'm going to have to take that back. Yeah, no, I mean, I guess things are more brutal. It's just they're killing people differently. They don't need to round people up in a big pit. They just drop a bomb on them. Jesus. But an equal number of Jews were also ethnically cleansed from Arab nations as well. Does it justify either or? You know? Yeah, these tit for tat, you know, I'm not saying that's what you were trying to do. I think you're just trying to, you know, show both sides, whatever. But, you know, like when you start tallying up the atrocities, you know, I mean, technically, isn't Germany still guilty? Really? I mean, has Germany really received the justice for the crimes of World War II and all these things? It really does seem like the only solution is to, you know, install checks and balances, do the best you can to hold the criminals accountable, and move forward. Because if it's going to be tit for tat, then it's just going to be more and more and more death on each side. We're going to be getting to Gaza really soon. I don't mean to babble here, but it's such an intense topic. You know, it's on the tip of everyone's mind. But that's why I leave it to the end of the stream, because you got to suffer through real news to get to the really juicy stuff. So, haha. View count. About 900,000 Jewish people migrated, fled, and were expelled from Arab Muslim countries in the 20th century. Yeah, it's terrible. And none of it justifies any of this. You know, look, I think the PLO has accepted that Israel isn't going anywhere. and whatever rhetoric you could point to that, oh, the PLO, river to the sea, they want, to destroy Israel. I think it's pretty ridiculous. Really, what needs to happen is Israel needs to finally, end this project of destroying the Palestinian country. That is what's going on here. It's very clear. It's very, very clear. And the PLO is the correct body to work with, even as flaccid as they are. If the PLO were being buttressed by the United States, say the PLO was handing out food and rebuilding infrastructure in Gaza with the help of the United States, people would begrudgingly accept working with them. The main reason why they're frustrated with the PLO is their lack of progress with a negotiation. And I don't think it's fair to put the failure of negotiating on the PLO when they've clearly stated many times that, yes, we want to talk, let's get to the table. It is complicated, though, because the current state of the West Bank, they haven't been willing to talk because of the settlers, because of the tacit approval of the settler program. There's been like 1 million settler homes installed. Look at the West Bank. It looks like a teenager's face. It doesn't look like a country. It looks like a bunch of islands. It looks like a JRPG map. Okay? It's clear what's happening. It's clear what's happening in the West Bank. So why would you negotiate with an entity that is like, they don't accept our existence, so they just take more and more and more and more. All right, let's get to the U.S. news. We'll get to Gaza. Fetterman over here saying, I'm not a progressive, breaks with the left, showing a maverick side. Isn't that cute? NBC News thinks breaking with the progressives is somehow being a maverick, using the language of John McCain. Pretty fucking gross. Fact is, though, in the comment section here actually has some really juicy nuggets, and I wanted to give you a few of them. He's always been this way. It's interesting, at the very top, you got the pro-neoliberal stuff. That's, they're initially talking about, apparently, Fetterman has trouble processing verbal comments, yada, yada. And they're just kind of defending him, saying, I use contact lenses. There are members of Congress that have missing limbs or eyes. Just move on, please. He's clearly capable of coherent thought. And I agree. I do think it is a weakness politically, regardless, because people are human, and that's just the reality of the situation. But I do, as a libby lefty liberal, it's like, no, if he's capable, of coherent thought, if he has to use instant transcription app, whatever, right? Yeah, I mean, woke patriot, that's a great point. He could probably do a whole tweet without a single misspelling, Fetterman here. The bar is low, folks. So there's a lot of discussion here up at the top here. Someone calling out the Maverick comment instead of just a bog standard Democrat. It's just some gaslighting shit. I totally agree with that. Get this a little bit bigger for you. Here we go. Actually, no, I need to make it a little bit smaller so I can, because in my memory, I have the shape of the conversation in my memory, and then I can zoom in. Lots of Mavericks around these days. Totally. Democrats are basically just reasonable conservatives who tolerate their progressive housemates. No, that's incorrect. They don't tolerate them one bit. They seek and destroy. Look at Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Well, we've all forgotten about Debbie, huh? One of the most destructive elements to the progressive cause, and she still holds office. She still holds power. Remember that debate he was in? It was pretty brutal to watch, but guess what? He still won the election. Yeah, I mean, that says a lot, doesn't it, Davin? Because he really went hard on the policies. And he's like, I have a plan. Here's the plan. And they were very progressive. And that's what these later comments get into. This guy talking about gun ownership, being a lefty. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, here we go. We almost missed it. Yeah, okay, cool. Problem is, when Fetterman was running for office, he did it as a Bernie Sanders progressive. Time will tell if he's going to be the next Kristen Sinema, but he's been getting plenty of side-eye from progressives recently with his stance on Israel and now immigration. Apparently, the stance on Israel hasn't changed, and his stance on immigration is really quite shocking because his wife is apparently an immigrant. Hey, it's your boy, Lenny. Greetings from South Boston. It's your boy. Go Sox. Thank you, Lenny, for coming back. Lenny is, of course, the #1 financial contributor to the stream. Thank you, Lenny, for being here. I don't think he knows what progress means. I disagree with that. Same here. Mostly it's funny. I was much more right and conservative before the military, being okay, concealed carry. I also think there's more that we realize. Okay, not the comment I was looking for. I'll tell you what kind of person is better than some. Yeah, so people pointing out, well, he's better than MAGA. And it's like, well, okay. Someone down here points out, it's like, is this really all the bar? Is the bar that low? You could be just you could lie to us and flip, run as a progressive and then be a neoliberal corporatist, and we're all just going to be okay with that. Like, there's no punishment for that. He won his primary by running to the left of a moderate Democrat. Becoming a centrist may not work out for him politically, which is a great point, and I point this out a lot. When the polls are asking questions that are not political, right? Do you like questions like, do you think people should be able to, if they can't afford it, should they still be able to see a doctor? And, over 50% in some of the reddest areas will say, yeah. I mean, something's got to be done. Can't just let them die on the street. Great, even in the reddest of areas, they're like, oh, you can't use my taxpayer dollars to have kitty litter boxes in your LGBT schools. Even they will answer questions in a very progressive way. If you walk up and ask them, hey, do you want Obamacare? Oh, hell no, I don't want no goddamn Obamacare. It's from Kenya. Oh my God. But if you ask them, do you think people should be able, if they're sick, should be able to get help at the doctor? Right? They're like, oh, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, okay. They want help. They want help. And if the government wants to give them help, they don't reject it. They don't vote against it. What I'm trying to say is that progressive policies win. They don't win every time, but nothing wins every time. And this is how we end up being ruled by Manchin and Sinema. That's a great point. If the only way to succeed in this system is to run progressive and then be a corporatist Democrat, then yeah, these horrible people, these horrible corporatists like Manchin and Sinema are the leaders of the party. With the left for similar reasons, bad takes on foreign policy. No. I mean, look, it's about redefining the left. No, you need to do the exact opposite. And you need to say, no, I'm proudly left, and here's what motherfucking being left means. Right? It means single-payer health care. It means education for everybody. It means humane policing. Yada, yada, yada. Not corporate handouts, not bank bailouts. Not giveaways to the military-industrial complex. That's not what being left means. That's how we win this. We fight. We don't acquiesce. I like how the standard for mainstream Democratic voters has become this. This is the comment I was talking about. As long as you're not the absolute worst, most awful candidate possible, then you're okay with me. You don't have to be good to earn my vote. You can just be you just can't be the worst. Because we hear these comments all the time. Well, he's not MAGA. Well, he's not the worst one ever. It's like, come on. We can do more. We can demand more. We should be demanding more. Oh, litmus test. Yeah, bitch, it's called politics. Give me what I want. Give me what I want, bitch. That's what the fuck this is. This ain't no game. I'm not trying to be nice. You're taking my money directly from my motherfucking paycheck. I want results. And I'm not entitled to demand that. I'm paying for this shit. I want results. I don't want to see people digging through my trash. Okay, there's a real reason why that's happening. And the political reasons why it's not being fixed are very apparent. God damn it. So anyway, I think I've made my point. Oh no, there's the last little point of this thread is that someone posts receipts on Fetterman's reversals, his progressive reversals. Here we go. I see a few folks in this thread saying he quote unquote never said he was a progressive, which is a flat out lie. Receipts. Quote, if I'm lucky enough to be elected, I'm able to be a solid progressive backstop for Pennsylvania, for Government Wolf. Quote, respectfully, Peter, from one progressive to another, we need hashtag go green votes before because we're truly blah, blah, blah. My dude, I'm a progressive Democrat. We have started a progressive movement here in Pennsylvania. Philly, come on out to the Irish pub right now to hear about my progressive vision to build Pennsylvania back up. It is not okay to do this shit. And yes, you should receive, at the very least, pushback. You know? It's like, okay, I'll still vote for you because you're better than the other guy. But where's the guy with the microphone saying, sir, we started a progressive movement here in Pennsylvania? That's a direct quote. People, this was when you were running. My dude, I'm a progressive Democrat. That's a direct quote, sir. Could you please explain to me why these comments were not true? That is not too much to ask. Oh, we can't. He might lose his election. No, he might lose his election to a right winger. If you lose your election to a right winger because you're lying to the people, guess whose fault that is? It's not the motherfucking people's fault that you lied to us. Now, I'm not saying cancel people because, this is a game. This is politics. I get it. But there is a clear difference between changing things up a little bit. Hey, guys, had to capitulate here. It's politics. Let me explain. I know I ran on this. No. This is running as one thing and governing as another. It's a tired fucking formula. If you've been following politics as a lefty, this is as old as it gets, dude. This is crusty ass 1970s shit. And then Clinton fucking supercharged it. Oh, the only way is go to the right, Hillary. I used to have a good Clinton. But no, run to the right, run to the right, run to the right. Quote, as the one true progressive in this race and the only candidate who has endorsed Bernie Sanders, I'm asking for your support. This is when he needed your money. Progressive values have been the heart of my campaign. Whatever happens on May 15th, I'm proud to be here tonight with Bernie Sanders. So, look, I'm not saying, throw the guy in the garbage, never listen to a word he has to say, yada, yada. Cancel him, if you will. But what the fuck happened to holding people accountable? If this is the limits, huh? You could just get away with that shit. I'm not a progressive. Israel needs the right to defend itself. They've killed more people than in the original Nakba. When's enough, Fetterman? They're not defeating Hamas. What a joke. Come to terms with it, Fetterman. No. He's not half brain dead. If you were here at the beginning of this, you would see that was actually the top comment here. He has some disabilities, but he's still capable of coherent thought. And I'd rather have him up there than Mitch McConnell. But the bar is so goddamn low. Okay, is it too much to ask to put a microphone in front of him and ask him, hey, sir, you made, when you were running for office, you said clearly you were progressive. Here are several examples. Time-stamped and sourced. And now you were saying very clearly, I'm not a progressive. What do you say to those voters who voted for you because of those statements that you made when you were running? There is nothing wrong with doing that. and MSNBC and ABC and even TYT and the, like lefty media. Oh, I don't know if we should do that strategically. That might help the right. No, bitch, it's called being a journalist. It's called being held accountable for the to the voters. That's what this shit's about. Where are the muckrakers? There are muckrakers. The problem is that they're inoculated. They have set up a system where the muckrakers don't get close to them. They don't get an opportunity to put a microphone in front of their face. All right. So that was my rant on that. Sorry it was so long. We're going to be zipping through some of these here. This one's from Davey. This is fascinating. This is spliced. I want to make that clear. This is not one coherent statement. He's not that comical. This, I think, the later part where he says, we're going to give you tax breaks was probably near the end of his speech. But it just shows you. I mean, it just shows you the farcical nature, really, of the right wing, of what, because it's so clear what they plan on doing. It's not even a question. Is it even really a question to those that are even still supporting this party? And I don't think anyone in this chat currently does. And if you do, fuck you. But it's so clearly the oligarchy just wrapping it up, putting the final bullet in democracy. And just taking complete control.
Because you're all people that have a lot of money. I know 20 of you, and you're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts. We're going to pay off our debt. We're going to do all of the things that we have.
The people that say, oh, it's just the same side of both coins are just making excuses for their horrific political choices. They know they're making bad political choices. They don't want to change. Oh, it's both sides. They're the same. It's some of the most ignorant bullshit. Okay. And if you're coming in here for a motherfucking lollipop and a rub on the back, oh, both sides are the same. That's why I don't really pay attention. But I always support the right whenever I can anyway. Fuck you, dude. Take your cookie and get the fuck out of here. Because both sides are not the same. Okay? Because we got... I don't know what that transition was. I did not mean to do that transition, but... this is great. This is a great story. I feel bad for this guy. I do. I feel bad for this guy. Democrat senator staffer filmed gay sex video in Senate hearing room. Absolute badass. Absolute fucking badass. Big props to my boy Aiden. Oh yeah. This was right before they did. This was right before like the guy with the camera mounted him and started fucking going at it. So I feel bad for this guy. Because if you have a penis, we've all been there. Okay? We've all been there. Whatever, right? I'm not tripping about, oh, the sanctity of the, you got the right wing talking about the sanctity of this chamber, the same right wing that supports the group of people that literally smeared shit on the walls of like Nancy Pelosi's office and did God knows what, waving a Confederate flag. So I'm not tripping about this. What the fuck ever. I mean, there's probably been some real horny ass shit that's gone down in some of these rooms, right? I wanted to be fair, and because I saw his statement here in a different story, and I wanted to be fair and read it out because I think it's a good statement. So let me read it out here. This has been a difficult time for me as I have been attacked for who I love to pursue a political agenda. Okay, yeah, it's technically true. While some of my actions in the past have shown poor judgment, a little bit of an understatement, I love my job and would never disrespect my workplace. I mean, that's you. Literally, it's the definition. It's literally the definition of what you did. But hey, I get it. It's stressful. You're working all day. They're probably working 12, 14-hour days. Any attempts to characterize my actions otherwise are fabricated, and I will be exploring what legal options are available to me in these matters. That's fine. Libel is not cool. As for the accusations regarding Congressman Max Miller, I have never seen the congressman and had no opportunity or cause to yell or confront him. I don't know what that's about, but whatever. Yeah. I mean, it's poor judgment. It's definitely poor judgment. But look, man, these staffers work hard. You work hard, you play hard. Remember that Simpsons? But these guys work hard. He made a bad decision. Look, if Jeffrey Toobin, if Tuggin Toobin gets to be on TV still, where can we see this video? Type in staffer, type in Senate staffer gay video, and make sure you put that link in the chat when you find it, okay? I can't show it, obviously. I could have showed it just a couple days ago, apparently. I don't know. Welcome back, Borderline Feline. Let's get Borderline Feline. You got to take a look at this. Woo! Look, man, they're working hard, dude. They're working hard. They probably went right back to work. George Santos is drooling. Now he's getting his dick judged by chicks on OnlyFans. So I think he's straight, maybe. I don't know. He kind of does give off, gay vibes, but he gives off, not gay vibes, but like Twilight Zone vibes. I don't know, man. He gives off weird energy, that George Santos. This guy, he doesn't give me weird energy. He seems like a hardworking, up and coming dude. He's probably horny as hell, working 12-hour days, right? He's like, this would be super hot. And then the goddamn video leaks and his whole life is destroyed. So I feel bad for him. We've all been there. If you own a penis, you've been there. Okay, and don't tell me you haven't. All right, but moving on. I feel bad for Aiden. Poor Aiden. I hope, lay low for a year, and start again. People have short memories. I own multiple. But no, dude, if Tuggin Toobin gets to be on TV, look up the name Jeffrey Toobin, all right? If his motherfucking ass gets to be back on TV, all right, Aiden should, after a hiatus, be able to come back. Just don't leave him alone in the conference room. Woo, baby! It's a hot video. All right. This is a follow-up to what we were talking about yesterday. I wasn't able to articulate properly why the right wing are interested in this and why their constituents are not happy with them. So this article kind of gets into that a little bit. So I wanted to jump into that. A little bit here. We don't have to read the whole damn thing, but headline here: Trump allies are giddy about House Intelligence Committee's surveillance bill. The committee is pushing a bill that civil liberties experts say would amount to the largest expansion of domestic surveillance in decades. Santos is openly gay. Why then? Okay, so that OnlyFans chick was lying then. He is gay? Then what's up with that OnlyFans chick saying that? Is he just that horny? He's just crazy? He's just like he's a porn connoisseur? Well, all Joe Biden has to do is veto it. Simple. True. And Typer. That's a cool name. You sound like a Game Boy Advance game. I don't know why, but you give me Game Boy Advanced vibes, and that's awesome. Gay guys can still get turned on by girls. Oh. Yeah, I'm learning. I'm learning. I didn't know. I've been in the Castro. I lived in the Castro over 10 years. Most gay guys I talked to, when the vagina was brought up, it was like, ooh, oh my god. One time, I told a gay friend of mine, it was hilarious. I told him, I was like, oh, my wife is in her second trimester, and he goes, oh my god, what is that? Some kind of straight thing? It's like, oh, is that some kind of straight thing? Oh shit, dude. I was like, yeah, it kind of is. Get rid of that line. What line are you talking about here? Oh, yeah, I can do that. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, that would drive me crazy. I didn't see that because my, there we go. Sorry about that, Kim Goblin. Good call. He was like, oh, my God, honey, I don't know what that is. Yeah, totally, exactly. But I didn't know. I didn't know that was the case, that there are gay guys that enjoy straight porn. No, thank you. That kind of shit drives me bonkers, too. All right, but let's read this a little bit here. In an 11th hour effort to preserve and expand the federal government's warrantless surveillance powers, the House Intelligence Committee advanced a bill last week that has the full-throated support of Donald Trump's senior law enforcement appointees. Yeah, that's a bad sign. That's what we call uh-oh. That's an uh-oh. The bill, which has been described by civil liberties advocates as the quote-unquote largest expansion of domestic government surveillance since the Patriot Act. And folks, there really wasn't much left after the Patriot Act, would increase federal surveillance agencies' access to the communications of U.S. citizens with almost no federal oversight or restrictions. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. What the fuck? No, let the chat do it at once. I've learned to don't fight the chat. Just let the chat have fun. They'll eventually come back to the topic. The federal government's domestic spying powers come from the Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA, which was revamped after 9/11 to create mass data collection powers. Has been routinely abused and manipulated. Yes, it has. And is set to expire at the end of the year. And at the end of this year. That's great. So they're gonna renew it, but they're gonna beef it up. They're going to beef it up. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking great. Well, the bill's sponsors include House Intelligence Committee Chair Rep. Mike Turner and Ranking Democrat Rep. Jim Himes have described the bill as reform. Look at that. We got the Democrats right up there, right up front and center. Yeah, no, we got to spy on Americans. Yeah, because I'm a progressive, right? Okay, Democrat Rep. Jim Himes. If I had the time today, we could look up one of his campaign videos. I bet he runs as a fucking squeaky clean progressive. I've described the bill as, maybe not, maybe he's in purple and he's got a gun in his hand. I've described the bill as reform. It contains a provision that would widen the scope of companies required to surrender information to investigators without a warrant. Oh, that's great. That's great. Let's give a bunch of underpaid federal fucking spook. Well, I can't say that word. That's a racist word. Spies. Unfettered access to American communications. That's going to be really great. That's going to work out really fucking great, guys. Number of hawks who held key intelligence posts in the Trump administration are gunning for its passage. They want the government to have the ability to look into your emails, your texts, your phone, without your knowledge. You never get to know. Any schmuck with enough clearance. The push comes as President Joe Biden continues to fall in the polls while Trump renews his desire to wield totalitarian powers. Quote, I want to be dictator for one day, he recently said. Quote, you know why I wanted to be dictator? Because I want a wall and I want to drill. Joe Biden's finishing the wall, dude. Joe Biden's finishing the wall. He's not tearing the wall down. He's finishing the wall. Joe Biden. Joe licking ice cream with his aviators, Biden. Civil rights experts warn that the sweeping powers of the Intelligence Committee's bill would be a danger under any presidential administration, and a particular threat should Trump win in 2024 in the 2024 election. Quote, Jim Himes appears to be desperately throwing a Patriot Act-like expansion of warrantless surveillance into the hands of Donald Trump. Sean Vitka, policy director of Demand Progress, told The Intercept, quote, it's beyond unacceptable and must be called out. Yeah, I'm sure Morning Joe did several hours on this one. They pretend to give a shit. They should. Maybe they are. Because they do pretend to give a shit about this stuff. And this is wonky beltway kind of shit. Joe Biden is finishing the wall, but he didn't say Mexico was paying for it. No, we got to pay for it. And it's a piece of shit wall that's already fallen apart. You just got to dig underneath it. I think it would take one person a couple minutes to dig underneath some of these sections of the wall. It's a joke. It's an actual joke. Move some sand around and then you're underneath. Ridiculous. According to Wired, the Intelligence Committee bill is being quietly supported by the White House. Come the fuck on! Quietly supported by the White House and senior Intelligence Committee officials. Come the fuck on. And this is how the Democrats are going to hand over fascism. And you know what I mean? They're not fighting this. This is why they're not doing the Voting Rights Act. They think that there's going to be another election. They think they will be shocked. They will be the last people that expect the right wing to implement Project 2025. They will be shocked and chagrined. Oh, I can't believe you would do this. I just can't believe you would do this. And we all can see it coming. We all can see it coming. There are people who are much smarter than me saying, if the Republicans win, this is the last election. And here we have them preemptively trying. I guess they don't care even if the Democrats get it, because the Democrats are so fucking weak. Who cares if they give them dictatorial powers? Mass surveillance powers over the American people. The Democrats won't weaponize it in the way that the fascists will. That's fine. It's disgusting. If you want to read the rest of this article, it's right here. It's right here, folks. There you go. Follow up on it. Could the tide be turning for the Liberals in Canada? It's one poll. No. Davin, I don't have any Canadian news today, but we were covering it yesterday. But I read something similar just yesterday. Conservative lead drops to 10 as past Liberal voters come home. There we go, Daddy. They looked into PP. They didn't like what they saw with the PP. Yeah, they looked at that PP and they were like, ooh, I don't know, man. Ooh, that PP. Ooh. I mean, we'll see. There's, liberals are also kicking themselves in the ass right now. And, the new housing announcement, I think, is a big slam dunk. Is a big fucking slam dunk. Right? With the liberals announcing, oh, we're going all the way back to World War II, with these quick victory home, you're going to be able to select out of pre-approved catalog of their modern designs, right? We're not going back to World War II designs, but modern designs. Here's your catalog, pre-approved, cut through the red tape from 3 years to half a year from I want to build a house here to approval. It's really big news. So keep it coming. If that's your only trick, okay, we got some trouble. Okay, because people have short memories, and the election is still quite a ways away for the Liberals here in Canada. Keep it coming, Trudeau. Keep it coming. Also, right now, just out of coincidence, the gas prices are going down. I don't know if Trudeau had anything to do with that. I don't know if the grocery prices are going down. We'll have to see about that. What are the politics of NDP? Won't they get to pick the new PM? It doesn't seem like there's going to be a new PM. The NDP, it's a little complicated. They're playing a very, very tricky game right now, working with the Liberals, pushing the Liberals where they can, but they can't allow, because if they were to pull the trigger on the Liberals and end the coalition, whatever they want to call it, they don't call it a coalition, but if they were to pull the trigger on the Liberals, that would allow the Conservatives. There might even be a vote of no confidence, which would force an election, which might benefit the Conservatives. So kind of weird situation right now for the NDP. They're generally more progressive than the Liberals, but I think they have to play a really tight. They're walking a tightrope right now, in terms of when can they pounce? When can they pounce and say, stop voting for the Liberals? Stop. We're the Liberals. you know, we're the replacement. We're actually going to get this stuff done. That they have to pull that trigger at the exact right time, and right now is definitely not the right time. So it puts them in a really shitty position. Anyway, that's great news about Canada. Love to see it. More of that. Let's go, Trudeau. Let's get it done, Trudeau. Let's get some more. Let's do some action. He's been sitting on his hands for like 4 fucking years, dude. He legalized weed and then peaced out for like 4 fucking years. You know, let's get back to it, and let's actually do some real governing here. So I can't see this. The next story here is about Rudy Giuliani, and it's a doozy. It's great. Let's see if it's in the archive. Excellent. 5 hours ago. Jury orders Giuliani to pay $148 million to election workers he defamed. Folks, justice is not dead. Justice is not dead. Grab your motherfucking cocktails. Justice is not dead. It is not dead in the United States, okay? Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, wrongfully accused by Rudolph W. Giuliani of having tried to steal votes from Donald J. Trump in Georgia, were awarded the damages by a federal court in Washington. This is great news, okay? A jury on... where's my tunage here? No. Where's my tunage? Which one? Yeah. A jury on Friday ordered Rudolph Giuliani to pay $148 million to 2 former Georgia election workers who said he had destroyed their reputations with lies that they tried to steal the 2020 election from Donald J. Trump. And we showed their testimony, I think, during the January 6th committee. And it really is harrowing, if I said that correctly. But it really was something else. I mean, these people, their entire lives were flipped upside down, right? All of a sudden, you stole the election for Biden, and you're the reason why we're in this liberal hellscape, and my kid's turning gay on me, and he hates me because of you. Why did you put kitty litter in my kid's school and turn him gay, and now he hates me? I don't know why. So you get that, but times a million. Yeah, do you think anyone will learn, Davin? I guess we'll see. Rudy looks to me like a barely functioning alcoholic. Barely. No Christmas song is stopping me. Wait, what did NY Typer say? It's technically true, but opinions determine how people act, so they do in fact matter. Opinions matter. Opinions are like assholes, and everyone's got them, but they, the pen is mightier than the sword. So, how certain opinions have more weight than others. That's just how it works. Okay, I don't know what we're talking about in the chat actually. The jury awarded Miss Freeman and Miss Moss a combined $75 million in punitive damages. It was also ordered by Mr. Giuliani to pay compensatory damages for $16.2 million to Mrs. Freeman and $16.9 million to Mrs. Moss, as well as $20 million to each of them for emotional suffering. Today's a good day, Miss Freeman told reporters. You bet it is. After the jury delivered its determination, but she added that no amount of money would give her and her daughter back what they lost in the abuse they suffered after Mr. Giuliani falsely accused them of manipulating the vote count. I think Giuliani said about them, they were handing out USB drives like heroin vials, I believe was the quote from Rudy. They were passing around USB drives like vials of heroin. So fucking nefarious. Now these ladies are millionaires. They're set for life. Okay, so Rudy Giuliani was defiant. He said, "I don't regret a damn thing." Oh, I bet you do. I don't regret a damn thing, Rudy Giuliani said with tears streaking down his face. He said outside the courthouse, suggesting that he would appeal and that he stood by his assertions about the two women. He said that? Whoa, he doubled down, dude. $148 million later, and he is doubling down. You can't stop this train. You can't stop the Rudy. I have only begun to lose my fortune. You can't stop me. He said that the torrent of attacks and threats that women received from Trump supporters were abominable and deplorable, but that he was not responsible for them. I only said they were handing out crack vials, heroin vials. Heroin's more expensive than crack. Maybe that shows that Rudy Giuliani is not racist, because a racist would have said crack. He said heroin. He's like, well, they can afford expensive heroin and vials of heroin. You know how expensive a vial of heroin would be? Like a scientific vial. That's a lot of heroin. That would be expensive. So he had a high, he had a high value. He's not racist at all. He's just a complete moron. Mr. Giuliani called the amount absurd. Mr. Giuliani's net worth is unknown because he refused to comply with the court's requirement to provide that information. How does that work? Hey guys, did you know you can just do that? Anybody that's been to court, I've been to court several times in my life. Did you know that? You could just not provide information that the court demands of you, and it's just you get away with it. You don't go to jail or anything. You know you could do that? Wow, it must be cool to be a super rich, fucking, hyper connected asshole like Rudy Giuliani. How does that work? You can plead the fifth, but not under oath. Isn't that neat? Just go, okay, you need to give us this, this, and this. Okay, you're under arrest. You got to provide us this. And just go, no. What you gonna do about it? Well, you're not a rich, connected asshole, so you're actually gonna go to jail for contempt of court. Oh, shit. Oh. I can't. Can we just pretend? Can we just like just proceed and just pretend like I don't need that? No, you actually go to jail for that. They don't have to, Michael Richards. They don't have to. They could just scream the N-word on stage and then they get a career afterward. No, Michael Richards' career was destroyed. What am I talking about? Props to Michael Richards, though, that he didn't suck up to the right wing. You know what I mean? He didn't become a Dennis Miller, right? So you got to give props to Kramer on that one. Movie was great and had a disappointing ending. You mentioned the Leave the World Behind movie in the Discord. I literally watched it 2 hours ago, but it had a disappointing ending. Really? Oh, it sounds like a movie I got to watch here. I'll have to hop on the Pirate Bay and see what I can see. I'm not getting a Netflix subscription, This shit's a fucking ripoff. So Miss Moss said, last quote, our greatest wish is that no election worker or voter or school member or anyone else ever experiences anything like what we went through, she said. And, I hope that's the case. Big props to them. They deserve every penny. Yeah, I mean, if there's something worth watching on Netflix, maybe, I'm not gonna, I don't know, maybe it's been a while. I could qualify for a free trial. Okay. But if they make that shit harder than 5 minutes, okay, I'm just gonna, torrent that bitch. All right, so there you go. Rudy Giuliani, he's doubling down. It's absurd. Okay, buddy. Okay, now you got to pay up. No, I don't. I could just ignore that. I mean, that's the thing, though, right? Because eventually, if you don't pay up, you're supposed to go to jail. Like a deadbeat dad. But no one wants to throw these guys in jail for some fucking reason. Oh, it's just unconscionable. Really? I heard to appeal his verdict, Rudy would have to first put the full 150 mil plus a little extra in escrow. Wow, it is a law in Georgia to prevent frivolous appeals. Whoa, dude, whoa! Then, well, he'll probably be dead soon from old age. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's his calculation. But dude, that's a great law, clutch cargo. That's an awesome law. I love that. Great. He's kind of screwed. Sounds like he's fucking screwed and he's got to pay up. Those ladies deserve it. They deserve every penny. They got the full force of the MAGA right thrown at them. Steve Bannon, everyone calling him out by name. Oh, yeah, 100,000 mules, right? I'm sure their depiction in 1,000 mules was that as, of like crime syndicate leaders. So this is interesting. I don't want to give anybody false hope, but this analyst from the Middle East Institute here, the Arab Gulf States Institute, explained that there are multiple roadblocks that will deny Trump a second presidency, including his extensive list of criminal trials that are casting a cloud over his campaign, his disparaging comments about the military that are resurfacing, and the fact that he is not the man he was in 2016 when he won his surprising victory over former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. I mean, right now, that's until the debate happens, until the primaries are over and the debate happens, we can't be 100% sure of any of this. I do agree. I mean, I've seen him, like, his coherency level does seem to be going down, but up against Biden, his energy might outweigh his, bloviating, his, just gish galloping, just the word salad that comes out of his mouth, just because he has that much more energy. So it's never bad to have never bad thing to have hope. Absolutely not. Hope is necessary for survival. Once hope is destroyed, nihilism is embraced, and you get what we have right now. Yeah. So the final quote here is really. Oh wow! Oh my God! You honey, dude, look at this. Is this air fried? Oh yeah, air fried chicken breast. Oh wow, that looks delicious. Look how well seasoned that is. How delicious and perfect that looks. Amazing. She is truly a chef. Trump to begin having Biden or Mitch McConnell moments, and the Republicans deny it. Yeah, I really do have a feeling that guy is gonna it's gonna hit him like a ton of bricks. You know what I mean? Like a massive coronary, just boom, it's going to hit him, and then that's going to be it, dude. I think that's what's going to happen, but who knows? Who knows? But no, the final part of this article is really, the whole, anytime I'm talking about the neoliberals, it's because smart people are saying shit like this. Okay? This guy went to school and everything. He's probably read more than 3 books in his life. Unlike me. But look, the case against Trump's reelection is obvious and damning. As long as his opponents prosecute that case, and they will, Trump isn't going to win. And yeah, no. I've read more than 3 books. I'm just, being self-deprecating. But, and they will. No, they won't. And this is what, and this is like the assumption that MSNBC is making, and mainstream media, all the neoliberal pundits, the West Wing obsessed fucking Hillary Clinton supporting morons that are still out there in droves. They think the Democrats know what they're doing. And they think, well, if they lose, well, we'll just vote them out. We'll just vote the Republicans out. And even when they're pointing out, like, that's the calculation in their head, even when they're pointing out, oh, the Republicans want to basically steal, destroy democracy and prevent another election. Even when they're saying that, they're acting as if they're going to get another shot at this. MAGA voters have proven they just don't give a shit. Yeah, clutch, exactly. There really isn't any amount of criminal activity. Trump's literally saying, I'm going to be a dictator. And they're like, yeah, fuck yeah, woo! They can't wait. They already are in denial of it being the case. just not obvious now. Sure. Believe they're a better chance of attracting no Trump Republicans. And that was the failure of the Hillary Clinton campaign. No, and we're seeing, dude, Hillary Clinton coming back as an advisor. She's doing news interviews. When the fascists take over in the United States, it will be the fault of the neoliberals. Oh, that's so unfair. That's so unfair. How could you say that? They are the only thing standing in the way. Neoliberals are the only thing standing in the way of full-blown authoritarian fascism. And here's the other thing that makes the neoliberals so damn culpable. We got progressive, they're holding the door. The Democrats are holding the door on fascism. And we got progressives that are coming up and like, can I help you? Can we help? Hey, let's get in this fight together. And the neoliberals are swatting them away. No, get away from me, progressive. No, I got to defend my status quo. I got to defend my place. You can't help. No, you can't help. Look into Debbie Wasserman Schultz, man. Look into the whole fucking Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries establishment. I saw an interview with AOC who said, oh, yeah, ever since Nancy Pelosi's been gone, it's been a breath of fresh air. With her stupid speeches talking about how she has protest signs in her garage older than AOC. And AOC saying, well, yeah, you should pull them out and use them. They're actively fighting against progressivism while failing to stop the rise of fascism. You see what I'm saying? They take a lot of energy and money to destroy progressive challengers and progressive causes. And they do that, and then they succeed with that. They take it really seriously, and they succeed with that. Then they go up and they start fighting the fascists, and they lose. And they lose. So no, and they will. We got Merrick Garland running this show. We haven't seen one single motherfucking J6 planner that was in office receive a second of inconvenience, jail time, or justice. A couple questions here or there, a couple summons here or there, a couple slaps on the wrist. None of the architects have seen a second of justice. And that's Merrick Garland. Handpicked by Joe Biden. And they will. The fuck they will. The fuck they will. I literally saw a motherfucking walls are closing in article about Donald Trump last week, bitch. Win, man, win. I'm not calling anybody a bitch. I'm just frustrated. I'm just frustrated. Here's a funny one. A lot of sex in the news. This News Underground, lots of sexy stories. Moms for Liberty co-founder, so chaste. Is that the word? Chaste. So virginal, having fucking threesomes. Whoa, shit. She's being a good Christian wife. She's doing exactly what her porn-obsessed husband wants her to do. She did a spicy threesome, and it's coming back to bite her in the ass. Because look, here's the thing: if it was just a spicy threesome, like no one's gonna give Kristen Sinema shit if it comes out that she had a spicy threesome, because she's not anti-sex. She's a horrific corporatist. But she's pro-gay, she's, pro-alternate lifestyle. So it'd be like, oh, that's kind of funny. Is there any pictures? No, we don't have any pictures, but it's definitely confirmed she, had a really, crazy threesome with fucking Paul Ryan and, who knows, right? It'd be like, okay. But no, the problem with these Moms for Liberty people, these politicians in general, when they get caught up in these sex scandals, is that they're hypocrites, is that they're voting against this. They're vilifying people who are not ashamed you know, to be sexual, and they're saying, oh, they're what's wrong with society, they're what's wrong with society, while they're hypocritically, you know, enjoying these things themselves. It's the hypocrisy is what I'm trying to say. I also find it funny that, you know, very gay, very openly gay Anderson Cooper is doing a kind of kink shaming. He's kind of kink shaming because it's politics, right? I did find that a bit funny. Because you're telling me Anderson Cooper hasn't been in a motherfucking threesome? You know what I'm talking about, boy? You know what I'm talking about. Oh shit, dude. You know Anderson Cooper's been in at least one. Come on.
The group Moms for Liberty has established itself as a conservative powerhouse in schools around the country. Its members push for book bans and advocate against any discussion of gender or sexualities, critical race theory in classrooms. The group has been embraced by Ron DeSantis, but it's also faced an intense amount of criticism.
I've never had a threesome, guys, no. And I'll never get to have one, dude. It's over, dude. Nope. That's off the cards. It's not happening. There's a negative 20% chance that it would happen. Only if it would prevent a nuclear apocalypse. That's about the only situation where that's flying, boys and girls. And it would be awkward as hell. I'd be like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm not looking, honey. I'm not even looking. I'm not I hate this. I'm flaccid. I'm completely flaccid.
For, among other things, the group's stance on LGBTQ issues in schools. Now, a co-founder of Moms for Liberty is caught up in a sex scandal involving sex with another woman. CNN's Carlos
Not
Suarez
happening strategy. It's not happening for me,
Having
buddy.
sex with another woman in a threesome with her husband is not the issue. But when you claim the moral high ground,
This is the problem.
and then you attack the moral integrity of others, the blatant hypocrisy of Mrs. Ziegler, and how it reflects on the credibility of this board.
Strategy, that's sometimes, okay? I'm just torturing myself, having hope about that one, dude. I am literally, it's like I would have better luck wishing the sky to turn checkerboard black and white. Like the textures are missing from the sky. That would be more realistic.
Is a significant concern.
Rudolph Lusek is talking about this woman, Bridget Ziegler.
Know who their candidates are for school board, know where they stand, and hold them accountable.
She's a co-founder of the conservative group Moms for Liberty,
That was a
and on
hot
Tuesday
threesome.
was asked to voluntarily resign from the Sarasota
That
County
was a
School
hot ass
Board.
threesome.
If you were in support of everyone having, these illicit type of relationships, then that wouldn't matter.
Ziegler, a close ally of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, helped author Florida's parental rights
Honestly,
and
though,
education law.
it's a total hetero straight thing. So this might not be the slam dunk that liberals think it is, right? Because conservatives love it when their candidates or their people that they support are hypocritical and pro hetero, misogynistic. They don't really care about that. So this might not be the slam dunk that the liberals think it is.
Dubbed by critics as the Don't Say Gay bill. It removed discussion of sexual orientation
this
and
isn't- it's
identity
not gay
from
sex.
public
Well,
schools
I guess
curriculum. DeSantis also appointed her to the board that manages.
Are they trying to say that she had? Okay, because we know what kind of fantasy went down here. This was not. I bet you that I bet you they did some kissing and some rubbing, and that was like that's it. Do we think this one was like scissoring while he was jerking it? I don't know.
From public schools
We're gonna have
curriculum.
to get specific. We got to get
DeSantis.
specific about what went down in this orgy, right? Because I don't know. I think it was like one of those like it's your birthday, it's kind of thing, and he just got was she really like banging this chick? Like I don't know. Really, we got to have the footage to that's a good point. A good journalist would be able to watch the footage. I think we should release this footage and I can review it and let you guys know what I see, so we can find the truth here.
Is also appointed her to the
got one
board
that
that
video, the
manages
kiss on the
Disney's
lips.
special taxing district.
The resolution recommends that Bridget Ziegler immediately take all steps necessary to voluntarily resign.
Now she's under intense criticism for a sex scandal involving her husband, Christian Ziegler, the chair of the Florida Republican Party.
I hate her guts. I wish she would. I wish she would. But honestly, I don't want her to resign for this. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this crap. Sick of this crap. What are we, a bunch of fucking Puritans? Huh? But I hate her fucking guts, but I don't want her to quit over this. Fuck it. Stay, have a fucking threesome. Have fucking gay sex in the Senate. But I mean, like, you know what disrespects the Senate? When you say, I want to be dictator for a day. That's what's disrespectful, right? You're disrespecting the entire system. Working 12, 14 hours and like getting your rocks off for 5 minutes before you get back to work because some 70-year-old man needs a speech written for him. Yeah, I'm not tripping.
Party and a woman accusing him of rape. According to an affidavit, the Republican
Honey, have you ever heard of Riley Reid? You ever heard of Riley Reid? I was thinking for my birthday.
Party and a woman accusing him of rape. According to an affidavit, the woman told police that there was a planned sexual encounter with both Christian and Bridget Ziegler in October. Bridget canceled, leading the other woman to also cancel, but Christian still showed up at the woman's home. Bridget, who hasn't been accused of criminal wrongdoing, admitted the couple had a previous three-way sexual encounter with the woman, quote, over a year ago, and that it only happened one time.
Oh, this pathetic son of a bitch, dude. Okay, so he probably whittled her down. Look at this guy. He probably whittled her down. All right, and she was like, "Fine, we'll do it once. We'll do it once." So then he's like, it happens, and maybe it's not so awkward. Maybe it's not so bad. So he's like, oh, let's schedule it again. Let's get another one on the calendar. She's like, fine, whatever. She cancels. She pulls out. Homeboy shows up to her fucking house anyway. Because, so she pulls out. They both cancel. Both women cancel. He shows up to her house anyway. Oh, what a pathetic man. I know, right? What a pathetic man.
Encounter with the woman, quote, over a year ago, and that it only happened one time.
That's so sad.
You have tarnished the soul of the school board here.
Oh, yeah, tarnished the soul of the school board.
And duplicity.
Ziegler sat stoically through the 3 hours of public comment at a school board meeting Tuesday night and gave no indication of stepping down from the school board as her husband is being investigated.
As people may know, I serve on another public board, and this issue did not come up, and we were able to forge ahead with the business of the board.
Still, she got an earful from the community.
Fuck with you.
The majority of those that showed up criticized her, though she did have some support.
What an adult does in her private life is hers. It's not for you to judge.
But some in the community are pointing to Ziegler's hypocrisy in passing judgment on others.
It's not for you to judge, says the man defending the woman who is like literally judging everybody. These moms for liberty folks are like the worst. Psycho Karens who want to ban books, who want to ban every book except for, they want like nothing but Christian everything. Christian. Oh, you can't judge people. That's just mean.
Others.
We hear about all of those hypocrites for my entire life. It's always do as I say, not as I do.
True. The fallout from the sex scandal and the criminal investigation has been swift. A Moms for Liberty chapter in Pennsylvania split from the national group, and top Republican officials in Florida, including Governor DeSantis, have called on Christian Ziegler to resign.
I don't know that you have any real standing with that hanging over you.
In a state...
This is why DeSantis is losing. If DeSantis was bold, he would like, no, I got her back. No, she's doing great work burning books and destroying liberal woke ideology. And, whatever, the allegations are overblown and, whatever. But no, he's such a coward. He's such a fucking coward. He is.
Statement. Christian Ziegler's attorney said, quote, we are confident that no charges will be filed and Mr. Ziegler will be completely exonerated.
And Carlos Suarez joins me now. So what's the next step?
Okay, for showing up to the girl's house and okay. All right. That's all we needed from that story. It's spicy, pathetic. He's a pathetic married man. And look, I get it, man. Look, I get it. But you got to have some self-respect, brother. Okay? Can't be. Look, they both canceled. It's not happening again. All right? What the fuck? Next news. Oh, Trump 2024 years in prison. Yeah, okay, yeah. All right, we'll see. Not if Merrick Garland has anything to say about it. So this is someone's tweet. This is really funny. See, this timeline isn't all that bad. So this is apparently Rudy Giuliani's fucking lawyer, dude. I just had to laugh. I just wanted to sit and laugh. What's so funny? What's so funny? You always come to the defense of the weird haircuts. Thank you, Ronald McMahon, for the follow. Kem Goblin always comes to the defense of the weird haircuts. I'm dying to see Kem Goblin's haircut. He came to the defense of the macaroni men. He thinks macaroni haircuts are cool. Normal haircut. Oh, fuck me, dude. So yeah, this is the bottom of the barrel, folks. This is Rudy Giuliani's lawyer. It was kind of a Viking thing. No, this looks kind of cool. Right? I mean, he's a very handsome fella here. This is kind of cool. Okay? This is not that. This is not that, dude. This is something Jim Carrey would do for like one of his characters in his movies. Describe normal. It's the suit and tie. That's the thing, right? It's if he, oh, come on. We can make fun of people. Come on. Come on.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Okay, you're telling me I hit the fucking stream button and I'm rocking this haircut and no one's allowed to comment on it? No. I'm not saying I'm Fabio over here, clearly. Okay, fucking clearly, right? Just shave it off, dude. Just shave it off. You know what it reminds me of? It's the alien ant farm. He's the alien ant farm guy. Anyone remember this guy? He had like a little string of hair in his music video. Where is it? Is this? Do I have the wrong? Was it? Okay, am I thinking of the wrong guy then? I thought these are images from the video. Doesn't he have like a weird thing of hair? No? Okay. I thought this guy had a weird thing of hair. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. It was funny. No, we've already watched this one. So this is great news. It was shaved down the middle. What am I thinking? There was a guy that had a weird hair thing. Like a weird hair thing. It was like a music video. Very hard. You're not going to be able to figure it out. Alien Ant Farm. Yeah, it's a fun band. You know, kind of one-hit wonder kind of thing. Adam Ant. I don't know. Bananarama. That's a good band, by the way. Flock of Seagulls. But no, this is really good. From your boy Davey, who You know, good luck nailing what Davey is politically. Davey, of all the people in the chat, should take a political compass test. See done much music in the early 2000s? Yep. Along with Chemical Brothers music videos, and they played a lot of the cool EDM music videos, Much Music. I totally did watch Much Music. Yeah, because that was like, it was the cooler music videos. It was the cooler music videos on Much Music. The European EDM, you know, Sandstorm by Darude. You know, that was on there. But no, this is from your boy. Well, I support total full bans, so this is good news to me. Yeah, no, I'm like, I don't believe in a total ban. I think people should be able to own pistols and shotguns, and until society has become safe enough, or until policing has become good enough to where, you know, if I hit a button on the wall and robot cops show up 30 seconds later. But fact is, it takes sometimes where you're at, it can take cops 5, 10, even longer minutes to get to your house. And there are maniacs, there are thieves who do use deadly force that break into your home. I've shown it time and time again. There are, you know, elderly people, 70, 80 years old, who, you know, can't physically defend themselves, that were able to successfully defend themselves with a pistol. It leveled the playing field for them. Welcome back, Fathad. Good to see you. So I don't believe in a full total ban until society is caught up and is safe enough to justify a complete and total ban. But I do believe in banning all assault weapons. Well, I mean, look at where technology is at, you know, right now. You know, we're never going to get Minority Report where anemic psychic children are in a pool of liquid and predicting crimes for us. So we're not going to get there. But I could totally see, you know, drones and AI and all kinds of fun technology in 50 years, you know, reducing the amount of time it takes for police to get to your home. Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go with the semantic games. No, I'm going to do everything I can politically to ban assault weapons. That's right. That's right. Forced gun buybacks. Yep. Mm-hmm. Now, I do believe that you should be paid market value for your shitty little toy. So ban nothing. Yeah, no, you got me. You got me. Oh, you can't specifically list off the guns that you want. No. Assault weapons. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, well, you got to list it up. If I provided you with a list of the weapons, of the assault weapons that I'm talking about, would you accept the ban then? No. You'd hop onto your next little frivolous excuse. Facts, man. What's next? A clown emoji? You're pathetic. You're fucking pathetic. I will do everything I can politically to ban assault weapons, and you know exactly which ones I'm talking about. M16, AK-47, all the civilian variants in between. Yep, you betcha. Yep. Forced gun buyback for assault weapons. That's right. Long weapons, long rifles, those are fine in my eyes. Shotguns, pistols, those are all fine. But assault weapons, absolutely. We got to start somewhere. So here we have Illinois, who doesn't seem to have a problem defining what an assault weapon is. Oh, well, you can't define an assault weapon, so you don't even technically want to ban weapons then, huh? No, well, Illinois figured it out. So Illinois is banning assault weapons. U.S. Supreme Court refuses to block the law, which is quite surprising. This is the conservative U.S. Supreme Court, not allowing for this shit to happen.
The Supreme Court.
And by the way, what happened to states' rights, huh? It's right out the window when you disagree with it, huh? You just can't wait for that fucking dictatorship, can you? Because you think the dictatorship's going to back you up in all the bullshit that you want. The moment that dictatorship tells you to do something you don't want to do, oh, my rights. What happened to my rights? Oh, I'm a patriot. I'm an American. Oh, no. Yeah, you voted it all away, didn't you? You installed an orange dictator, and now you're stuck with it. You're gonna be the dog that catches the tail, is what's gonna happen.
declined to put a hold on new Illinois law that would
Get your
ban
ass arrested.
high-power semi-automatic weapons.
The law was enacted in response to the mass killing of 7 people at a 2022 parade in Highland Park.
Tia Ewing is live in Studio 32 with what this means for the ban and some reaction from the governor as well. Tia?
Well, this means the law will go into effect on January 1st, and it will remain in place while proceedings before a federal appellate court continue. The law prohibits the possession, manufacture, or sale of semi-automatic rifles and high-capacity magazines. The Protect Illinois Communities Act bans dozens of specific brands or types of rifles and handguns, including the popular AR-15, 50 caliber guns, attachments, and rapid firing devices.
What?
No rifle will be allowed to accommodate.
It's not technically called rapid fires. You don't even know what you're talking about, so you shouldn't even be able to make laws against it.
Okay, if I were to provide you the exact terminologies, an exact list, models, names, everything, would you accept a ban? No. No. But I demand the evidence anyway.
More than
that's the face they make.
10 rounds with a 15-round limit for handguns. Governor J.B. Pritzker says he's not worried about the conservative leaning of the Supreme Court.
I still believe that as everybody that
Fathad, no, the people inside that make up the state government have the absolute right to ban whatever they want. You know, that's democracy. That's how democracy works. If 51% want gun anarchy, you know, then they'll vote for it. But if 51% don't want gun anarchy, or at the very least they want certain weapons to be restricted or banned, that's democratic. It's not a dictatorship when a local government passes a regulation. Okay? And this isn't a ban on all guns. This is a ban on assault weapons. And there's a clear delineation. And if you're intentionally trying to cloud the definition, if you're trying to, you know, confuse the definition of that so that you get to keep assault style weapons. Oh, it's civilian style. It can only shoot 15 high caliber bullets instead of 25. So there's a clear difference. It's not good enough, and it's not a dictatorial thing. It's democracy. It's democracy.
Voted on the law and voted for it, that this is not only a legal undertaking, an appropriate undertaking to keep and safeguard the people of the state of Illinois, but a constitutional one, too.
Those who own guns and accessories when the law was enacted have to register those, including serial numbers with the Illinois State Police. That process started on October 1st.
You know, it's a deadly weapon designed to kill as many human beings as possible. It's not designed to kill animals. Oh, it's civilian. It's civilian. It's civilian. No, the fuck it isn't. Doesn't fucking matter what technicality, kind of loophole you're trying to fucking squeak through. See, Clutch Cargo, you're there is a list. They don't pass a law. They don't pass a law that says one sentence, ban all assault weapons. They actually are very specific about what is banned and what isn't, and that information is given to the public. But what are we even talking about here? No shotguns, no pistols, no hunting rifles. You don't worry, folks. You can commit lots of massacres with those. Don't worry. We'll still have, lots of people getting shot up. Don't worry. Don't worry. It'll just be slightly less easy. Don't worry, guys. By the way, that's a great segue into America's favorite #1 TV show in America. It's the mass shooting update, folks. Let's see what the gun anarchists want for America today. Let's see what the lack of gun regulations has created in America. And you could say, oh, well, there are regulations, and it's already like this, and if there was less regulations, people could defend themselves. Really? We did the mass shooting update yesterday. There was over 10 children murdered. Were those children supposed to be able to pick up a gun and defend themselves? $727 U.S. mass shooting. Okay, hold on. NY Typer over there with a disingenuous stat. 3%. I don't know if I believe you. 3% of homicide deaths nationwide are from rifles. Every time there's a mass shooting, what's the weapon that they use? It's an M16 or some variant. Almost every single fucking time there's a mass shooting, it's with one of these assault-style weapons. And also, to the pro-gun people that are making this argument, are you also making a ban all guns argument then? You got a lefty over here trying to avoid banning all guns, and then you're like, well, shouldn't we just ban all guns then? Okay, if that's what you want, jackass. What argument are you even trying to make at that point? If you're pro-gun and you're like, oh, well, you know, most people get killed with pistols. Okay, ban all the motherfucking pistols then, huh? We're trying to start at one of the highest profile. The reason why we're going after assault weapons above all these other weapons is because assault weapons were specifically designed to kill human beings. You can make pistols as well, though, were specifically designed to kill human beings, let's be real. But you can make a hunting argument for a pistol, a rifle, or a shotgun. Yeah, exactly, Woke Patriot. No, guns absolutely need to be banned, and let me explain why right here. 727 U.S. mass shootings in 2023. 5,862 mass shootings since 2013. And one whole fucking day since a good guy with a gun protected us. And we got people in the chat just vociferously defending this madness, this insanity. Oh, we can't put restrictions on this. How dare you ask us to put restrictions on this? This insanity. In Memphis, Tennessee, 2 dead, 3 injured, gunman unknown. In Ashland, Illinois, 4 dead and 1 injured. Domestic violence and juvenile victim. Man fatally shot his fiance, probably with a legal gun, and her 2 daughters, and critically wounded another man. Victim fatalities include Illyria Bell, 16, Autumn Bell, 19, pregnant, Christina Bell, 53, and the gunman, Ronald L. Cobran, 62, died like a coward from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. No, we can't have restrictions, guys. Which is impossible. It's impossible. We can't do it. Over there in Oak Grove, LA, 0 dead, 4 injured, preliminary. 12-year-old boy unintentionally shot 4 people at dinner table with 12-gauge shotgun he thought was unloaded. And I don't even want to ban the shotguns. But I would pass a law that says the parents, every adult involved in this situation, any adult involved in like living in the home and allowing the gun to be there and allowing the gun to be accessible by children should be fined or arrested or something. Over there in Madison, Illinois, 4 dead, or Indianapolis, I'm sorry, Madison, Indianapolis. I never get those right. 4 dead and 0 injured. Domestic juvenile victims, more kids. A mother apparently shot and killed her 3 young children before fatally shooting herself. Probably with a legal gun. The victims are Ilya Briner, 6, Leland Briner, 8, Adelia Briner, 12, and Naomi Briner, 35, died from apparent self-inflicted gunshot. We can't change it, guys. We can't change anything. Over there in Las Vegas, home of one of the largest massacres in U.S. history, Las Vegas, Nevada, 4 dead and 1 injured. Domestic and juvenile victims. Man fatally shot his wife and 2 children, critically wounded a 3rd child, 11, then fatally shot himself. Fatalities include Zymiria Patterson, 6 years old, Keziah Cohn, 14 years old, Shirai Nara Patterson, 34, and gunman Marvin Ray Patterson, like a coward, shot himself. No, guys, we can't do anything about it, guys. This is our life. Garbage Field would like to remind you that this is our new life. This is it. This is it right here, folks.
Can't go to the grocery store. Can't go to school. Can't go to church. Can't go to a 4th of July celebration. Can't go to a country music festival without the threat of getting brutally murdered by assault weapons, which we all know what the, oh, you can't define it. You can't define it. Well, yes, we can. And if I were to give you a motherfucking list, it wouldn't fucking matter, would it? Brought to you by Garbage Field, #1 drink mix company in the world. Garbage Field, 100% garbage juice. Yeah, so Treadmon, yeah, let's ban all guns then, huh? Is that the argument that you're making? Ban all guns then? Left doesn't even want to ban all guns. We acknowledge that people get killed with pistols. But one idiot like you and the other motherfuckers defending this shit in the chat can, with one assault weapon, kill dozens of people. Sandy Hook, Las Vegas, over and over and over and over and over again. If there's a mass shooting, there's like a 9 out of 10 chance that it was a assault style weapon. They don't even call it the M16. They don't even give it the official terms anymore. They just go, oh yeah, another assault style weapon. Too myopic. Regulations are the solution to this problem. Regulations. It's not myopic. It's democratic. People voted for it and they got it. That's how it works. You don't have a right to gun anarchy because the Constitution mentions militias. Okay? You want a well-regulated militia. Some drunk asshole who buys a gun and shoots up his family is not a well-regulated militia. I like that regulated part. It's not a gun for every American. It's well-regulated militia. So I'd like some more of that regulation, sir, and so would America. And so would America. And what you guys pushing this handgun argument, you're basically making a pro-ban handgun argument in the chat. It's bizarre. You don't even know what point you're trying to make. I don't support banning handguns because like I described, 80-year-old people are vulnerable to getting burglarized and victimized, and a handgun can equalize the situation for them. I've shown dozens. I've seen dozens, and I've shown maybe half a dozen articles pointing out, 80-year-old, guy kicked the door down, knew there was an old guy living there, pulls out a gun, defends himself. Oh, and now we're doing the knife thing. It's ridiculous. Do you want gun bans or not, jackass? What argument are you even making? We're moving on. So if we continue with this bad faith argumenting in the chat, I will just start handing out bans. I'm in a good mood today, but the bad faith bans are coming. See that N-typer, that's a complete zero lack of nuance. I just explained to you a very real situation that will affect you, by the way. I hope you too, Treadmon. Yeah, you agree with this fucking jackass bullshit. I know, I see it. But both of you jackasses are going to become 80-year-old people, hopefully if you're lucky, and you will no longer be able to physically defend yourself. You won't have the strength to pick up an assault style weapon, but you will have the strength to pick up a simple 9mm pistol. It takes cops 5 to 10 minutes to get to your house. There's a legitimate reason to own a pistol. There is no legitimate reason to own an assault weapon outside of the need to kill as many human beings as possible. All right, and with that cute little comment comes the first time out. Here we go, folks. You guys are just adorable. You're incredibly bad faith. You're making simple arguments that lack nuance and context. You're making it sound like you're zinging me. You're zinging me, and all you're doing is repeating tired talking points that are easily pushed back on. Stop embarrassing yourself. All right, so we're moving on to Ukraine. And that includes you, typer. I see you over there, thinking like you know what the fuck you're talking about. It's adorable. Let's get to Ukraine here. Well, then you and Davey have something you agree with, because Davey wants a full authoritarian ban on all handgun of all guns of all types, and I think that's absolutely ridiculous. Because, like I said, any maniac if all guns were banned, any maniac can kick down your door and do whatever the hell they want with you if they're stronger than you. That I'm not cool with that. I've seen far too much evidence of people successfully defending themselves with a simple pistol from being victimized by criminals. So over to Ukraine here. Wanted to start with this. I guess this is kind of related to U.S. news. But I mean, the Russian regime, the Russian government, and Putin absolutely in love with these fascistic right-wingers, and of course they would be. But I mean, you hear how these guys talk. If you're following this shit, it's just pathetic. It's just pathetic. You got Vivek Ramaswamy over here talking about how we should give Putin Ukraine as a bargaining chip, and he's going to be so grateful that's going to harm relations with China. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Exactly, Lenny Nicholas. Yeah, Chem Goblin, I'd be okay with that. Like, if you qualify, right? If you're like, once you hit 70, you get to take a test to see if you're feeble enough to qualify for a pistol. Sure, whatever. I'm cool with regulations like that. Just society isn't safe enough to justify completely disarming it. It's not safe enough. Come back at me when you are an older person who just, no matter what, you can't, it's not an anime, okay? You don't get to fucking Roshi out, Master Roshi, you get to fucking bulk out, okay? Your body doesn't work in the same way it works anymore. And you got some 20-year-old, kicking down your door. You're like, oh, gee, maybe I'd like a pistol at this moment right now. And I think that, to me, is freedom. That is freedom. That is liberty. The ability to defend yourself. That is freedom. That's not dictatorial. Wow, Fathad, you are just a pathetic person, dude. Why don't you get the fuck out of here? I'm really not grateful for your follow. Why don't you get the fuck out of here, Fathad? You're not really welcome here anymore, dude. Can't protect anyone. Everyone. Less guns equals less. You don't have the right to take away my right to defend myself, Davey. That's dictatorial. You're telling me I have to accept victimization for your personal sense of safety. Absolutely not. You're over here backing up Vivek Ramaswamy. It's fucking pathetic, Fathad. It's disgusting. Vivek Ramaswamy, one of the most slimy motherfucking characters in this whole goddamn saga, this chapter, and you got his back? Stupid on this. He's stupid on literally what's the shit that he's smart on, Fathad? That's why you're pathetic, because you're about to type out and tell me, aren't you? There's not a single goddamn thing he's good on. He's a frightening corporate fascist. Who wants to raise the voting age to 25? What a joke. Wants to hand over Russia to Ukraine? Or Ukraine to Russia? Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do. Yeah, this relationship isn't working, Fathad. I think it's time for you to go, buddy. Or maybe just, keep it to a minimum. Because I don't think I need to see your opinions anymore, dude. If you got Vivek Ramaswamy's back on anything, fuck off. We're not even talking about Chris Christie over here, who's like a moderate on some things. No, we're talking about Vivek Ramaswamy, one of the most toxic motherfuckers in the whole race. Hasn't said a smart or salient thing his entire time here, and you got his back on some shit. All right, Fathad. Thank you. I guess I take it back. I don't. Vivek Ramaswamy really pisses me off, dude. So that's why I'm extra triggered. How you doing, Sinister Magnus? Oh, I like your little picture there. That's cute. So anyway, Republicans voted to block a $110.5 billion emergency spending bill to aid Ukraine and Israel Wednesday night, sparking celebrations in Moscow, where they believe the U.S. will withdraw support for Kyiv, allowing them to win the war. And this has been part of the strategy for quite some time. Wait the West out. The West doesn't have the balls to push back. The West will eventually get scared by our nuclear blackmail. And here we see the flaccid Joe Biden administration allowing it to happen. Magnus Carlsen, the devil. The devil! Hail Satan. A classified briefing with administration officials reportedly devolved into a meltdown on Tuesday afternoon, making it clear that the measure would fail. Quote, "We are about to abandon Ukraine," Senator Christopher S. Murphy told the press as he left the briefing. When Vladimir Putin marches into a NATO country, they will rue the day they decided to play politics with the future of Ukraine's security. It's just a joke. This is a Christian channel. Hail Satan. These developments prompted jubilation in Moscow during Wednesday's broadcast of a state TV program, 60 Minutes. Yevgeny Popov said Ukraine was now in agony, and it was difficult to imagine a bigger humiliation. And you got Marjorie Taylor Greene fully behind it. Vivek Ramaswamy thinks that we bought a bargaining chip and we're going to cash it in. During his morning show, Full Contact on Wednesday, top pro-Kremlin propagandist Vladimir Solyolyov joyfully noted. Janet Yellen screamed, "Don't you dare!" Joe Biden screamed, "Don't you dare!" But Republicans said, "Go to hell. We'll give your racist word slur for Ukrainians any money." The segment was entitled, "No one needs Ukraine anymore, especially the United States." So they're doing backflips at the Republicans. One of the most disgusting, corrupt, murderous regimes on planet Earth, the current Russian government. That's not being Russia-phobic, pointing that out, by the way. The facts are what they are. Yeah, that's okay, Davey. How'd that go? And yeah, Clutch Cargo, looks like you're right, but it doesn't look like that's what's happening. Yeah, apparently a lot of Europe has already, a lot of what they sent Ukraine was, their reserves or their extra, and they don't have as much to send anymore. Appearing on this program, American analyst Dmitry Drobanatsky noted the downfall of Ukraine means the downfall of Biden. Two birds with one stone. It is pretty sad, because you think the American public is going to trip if we send some F-16s? It's just too far, Biden. It's just too far. CIA guy's literally a traitor to the U.S. Yeah, fucking course. No, and they're celebrating. They're celebrating the current right-wing Republican regime in America. Okay, I am a fan of the Russian people that want peace with Ukraine, that don't want war, that understand that they're being held hostage by this dictator. But I am against the Russian government, the Russian military, the imperialistic blueprint that Putin seemingly has for the world. I'm against it, and I am just disgusted. The one thing you could depend on Republicans like 10 years ago was their hatred of, commie red Russians. And now they're so corrupted, they're so compromised. Who knows what Russia has on these guys, what their motivations are. But here they are. I mean, we're not talking about Ukraine, quote unquote, losing. We're talking about Ukraine losing existence, dude. He went straight for Kyiv. He went straight for Kyiv like a dagger to your heart. He literally, went at your heart with a knife. Fathad, sure. I guess we can agree that Vivek Ramaswamy is a fucking moron more than he is a sociopath. The bar is pretty fucking low. Yeah, Davin. So it's pretty goddamn pathetic. You know, it's kind of interesting. You see the right wing in the United States backing up Putin, and you see the left wing backing up the extremist right wing government in Israel. A lot of bizarre bedfellows. A lot of, you know, you got, I mean, supposedly left wing neoliberal Joe Biden over here backing up Ben Gvir and Bibi Netanyahu. It's literally like the equivalent government would be like like Mitt Romney as Bibi Netanyahu and Louis Gohmert as his second in command. Imagine Louis Gohmert. Then Balkans. I mean, Clutch Cargo. I think the idea that he's immediately gonna, you know, like he finishes the Ukraine project and he's immediately gonna start launching an invasion in Poland. I think that's a little hyperbolic, but I think the lesson, like, I don't think the timing is going to happen in the way that's being predicted, but the lesson that is being learned is that all you need to do is outweight the West, right? You need to be as brutal as possible and just, you know, ignore the threats of the West and just wait them out, and eventually they'll lose interest. Fathad, you finally said something we can agree on. I think it's what would be possible. I don't think he would he would immediately hop into and attack a NATO country, but I think he would attempt like Moldova, right? I think he would attempt to, you know, further, you know, conquer the non-NATO states. I think that's what he would do. But I mean, who knows? He doesn't have a lot of time left. He's got like maybe, you know, 15, 20 good years left, maybe. So it seems like he wants to accelerate this project, but you know, you can only do so much, especially in the way that he's doing it, you know? It's kind of bitch-ass way. Okay, so this is a follow-up. Chem Goblin was nice enough to give me a little translation here, because obviously I can't read this. But this is a follow-up to the guy that dropped grenades in that meeting. Apparently he did not die. Apparently no one died? That's shocking to me. I can't believe no one died. Surely there were some people that were like massively disfigured or something. There is no success for Putin. Putin has built a system that demands that there's no successor. There is no successor for Putin. But no, listen to this. This is a follow-up to that guy who dropped grenades in that meeting room. We showed the video yesterday if you want to check out the previous broadcast there. The bomber himself was detained. He regained consciousness and is currently in the hospital under the supervision of doctors and law enforcement officers. Law enforcement officers searched the place of residence of the person involved, where, among other things, they found a death note, the content of which is currently being studied. Okay. So we're going to find out the motivation here really soon. The guy left. It wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment thing. He left a suicide note. So very interesting stuff. Thank you for that follow-up, Chem Goblin. Big props to you. Thank you, Chem Goblin. Once it's clear the U.S. is weak, all kinds of conflicts can break loose. I mean, Clutch Cargo, you're not wrong. I mean, look what has happened to the Russian military adventures. You know, seeing the failure of the Russian military and how that affected their geopolitical reach. Right? Of course it's going to affect the United States and how people perceive the United States. But the thing is that when you're on top, when you're number one, you can get away with fucking people over. And people will still come up to you and ask for favors and still want your help. Right? So it's a little, it's different. For the United States can fuck you over. And people will still want to work with the United States. It's not going to change that. Ukraine, though, is pretty fucking, I mean, if it happens and Putin just takes Ukraine and everyone just watches, it has to make America look bad. It has to. I don't know what that will actually mean in terms of day-to-day business, because ain't no one throwing away their dollars anytime soon. But anyway, thank you, Chem Goblin, for that follow-up. Some sobering news here. You know, early in the war, we were talking about sanctions, talking about, hey, well, these might be quite effective. You know, we were very hopeful. We tried to be hopeful on talking about them. You know, this is Russia getting removed from SWIFT. That's a pretty big deal. You know, Russia. You know, like the ban on currency trading. You couldn't buy or sell rubles. Maybe you could sell them, but you couldn't buy them. Something like that, or whatever. You know, Russia's economy having all kinds of problems. All kind of businesses leaving Russia, and they chug along, You know, the fact of the matter is that the United States and the European Union do depend economically on Russia's low-priced goods, oil and you know, oil mainly. But that low-cost oil has, you know, it's too good, baby. India is making money hand over fist. They buy crude from Russia, pennies on the barrel. Okay, they buy a bunch of crude. They bring it back to their country. They refine it into gasoline, sell it for 4 times what they bought it for. It's money in the bank. It's money in the bank. And a lot of countries can't say no. And quite frankly, the price of oil has really helped Russia fund this war effort. Now, with that said, it's not like their economy is doing gangbusters, but it is amazing how cheap oil changes the whole equation. They won't have to invade at all. Just be willing to support friendly local elites whose interests coincide. Sure. Russia trying to absorb Georgia, Armenia, or Belarus. Yeah, Belarus. That would be a pretty easy slam dunk, right? I could see that happening. Russia going for Belarus. Wish to expand more. They went in Ukraine. Predictable they will go. No NATO countries. Little countries like Moldova. Yeah, exactly, Nicholas. Yeah, I mean, sky's the limit. It's fun to make predictions about, okay, what would Putin do if he were to secure Ukraine. The real shame is that the lesson that's taught, right? That China learns, that Russia learns, that you can just wait out the West and the Western alliance, and you can conquer countries, and you can take countries. And for China, that's huge. You know, that's huge. Stop calling Moldova little. It's little compared to Ukraine. That's all. Oh, great. You're still here. Didn't I ask you to leave? You're not welcome here, dude. I don't get it. I don't get why are you watching? Why? Don't you hate me? Doesn't the sound of my voice piss you off? Aren't I some pussy ass liberal? Can you just get the fuck out of here? Fuck, man.
Ukraine says it's in danger of losing the war, and Russia is more confident of victory than ever. And here's one of the biggest reasons: oil.
Yeah, clutch.
Russia's most important and most enduring weapon.
The gun maulding? There's a good goddamn reason why I'm maulding about gun violence, you piece of shit. Enjoy a 30 fucking minute fucking timeout, you horrid piece of shit. There's a good fucking goddamn... I literally listed off how many kids shot up? Almost 10? Murder, suicides? Oh, you're just maulding. Triggered. Fuck you.
Country raked in at least $218 billion US dollars from oil in 2022, and that's why Western leaders made it the main target of their sanctions against Moscow. The oil price cap is the West's most important sanction. It was designed to keep Russian oil flowing to the global market, whilst also limiting the amount of money the Kremlin could make from it. For a while it worked, not anymore. When the price cap was introduced, it had a clear impact on the price Russia got for its oil. But for almost 6 months now, Russian oil has been sold on global markets well above the price cap of $60 US, the rate at which G7 states cut off access to their services.
The first half of 2023, Putin really suffered from oil price cap. Now he learned how to circumvent it.
In this episode, we look at how Russia rejuvenated its oil revenues, and we'll consider what options Ukraine and its allies have to hit back.
There is a kind of a sense of urgency to make some adjustments to the sanctions regime now to make sure that pressure on Russia is maintained.
As the war drags on, Questions are being asked of how long both sides can fund the fight. There are doubts over how long Western support for Ukraine will last, and Russia is ramping up military spending.
The huge increase in budget spending for war next year, we're talking about going from 4% of GDP to 6% of GDP. This is a lot. This is a lot.
How long Russia can sustain this war? Unfortunately, for an extended period of time.
Welcome to Business Beyond.
Let's go back a little bit. After the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, the US, the EU and the other Western powers introduced a range of sanctions which mostly targeted Russia's financial system. Hundreds of billions of dollars worth of Russian central bank reserves held abroad were frozen, while the country was also excluded from the SWIFT international payment system.
These sanctions are designed to take a heavy toll on the Kremlin's interests and their ability to finance war.
The Russian economy weathered those better than many experts expected it to, but they still had an effect.
So imagine the world without sanctions. So reserves are not frozen. Putin has full access to Western military technology or dual-purpose technology. Putin can trade with whoever he wants. So if you think about this world, I guess the outcome of the war on the battlefield in Ukraine would have been very different in favor of Putin.
The EU was slow to target Russian gas and oil early on, mostly because its own economy was so reliant on it. Part of the reason the Kremlin made so much money in 2022. Late last year, the EU finally took action on Russian oil, along with countries from the G7 and Australia.
That was with the introduction of something which we've mentioned already and which you're going to hear a lot more about in this episode, the price cap.
The EU decided that it was going to implement its embargo on Russian oil and petroleum products. And part of that embargo was also a prohibition for European service providers to participate in the trade with Russian oil. And this would be, for instance, shipping companies and maritime insurance companies.
But energy prices soared throughout 2022, and there were concerns that an embargo could push them up again, which would defeat the purpose of the sanction.
Thank you, Davey. I'll take
Out
a
of
look.
this concern resulted the concept of the price cap, which is really a very complex intervention into global oil markets. And the basic idea is that this provision of the embargo that would have prohibited European companies from participating was rolled back as long as the oil was sold under a certain threshold, which was later set.
So, Davey, we covered this article. Davey has posted this article here. We covered this. I don't think it was yesterday, but it was, I think, last week. But Russia has lost 87% of troops it had prior to start of Ukraine war, according to U.S. intelligence assessment. So, I mean, these are just like, these were the front line. These were the troops that they initially used, that they had ready for the invasion. So they've lost about 87% of that initial force that they put together. That doesn't mean that they're out of troops, and that that doesn't mean the Russian military is 87 is only 13%. That's it. That's all that's left. No, that's not the case. Russia has ramped up its recruitment, and every year seems to basically expand its total war stance without saying it's going into total war, to try not to freak out the people. But it's been a slow ramp up, and we're getting closer and closer to, Russia. I mean, Russia has had to put more resources into sustaining its military. But as we can see here with this video, they're not struggling enough.
At $60 per barrel.
The oil price cap aims to keep Russian oil on the global market, but also aims to limit the price it can be sold for. Companies from the EU or G7 countries can provide services such as insurance for the transit of Russian oil, but only if it is shown that the oil was traded for no more than $60 per barrel, well below average global oil prices.
It's so cheap.
It was an unusual and somewhat daring intervention, but in the first few months, it worked like a charm.
The cap had an immediate impact on revenues. In the first 6 months of 2023, Russia took in 47% less in oil revenues than it did in the first 6 months of 2022. In April alone, revenues were 67% down year on year.
Broadly speaking, the energy sanctions regime had the desired impact. We know that Russian oil remained on the market. Prices did not rise until at least the OPEC Plus production cuts later in the year. And Russian export earnings fell sharply, we think, by about 30% year to date, and budget revenues from oil declined by something between 35 and 40%.
But even before the cap was introduced, Russia was working on ways to get around it. One of the main ways is through its so-called shadow fleet.
Russia's ability to ship oil on vessels that are essentially sanctions-proof. So this is what is often talked about as the shadow fleet. It's a bit of a question what exactly constitutes a shadow fleet vessel, but it essentially means Russia's ability to use ships that are not owned by an entity in the G7 or EU, and that is not insured by an entity in these jurisdictions. And then the price cap doesn't apply.
Russia has amassed a fleet of hundreds of often aging tankers to move its oil around the world without being subject to the cap. They typically have complex ownership structures. Many operate without proper insurance, and they use various methods to avoid detection, including creating fake location signals. Being able to sell oil without abiding by the cap means Russia is now getting close to average global prices per barrel.
I find it hard to believe
the
that there's
mechanism
nothing we can do
which
about
it
this.
Worked seems to be losing some steam. So this mechanism is the spread between global prices and prices for Russian oil, in particular Urals crude oil, which is what is exported from Russia's ports in the Baltic Sea and Black Sea to markets originally in Europe and now increasingly to India. This spread was about $40 per barrel in January. It has now come down to around $15 per barrel.
It's not only the shadow fleet that helps Russia beat sanctions. There's also the problem known as attestation fraud. That's where paperwork is falsified to fool G7 shipping service providers into thinking that the cargo is compliant with the price cap, when in reality it has been sold at rates far above it.
We see many kind of new entities,
make
a lot
a
of
different
them
arrangement when you get
Dubai-based,
there.
That are now trading Russian oil, and these are suspected also to be linked to Russian oil companies. And these are the companies that are providing the price information, we believe.
And this is how Putin takes advantage of the self-imposed limitations. And, Woke Patriot here is going to very rightfully point out that, well, these self-imposed, restrictions that the that the West and the United States put on themselves, there's a very good reason why they're there. But, it's like when the gloves are off in Russia, it's a full-blown fucking war. Okay? And we're still acting as if, like we're, it's just, some disagreements and, just we need to have a couple more, discussions and we'll nail this out real soon. Just some frustrated parties. No, we're not acting like we're up against a country that's at war with us. We got one hand tied behind our back. We're not harassing these ships. We're not even giving them airplanes. We can't have American pilots fly these planes if we don't have Ukrainian pilots. We can't risk that. We can't risk an American pilot, dying there. We got American mercenaries dying there. Americans have shed blood and died on Ukrainian soil defending Ukrainian freedom. It's happened. Okay, the cherry has been popped. What the fuck are we waiting for? And it makes Biden look like a bit of a bitch. Oh, okay. Like when he says just the tip, he means it. He's just standing there with his dick half the way in, and he's like, okay, I'm done. He's the only guy that ever meant it. Just the tip, and he meant it.
That some of this pricing information was falsified.
He's just standing there with his pants
down. Experts say Russia
down.
barely sells any oil below the price cap anymore and goes to considerable expense to evade it.
it costs money. Shadow tanker fleet costs money. Transportation cost is higher. Still, if you look at the data from July, August, September 2023,
I'm not even talking about boots on the ground per se. I guess you could say class of, technically, yeah, American pilots, boots on the ground. But I mean, come on. Oh, the nukes. World War III, the nukes. I don't buy it.
Really, it looks like Russia is doing okay. And if you compare the third quarter 2023 to third quarter 2022, the difference is much, much smaller.
The data for the last few months does indeed confirm just how much Russia's efforts have worked. From July to October this year, Russian oil revenues exceeded those of the same period last year by 34%. In October, the country took in a massive $16.6 billion from its oil revenues alone, a more than 50% increase on the same month last year and the most of any month since April 2022.
Finding ways to beat the oil price cap was pretty tricky for Russia, for a while at least, but finding buyers was much easier.
Two countries stand out when it comes to Russia's post-invasion economic order.
Just a couple
China
planes
and India.
We're training some pilots.
Their willingness to trade with the sanctioned regime has seriously helped Russia maintain some kind of economic stability and in turn propel its war effort.
But yeah, Lenny, you're right.
China now gets just under 20% of its oil from Russia. But that's been an increasing trend. I think before the war it was about 15%, so it's a modest increase. For India began with about 1% and now it's more than 20%. So that was a huge change.
Huge.
China's growing geopolitical partnership with Russia.
Where's the look at this guy. This guy's hyper vetted, dude. This guy's been checked so many times. he doesn't even have a real name anymore. No, because he's pouring. Putin is incredibly germophobic, and he's very scared of being poisoned and all that, dude. This guy, oh man, it's amazing to me how dangerous it is, because but there's always another guy in line, willing to be, that servant, that loyal lackey. But it's so dangerous, dude. One slip up.
Russia meant stepping up trade relations was an easy decision for Beijing.
Russia's a strategic partner, so China was trying to.
We'll be getting a map update very soon.
Help Russia in this.
But I mean, Avdiivka was very similar to Bakhmut, right? It was just okay. How Russia clearly wants to take this, erroneous area. Sure, it has some strategic value, but it really doesn't make any sense to pour the amount of resources that they're pouring into it to take it. Okay, they're being strategically stupid. Let's take advantage of that. Let's eliminate and destroy as many Russians and Russian supplies and material as possible, and then pull out when the time is right. And Bakhmut, boy, they really waited to the last millisecond to get those guys out of there. So it was very similar situation, but yeah, that is sad news that it's according to Clutch Cargo here, finally the Russians have taken Avdiivka. But I mean, imagine if that's the amount of effort that it's going to take for them to take every single town. Okay, I don't care how many World War II Cold War bunkers you have filled with 60-year-old tanks. Eventually, you have and I don't care how many country bumpkins you got to throw in the back of a truck, for a couple rubles and a bottle of vodka, but there has to be a limit to that shit. You can't just throw bodies at this and all the way to Kyiv with that strategy. It's not going to work. But the idea is we're just going to outlast them. We're going to outlast them. We got Cold War tech, we got World War II tech, and we'll just keep pumping away. We'll just keep pumping away with barely adequate arms and soldiers and all that, and eventually the United States find a new toy, or this Republican regime will come in here, and I guess we got compromise. I mean, what the fuck is going on, man? I mean, we got Republicans out here straight up saying, let Putin win. Putin's awesome. And it's like, what the fuck? I mean, Putin's awesome. They didn't exactly say that, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's. I mean, full-blown defeatists. Oh, we just got to let Russia take the Donbass and Kharkiv. Oh, it's just that's the smart thing to do. That was always the case. What bitches? What bitches?
Situation, but also to benefit from any deals that might be available. I don't know that this was completely an altruistic effort by China to backstop the Russian economy, but I think China saw it as an opportunity to increase economic ties with Russia, which had always been a weak point in their partnership.
While China has gradually increased the amount of oil it imports from Russia, it has also become especially important for Moscow as a technological partner, particularly for semiconductors. Such products are called dual purpose, in that they are vital for military production, but also have other uses.
Yeah, for dishwashers.
Where China is playing a huge role is when it comes to Russia's ability to buy certain things it needs for its military production.
So air support and, of course, artillery shells. It's shocking to me that the United States is not building artillery shell factories in Ukraine and also ramping up its own. I think we did show an article where the United States is shown to be ramping up production of their artillery shells finally. But yeah, if I could snap my fingers, the two things would be air support right now, helicopters and F-16s, whatever the fuck, Tomcats, whatever the hell, I don't know. Get Tom Cruise up there, he'd do it. But air support and artillery shells, those are the two big things right now that Ukraine desperately needs. If they had air support, then they wouldn't have the kind of slog that they would have in these trench lines.
These are the kind of Western components that we're talking about that are now largely routed to China on its way to Russia.
Semiconductors, for example, can be used in a variety of technologies that have military applications, but also things like heavy trucks that are needed on the battlefield and are not on the surface a weapon, but they are certainly used in the battle, in the battle space.
I gotta say, if your military capability could be disabled as easily as just not having a computer chip for your fucking truck, I don't know. It feels like it should be a good contingency to have, like build the truck so that it's a functional truck first, and then add all your funny little gizmos. And if you don't have your chips, okay, well, you still got a truck, right? But you're telling me you can't operate, you can't use the truck, you can't turn the truck on and drive the fucking truck without a computer chip? Well, that's a flawed design, quite frankly. Okay? Because we could go back to the 50s. We didn't need a computer chip to have a truck that went from point A to point B. They figured that out. So why are we, that just seems ridiculous and foolish to me. I don't know. And maybe I'm not a military logistical expert here. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Great.
China has not sold weapons to Russia. Doing so would result in heavy sanctions. But expanding trade with Moscow, as India has done, has helped the Kremlin fund its war.
2024 is a critical year for Ukraine. Its counteroffensive in 2023 did not yield the results that its allies had hoped for.
Yeah.
And the sense that Russia had lost momentum, very apparent in the early months of this year as the sanctions hit.
It's like, if you didn't know anything about the situation, you'd be like, oh, that's a shame. They performed disappointingly. No, the hell they didn't. The day-to-day soldiering that's happening is some of the most fucking hardest fighting, ball-rocking motherfuckers out there are these Ukrainians. These guys are nuts. Nuts. Battlefield absolutely covered with Russian soldiers. These guys are doing an amazing job with what they have. Because of the ocean of mines and the fact that there's not as much air support for Ukraine. They have some helicopters and whatnot, but that reduced air support means that they're basically fighting like World War I with, modern weapons, right? So they can be more successful. They're more organized, but they have to go trench to trench to trench, tree line to tree line to tree line. And yeah, it's a slog.
Has passed.
There are also serious doubts about how long Western support for Ukraine will last. The possible return of Donald Trump as US president is just one reason, given his previous closeness with Putin.
It's great to be with you.
Another is the new conflict in the Middle East, which has diverted attention from Ukraine.
You hear that shit? Apparently there was some, binder that had like the CIA's secret profile on Vladimir Putin and some other information up and disappear one of the final days of Trump's presidency. This guy, man, we're really going to let it happen. We are really sleepwalking into this shit. This man is not he's funny. Sure, he's funny. He's funny looking. He sounds funny, but goddamn, are we really going to let this man do this to us?
Meanwhile, Moscow has announced it will ramp up defense spending next year as part of a record budget of nearly $380 billion. Much of that huge 25% hike will go towards defense spending. In fact, defense and security will comprise a massive 40% of the total budget.
For Putin, the priorities are war and staying in power. So he spends more money on war, he spends more money on domestic security, on the security of the regime, and he spends more money on propaganda. So they are not worried about the falling incomes of the Russian population. That's not a major concern.
The Russian economy is difficult to assess.
We'll get that
For a start, there's distrust around official figures from Moscow. Another issue is the nature of the country's war economy itself.
I mean, if they haven't technically taken it, my comments are still the same. I was making those comments well before, but Avdiivka felt like another Bakhmut, where it was like, okay, we're going to strategically hold this position as long as Russia wants to make this terrible military decision until we're overwhelmed, and then we're going to back out, in a smart, strategic way. That's clearly been the decision for me, at least in my opinion. As a fucking layman, as a total amateur.
GDP in wartime is different from GDP in peacetime. So in the wartime, I pay for a tank. Then this tank is destroyed next week, and this is literally the case. Average lifetime of a tank on the battleground is several days. So the tank is destroyed. So this money has no positive impact on the quality of life of ordinary Russians. But it looks like we produce a tenth worth of GDP.
As well as next year's ramped up budget, the Kremlin recently added nearly $40 billion.
Can you show me? If that was the case, then the Ukrainians, there was that, where was that? The metal factory, where a bunch of those Ukrainians were caught. They were trapped in that metal factory. That was definitely an overcommitment. Avestal, yeah. That was definitely an overcommitment. What was it, like 50 or so POWs eventually caught? Boy, they put up one hell of a fight, though. Look up the videos. Look up the combat videos from that battle. Those guys were nuts. Those guys were bananas, dude. And then they get caught, and they have the balls to get caught, too. Real fucking heroes. Yeah, so that's an example of them overcommitting, but I would have to say Russia has made that mistake far more than Ukraine has. I don't think it's fair to put them at 50-50 there, but yeah, there's some examples of overcommitment. Like I said, Bakhmut was skin to the teeth, dude. They should not have been in Bakhmut as long as they stretched that out way too long. But 20 days in Mariupol, yeah. Should check that out. This isn't over. I think if this was over, we'd probably already have some really amazing dramatizations and documentaries, but as an ongoing conflict, it's kind of hard to, it's like, it's still, who's going to win? Who's going to, what's going to actually happen here? You'd have to do a part 1 and part 2 kind of thing.
$1 billion to the budget for 2023.
We're almost at 800
reflecting
days.
How much it was pumping into its war effort and raising concerns over inflationary risks in an already stretched economy.
Might have to do that.
Yet any idea that the strain...
2,500 captured. Whoa! I thought it was just like 50 or 100 or so. 2005. Those guys were totally bananas, though. They put up such a fucking amazing fight. Real heroes. Absolute heroes. I remember watching that footage with everyone streaming that. That was just unbelievable.
Strain on the Russian economy could derail either Putin or the war effort itself. Looks increasingly unrealistic.
How long Russia can sustain this war, unfortunately, for an extended period of time. Because this is not just about fiscal revenues, it's also about Russia's ability to finance any kind of deficit. Right now, the country has been able to get the deficit under control
This
for
is
most
important.
of 2023, so it's not really a big issue at this time.
The real incomes of the Russian people has already fallen since the beginning of the war, and quite substantially, but there is still a room to go, right? The thing is that the economy, it's not something like the light. You switch it off and everything collapses. People live worse than they were living back 2 years ago.
Yeah, but they're Russians. Like they're just used to that, I guess, you know? I mean, it's fair to say about Americans as well. I mean, how bad does our quality of life get before we start giving a shit about it? Oh, well, I could still go to Denny's. You know, life could be a whole lot better. Well.
But still, there is a room to their lives worsening without causing, I don't know, a major socio-political
Interesting,
change.
Davey, interesting.
Russia's capacity to keep going doesn't mean that the Western alliance doesn't have options. There's little doubt that something needs to be done, and done fast.
Okay. What do you got?
So if he has 2 percentage points of GDP in oil and gas revenues, he will spend it on the war. If oil price goes up because, for example, events in Middle East, he'll be happy to go further. And that's his preference. And so I think tightening the sanctions to reduce amount.
No, Zio, dude. I mean, it feels like that, but it's not the case. With democracy and political activism, we can change that. What feels like an unassailable reality, we can change it though. With democracy, with political activism, with my 3-step program, it's not as complicated as they want to make it seem to be. We can force capitalism to bend to our will. We absolutely can do that.
Amount of money Putin can spend on the.
Yeah. Okay, Zio Duke. Exactly. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't. Yeah, I missed that part. But yeah, exactly. Just give up. I mean, we had one in the chat. I did fucking give him a timeout. Oh, both sides. Oh, okay. Both sides, but I vote conservative. That's basically, I'm lazy. I don't want to look up with the horrible things that I support. So whatever. I'm a cynical nihilist. They're pathetic.
The war is what needs to be done.
There are things that need to be done to make sure that pressure on Russia is maintained. Otherwise, the country will earn significantly more from its oil exports going forward. And it's also a problem with the credibility of the broader sanctions regime.
The European Commission has already agreed a new round of sanctions against Russia, although the exact details have not been released.
Yeah, drink bud.
The Commission confirmed the following to DW in a statement.
Shit is garbage.
As President von der Leyen said recently, the new package will include new import and export bans, actions to tighten the oil price cap, and tough measures on third country companies which circumvent the sanctions. It's now up to the 27 EU member states to agree unanimously to the proposals, but there's no clear timeline on when that may happen. There have been reports that the proposals include plans for Denmark to be given the task of inspecting and potentially blocking tankers carrying Russian oil through the narrow Danish Straits.
There we go.
More than half of all Russia's seaborne oil exports cross the straits.
Oh, man.
It's believed the Danish
Denmark don't want
authorities
that smoke.
would target ships operating without Western insurance, based on laws to do with environmental risk.
With Russia having moved on from kind of Western insurance.
Okay, so we'll bomb a wedding party in Iraq, Afghanistan without declaring war, no problem, whatever, just a bunch of brown folks. But we can't extrajudiciously, harass some tankers, slow them down even. Do a little blockade, little inspection, anything? Nothing, huh? It really is interesting. What we're willing to, whatever, we can fuck up the Middle East. No one gives a shit. And no one does. No one does. But I guess enough European allies would have a problem with the United States harassing these Russian tankers, selling oil to India and everywhere else. Really fucking cool little system we got here.
To other schemes, we believe that these insurance companies are actually not financially equipped to pay out in the case of an ecological disaster.
It's a genuine risk, given how old some of the tankers Russia is using are. But introducing this sanction could cut Russia's revenues.
if we require, for instance, Baltic Sea coastal states, if we require certain insurance standards, that it would also force Russia to rely again on Western maritime insurance companies, and this would mean that the leverage of the price cap system remains in place for longer.
Then there's the question.
What was he saying here?
Again, on Western maritime insurance companies, and this would mean that the leverage of the price cap system remains in place for longer.
Okay.
Then there's the question of enforcement. We mentioned attestation fraud earlier.
How do you do that?
That's where paperwork is falsified to suggest ships are complying with sanctions. It's another area which needs to be tightened significantly if Russia's revenues are to be restricted. Last month, the US sanctioned 3 UAE-based shipping companies for exporting Russian oil above the price cap. Benjamin.
But we're, I don't know about shrink, but Typer, we're not honest, and we're not honest actors in the geopolitical stage, and we our rhetoric is so annoying. When you know the history of the United States and the crimes it's committed, when it gets up there and acts all pious and oh, can you believe Russia is threatening the world with nuclear weapons? It's like, bitch, we dropped 2.
Hilgenstock says the problem is rampant, and current ways of dealing with it are nowhere near enough.
It's very difficult for enforcing authorities to investigate and to determine if a violation actually took place here. And what we're thinking about here is original
Russia's
sales
going to win this war with bureaucracy,
bank transactions, related customs declarations that allow enforcing agencies to determine at what price actually this cargo was sold. Right now, you only have this attestation, which is essentially a one-page document on which someone says this was sold at price cap or below, and then signs. And that is entirely inadequate.
So there's Russia itself and the various companies providing dodgy services to help it evade the price cap.
Sell it for whatever
but what
you
about
want.
sanctioning
There's
the likes
no
of China or
what
India, who buy so much of the oil?
We should remember that nobody wants to be sanctioned by the US or Europe. This is very costly for anybody who wants to work in the global market. And so I think...
Slav Hunta, Yaroslav Hunka, I don't know. I don't know if I fully agree with you there. The United States does seem to be fully complicit with Israel's attempt at ethnic cleansing. There's no doubt about it. Joe Biden just said a couple days ago, I'm a Zionist. It's okay. It's all right, buddy. And the Republicans over here passing bills equating Zionism with Judaism, which is anti-Semitic. So, yeah, there's a complicity there. It's the West would prefer it to not be an ethnic cleansing genocide, though. That's where it gets complicated. It's not like kill them all, yeah. It's like, oh boy, it's not gonna be good. Ooh, my poll numbers. Ooh, geez, but I can't say no to Israel. Ooh, go, geez. Yeah, it's politics. It's real politic, right?
The Western coalition should do more about. And remember, oil price cap is designed in such a way that it's good for Indian buyers or Chinese buyers.
In theory, it is in India's interests to pay less for Russia's oil. They could potentially tell Russia that fear of sanctions means they won't pay above the cap. But there are clear reasons why sanctions against India or China are unlikely.
Europe doesn't want to sanction China because Europe wants to play this role of a good cop, because US, you have a bipartisan consensus to be a bad cop vis-a-vis China. US doesn't want to sanction India because India is an important counterweight in the standoff between US and China. So we don't see unity within Western coalition to go this way.
In the nearly 2 years since Putin's troops poured across Ukraine's borders, the Russian economy has been hit with a wave of unprecedented sanctions. At times, its military campaign has floundered. It's been written off.
But it's still going.
I like his hair.
And the huge increase in the defense budget suggests Putin still has serious means at his disposal.
With Putin in charge, with this openly repressive regime in charge, I think they will manage, as long as economy is not in ruins, which is not the case and is not the forecast for the time being. 2% here, 5% there is not going to break the political equilibrium.
We should dispense with the notion that sanctions alone can end this war because they mean that Russia can no longer finance its war expenditures. I don't think that's realistic. Ultimately, we're also talking about a dictatorship, and if you prioritize conducting this war over everything else, then you can shift expenditures.
Yeah.
Given the limited battlefield progress for Ukraine recently
I was talking about.
and doubts over continued Western support, pressure is on to show that sanctions still matter.
I don't think any of these developments or measures taken by themselves
but it's not going to work by
determine
itself.
Russia's ability to conduct this war. It just makes it increasingly more painful, and that's why we should keep working on making sure that the energy sanctions regime remains effective.
Those who know Russia and Putin best say that no amount of financial hardship will make him stop.
Yeah.
The war is not going as they planned, but I think they have no doubts in their mind that they need to continue this war, and he will continue the war until his last breath.
Yeah, it seems to be that's the case.
A sobering thought for those willing Ukraine to succeed, but also a call to action to keep targeting Putin's and Russia's most powerful weapon.
Poor people that they could dump into the front line, that seems to be their most precious commodity.
That's it for this episode of Business.
I mean, Lenny, I as well. I mean, I had higher hopes as well, but it's a very complicated system, and the fact is they're selling that good shit. It's the one thing every country would love, as much of as possible and as cheap as possible, and Russia's got it. Russia's got oceans of oil, ocean. So I've kind of avoided. Oh God, what's this? Is that Amanpour? Is that Christine Amanpour? She's a terrible journalist. Yep, yeah, it's her. This is the tipping point where the United States, Ukraine, and everybody loses. Russia expert and former U.S. National Security Council official Fiona Hill says delayed aid for Ukraine is a winning ticket for Putin. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Totally agree with that. Dumping badly outgunned waves of soldiers at the enemy is how they took Stalingrad. True. Yeah, the weather wasn't doing Germany any favors, but it was just the fact that, and like it was kind of a similar strategy with Napoleon as well. Just backing up, stretching it out, backing up. Yeah, sure, take Moscow. It's not really yours. You're just borrowing it. Lighting everything on fire as they back up. But yeah, no, Russia's abundance is it can keep it up, and the people are apathetic. Your average Russian citizen is either supportive of it or is the youth, because that 1420 YouTube channel does a really good job of doing people on the ground interviews, and there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, this is pointless, but a lot, there's no point in standing up. It is literally a lose-lose proposition to stand up and oppose this. You get fired from your job, you get harassed by the government, you get nothing happens, no revolution happens. It's full lockdown. You basically just get put on a list and then harassed the rest of your life, and Putin's going nowhere. He's going fucking nowhere. So it's like a lose-lose situation if you're a Russian citizen to stand up against this. With that said, those people on the street interviews of Russians is really fascinating. They're like, yeah, this is totally pointless. A lot of them. Then you some old people, even some young people, that are like pro, let's get all the Ukrainians. It's our land. God damn it. Can you guys look, if you're going to post a link, post some frickin' context. Tell me what the link is. So what the hell is this? I don't know what the hell this is. You got to tell me what this shit is, man. All right, so we got to cover this. I've been avoiding it because it's just so fucking depressing. But Ukraine wins EU membership talks, but loses $50 billion in aid. So you got just money. Just no one wants to give money. No, all the money is done. It's just all that. Just one massacre in Israel later, and it's all over. There's been a blockade on the border between Poland and Ukraine for a long time. That's fucking great. That's just great. Lots of good news today out of Ukraine. All right, let's get it here. DW with the report. Bullshit.
Charles Michel has scheduled a new summit in January to discuss financial aid for Ukraine after Hungary's Prime Minister vetoed a plan to send another 50 billion euros to Kyiv. Viktor Orban blocked the move at the European Union leaders' meeting in Brussels and later suggested that Hungary should first receive the EU funds he believes it deserves. The European Commission has withheld billions from Hungary over concerns about rule of law in the country. Mr. Orban went on to say that he can still stop Kyiv from joining the bloc, despite yesterday's agreement to start talks on the issue. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said enduring support for Ukraine would send a strong message to the Kremlin.
Ukraine has not only taken a major step forward on its path towards the European Union, it can continue to rely on our support. The Russian ruler is only waiting for Europe's resolve to weaken. He is counting on our commitment to Ukraine to slacken.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Putin is very much mistaken, for we will do whatever it takes for Ukraine, for as long as it takes.
Prove it.
Well, our Brussels bureau chief, Alexandra von Namen, has been following those leaders' talks. Welcome, Alexandra. The German Chancellor's words that we heard just then, very reassuring, but contradicted, surely, by the EU's actions. Yes to talks about joining the bloc, which could take decades, while Hungary stands in the way of extra funds for Ukraine.
Oh, that's right. That's what's I've heard about. I remember reporting on that, actually. Yeah, because Ukraine is affecting the price of grain. And that's pissing off, is that Hungarian farmers then? That's affecting Hungarian farmers? Yeah. That could be so easily smoothed over with someone's fat paycheck, some country's fat wallet. Really? We're having a problem with this? Subsidize this shit or something. Give those farmers some money. What the fuck are we talking about?
Right now.
Well, you're right, Phil, especially when we consider that it took a trick, a workaround to reach the agreement on the accession talks. It was legitimate and legal and still a workaround. And it was Olaf Scholz's idea to ask Viktor Orban, the Hungarian Prime Minister, to step out of the room and have a coffee while the other leaders can go on and vote on the accession talks without facing the Hungarian veto. And Olaf Scholz said that that should be not the new normal. And the question, of course, is how the leaders are going to deal with...
Were they helping him save face? Is that what they were doing?
The other blockade by the Hungarian government, them blocking the long-term aid for Ukraine.
Okay, so the Kremlin has now praised Viktor Orban's stance. So perhaps you can give us an idea of what Mr. Orban has been saying and what he wants.
Well, the Kremlin praised Viktor Orban for defending the interests of the Hungarian people, as they put it, and they indicated that they think that the European Union and all the other leaders, they are hurting the interest of their people by helping Ukraine and by opening the accession talks with Kyiv. And that is what the Kremlin very often does, that they exploit existing divisions, they try to drive a wedge between partner countries, and they play on fears and concerns of the European people. And still, we cannot just dismiss it as a pure propaganda, because the Kremlin really views Viktor Orban as its ally in Europe. He has repeatedly blocked or delayed measures that would hurt Russia, and he has been increasingly being criticized as Putin's agent in Europe, something that Budapest denies. And still, fact is that Viktor Orban's actions and decisions undermine the European Union's unity in the face of Russia's war on Ukraine.
Thank you for that. DW Brussels Bureau Chief Alexandra von Namen.
What can the EU do about it?
Well, that agreement to begin membership talks is a bit of welcome news for Kyiv. Here's how some Ukrainians have been reacting.
Oh, here we go. Ukrainian
a
man on the street
diplomatic
interview.
win amid a stalemate on the battlefield. As Ukraine endures another winter at war with Russia, progress in joining the EU is a boost to morale on the streets of Kyiv.
Thank you for that link, Chem Goblin. Good to know.
It is a very important decision. It proves that a big team of Ukrainians in embassies are working.
Yeah, Zeoduke, yeah.
They don't
Double-edged
sleep at
sword.
night to make sure we get to this result. That's why I believe it's a very good decision. It is another step forward towards our victory. I certainly want Ukraine to be with the European Union. I don't want my children to know what war is. If we are not with the European Union, I personally think that the war can repeat again and again.
It proves Ukraine's civilized choice, which will ultimately lead to a break of ties with Moscow. Ukraine will finally join the family of European nations.
Yeah,
Ukraine
like
has wanted to
Mina
join the
fucking thing.
EU for years, but it still faces a lengthy process to align laws and standards with
it's
the
going to
bloc.
take a long ass time.
But the agreement to even begin talks is being
looks
seen
cold.
as a win by President Volodymyr Zelensky.
This is a truly remarkable result for Ukraine and for Europe. Another step towards Ukraine's membership of the EU. Now, in Ukraine, many people are in high spirits and it's important, it's motivating. I congratulate all of you on what's been achieved by all of us who, through the unity of Ukraine, are strengthening the unity of Europe.
The biggest obstacle to
it's not
Ukraine's
happening for
membership
years,
is
guys.
Hungary's Prime Minister, Viktor Orban.
It's
He's
not happening for years. And what are these cowards going to say if Putin succeeds and Ukraine doesn't exist at all? What are you just going to? Oh well, we just don't talk about that anymore. Are they really going to let that happen? These look at him. Look at this well-fed pork boy over here. Oh, I'm not helping. I'm not Putin's stooge. I just do everything I can to hinder helping Ukraine. Why? Arbitrarily.
Already blocked EU aid funding and is threatening to veto the membership
He's
process
happy. He's
at
comfortable.
any time, leaving Ukraine
Playing
with a
the
long
game.
and challenging road ahead.
Gotta stop
Let's
voting
bring in our
cowards
correspondent Nick Conley
into
in
office.
Kyiv. Welcome, Nick. So tell us more about what people are saying about this EU summit.
Well, Ukraine didn't get everything that it hoped for. This is certainly bittersweet to an extent, but it has to be said the most important thing was that promise of eventual membership. There's significant fear here in Kiev that Ukraine will be fobbed off with some kind of second-class status, some kind of partnership that might see money flowing this way, but
did they
not the
honestly
full
think that they were gonna get
guarantee
membership?
of that integration with the bloc, something that's seen as crucial for Ukraine's economic recovery as soon as
That
the
wasn't
military situation stabilizes, at least. So there's a real sense of relief, and there's an expectation that that money will come, that eventually, that new meeting planned for the early next year will arrive. And it has to be said, in terms of the money, this is all pretty long to medium-term stuff. Ukraine is not immediately at risk of going bankrupt. Of course, this money is crucial. The money promised is more than
They don't have the
Ukraine
cojones.
is set to need to make up the shortfall next year. Obviously, it's planned for several years, but it is of such a
They say that they're not intimidated by Putin, but then they dance around it.
magnitude that it is, crucial to Ukraine's balancing its books. But for now, it seems, for Volodymyr Zelensky, this was much-needed good news and something that Ukrainians can feel good about after a fairly grim couple of weeks that we've just seen.
OK, so Viktor Orban notwithstanding, it's a long old road towards EU membership, something like 10 years. So what sort of homework has Brussels set Kyiv?
So there's the normal stuff in terms of harmonising standards, making sure Ukrainian laws are the same as European Union kind of directives. That is all to be expected. And I think most of that is pretty easy to do. It is a question of just lots of laborious legal work in Parliament, making sure that all stacks up. The more problematic issue is obviously corruption. That has long been the main criticism from Western supporters of Ukraine, that not enough has been done to make the judiciary independent and to really crack down, especially on kind of top-level corruption, VIP people with the access to top political figures who have historically got away from any kind of judicial persecution in this country. I think it has also to be said that this is about the EU's readiness to take on Ukraine. We've seen a lot of weariness in Western capitals about the kind of unwieldiness of the bloc now at its current size. And in recent weeks, we've seen significant kind of pushback from farmers in Slovakia and Poland, scared of competition from Ukrainian grain coming in, from truck drivers scared about more competitive Ukrainian companies coming into their market. So I think it's a kind of two-way process. And there is going to be a big issue for these Eastern European countries who historically have been the biggest beneficiaries of EU aid, having maybe now to compete for Ukraine for all that money coming from Brussels.
Okay, thanks for that, Nick. DW correspondent.
Just like 6 months ago, the West, felt, like the West Alliance, felt so strong and unified in its support for Ukraine, and now, I mean, it's like, don't you have military advisors telling you, oh yeah, well the Russians, they've had time to install mines and dig trenches, and it's going to be a slog, and you should prepare your messaging. But no, they were just like, oh, we're going to get them, we're going to get them, we're going to get them. They go along with the media narrative, and because it sounds good, and now they look like total fools. Because it's not like they promised it was going to be over in 6 months, but there was an implication there. There wasn't enough communication done to, kind of prepare people for the reality of the battlefield reality of what Ukraine was facing. You prepare your messaging. What? That's way too much to ask. Well, I just feel like, they could have avoided looking like they don't know what they're doing. They probably could have avoided that. And Lorano, I'm having a hard time reading you, buddy. I can see that it's English is your second language, but I think I kind of see what you're saying. So Orban left the room when we voted. The EU official explains how decision to open accession talks with Ukraine was made. I think this article is from Davy. Source, senior EU official spoke on condition of anonymity, as reported by European Pravda. Several European Council officials claim that Orban deliberately left the meeting during the vote. The main thing is that no one opposed this decision. Thus, the European Union agreed on the decision to open negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova and to grant Georgia candidate status. So what was the reason? Did Ukraine lose because we abandoned them, or did we abandon them because they lost? Chicken or egg? They haven't lost, and they haven't been abandoned. So we're not there yet. But if this, if this, because there was a big redirection of funds, and there's been a big delay of future funds. If this were to continue for the next couple of months, then we will see the dividends of those decisions start to affect the frontline battlefield reality. It already is starting to affect the battlefield reality with artillery guns having to be more picky and choosy about their targets because they're running out of ammo. So legally, this is absolutely in line with the rules, so he's allowed to do this. Why is everyone okay with this? Leaders of every EU state voted in favor of opening accession negotiations. So it was happening. It was definitely, it happened, but they let him leave so that he could save. I mean, come on. What are we talking about here? What is this? So he could keep Daddy Putin happy? Yeah, logistics is the number one most important thing in a war, it seems. I do agree, Onion. Like, the more I watch these, like, war documentaries, it's all about logistics. Russia controlled 20% of territory. Ukraine only 2 year Robatna towns. Ukrainian win and Bakhmut Russian win. Interesting. Okay. Did Ukraine lose? Some context, I guess. For what? What are you talking about, Davin? You got to give me more explanation of these links, guys.
Yeah, okay. The story. Oh, okay. Thank you. Let's see here. In terms of the motivations, Scholz explains how he distracted Orban from voting against Ukraine. German Chancellor confirmed the story, which had previously been leaked in the media, about the circumstances under which Orban left the room so that the remaining 26 EU leaders were able to approve the start of the negotiations with Ukraine. Scholz said he suggested that Orban take a short break to enable EU membership status to reach an agreement on accession talks with Ukraine. After a short reflection, the Hungarian Prime Minister agreed, and then we took the decision. So he was like, I'm going to lose. This allows me... So it is. It's so he could save face. Quote from Scholz, this veto cannot be overridden every time by going out the door. This is for special moments. What a... what? This is... Okay. Okay. So Orban's a bitch. And he doesn't want to, what, look bad to Pooty Poot. Scholz emphasized that Orban's exit was not a trick, but an offer of help. Yeah, so it was allowing him to save face. This is a decision that we made by mutual agreement in accordance with our rules, but it's not what we must do every time. Yeah, okay. What, because he's your buddy? And how pathetic, how pathetic. Oh, he's got to, you know... It's a negative for him to help Ukraine keep its existence. What? Whatever, dude. If he stayed, he could veto it completely. I see. And he doesn't want to, he could do a present vote, but he didn't want to do a present vote. So it basically allows him to, you know, say, oh, it was a trick. It was a trick. They tricked me. When if he gets pushback from Putin and whatever. Weasel is right, Lenny. That is it. Welcome back, Al Rakabi. All right, this is a shocking video. I can't show you the whole thing. So if you want to see the whole video here, Pro Pootler. Absolutely shocking video. So what we're going to see here are, I mean, we see Ukrainians do the same thing, quite frankly, with Russian POWs. We saw that amazing footage with one of the Ukrainians tricking one of the Russians into thinking that he had some kind of explosive tied to his back, and it was really a stick. He's like, I got an explosive tied to you, and I got a remote trigger. Okay, it's armed. And it was literally just a fucking wooden stick. So we've seen, the Ukraine does that with Russians, at least in the footage that I've seen. They did that so that they would point out any mines and so that they could point out the location of trench works. Yeah, I know the terrain is really rough. So, but they don't, I've never seen footage of Ukrainians using Russians as human shields in a firefight. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, because I mean, if the Ukrainians are willing to use Russians to, show us where the trenches are and, and trick them into thinking that they got a grenade or something on their back. But this is an example of, and apparently this is like violating several Geneva Conventions, like it matters. This is the Russians using, in a firefight with Ukrainian soldiers, using Ukrainian POWs as human shields in a firefight with other Ukrainian soldiers. And then the most despicable part, free Israel from the extreme right-wing government of Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir. Yeah, I agree. Hey, what a message. I agree with that message. Cats. Israel should free itself from the extremist Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir government. I agree. But in truly the part that I can't show you is that what I don't know what happened. A Ukrainian was moving in a direction or something, and he's just gunned down by one of the Russians mercilessly. So let's go ahead and watch this footage up to a certain point. Yeah, because if you free yourself of the Bibi Netanyahu government and Ben Gvir, you could also, start real negotiations with the Palestinians instead of brutally victimizing the entire country and ethnically cleansing the whole region, replacing it with extremist settlers. You could actually start a real negotiation instead of just what we have now. Extremists. So it's kind of hard to tell, but what we see here, we see Ukrainians right here, and I think there's some other Ukrainians. I think maybe this guy right here, or maybe no, this guy right here. They are POWs. Yeah, Lorano. Yeah, you're doing the best you can. I can kind of get what you're saying, bud. Thank you, Lorano. Appreciate your comment. So yeah, so as you can see here, it's obviously not translated in English here, but he's shooting. This is a gunfight with Ukrainians that are over on the right side here, over where my head is. So this is not them like, show us where the mines are. This is, we're moving forward on a trench location, and they're using Ukrainian POWs as human shields. Oh no, that's okay, Kim Goblin. You don't have to. We get the gist. So yeah, these two guys right here, I think, are POWs. Starlin. So that was a grenade. Maybe from Russia, maybe from Ukraine. I think it was a Ukrainian grenade. Okay, so here we get to the point where I can't show you what happens, but basically there's a Ukrainian here. He starts running or walking to the left, and the Russian soldier over here just shoots him in the back, kills him instantly. Not exactly sure what happened, why, if he was running, whatever, but just disgusting behavior from the Russian military. Russia, get out of Ukraine. Fuck you, Putin. Russia thinks, the reason why Russia thinks it can get away with committing war crimes, because, what is a war crime? What does it matter? There's no enforcement. And there's like the entire idea of international law is in question. Like Putin is putting the entire system in question. And right now he's getting away with it. If you want to see the whole video right here, you're welcome to do it. But this is absolutely certain. I mean, I think last not yesterday, but the stream, last weekend, showed video of Russians shooting completely unarmed, hands in the air, Ukrainian POWs, just gunning them down in cold blood. It's absolutely happening. All right, so we had some confusion about what the hell's going on the front lines here. So let's go ahead and run on over to Reporting from Ukraine. Great channel. Heavily recommend you like and subscribe. Reporting from Ukraine to get the skinny on what the battlefield reality is happening. Hopefully he will tell us a little bit more about Avdiivka. Hopefully. Well, we went after Crimea. Crimea, too. He took Crimea. Obama let him do it. Obama pussed out.
Day 660. Today there is a lot of news from the southeast. Here, Ukrainian forces conducted a massive missile strike on the main Russian bases in southeastern Ukraine. The goal of this campaign was to undermine the Russian offensive capabilities, because as mentioned last time, Russian forces decided to launch multiple offensive operations along the Eastern Front to seize the theater-wide initiative. According to the latest updates, Russian forces identified 5 main directions, namely the Kupiansk, Liman, Bakhmut, Avdiivka and Kurakhova directions. Geolocated footage from these regions confirms that Ukrainians are facing intense assaults, where Russians are sending company-sized infantry units, each reinforced with a dozen tanks and armored fighting vehicles.
They're getting fucking shredded.
However, this heavy use of equipment and personnel also means that Russian logistics are running at their maximum capacity to maintain the offensive posture and the pace of the operations. Any damage to the Russian logistics, therefore, will cause disproportionate disruptions to their offensive operations and alleviate the pressure on the Ukrainian defenses. The first target of the Ukrainian missile strike became Donetsk. Here, Ukrainians destroyed a Russian fuel depot in the southeastern part of the city. Russian sources claim that the strike was conducted with HIMARS and that at least 2 rockets managed to pass the Russian air defense and hit the target.
Welcome,
this
Domino,
is already
big
the second
boy.
destroyed fuel depot in Donetsk over the last week. Taking into account that Ukrainians also destroyed a massive ammunition depot last week, we can see that Ukrainians are helping Russians to deprioritize this direction faster.
It's currently
Given
working,
that Russians are
Tisrael.
already rationing
That's
their
the
use of
problem.
heavy equipment in the Avdiivka direction, the destruction of one more base will put even more strain on the use of armor. The second target became Mariupol, which is one of the main logistical hubs for the Kurakhova direction. According to the latest reports, Ukrainians struck multiple military objects at once. The first one was the concrete factory, which Russians were using as a warehouse for heavy equipment, while the second one was the port city area,
Lorano,
which Russians used as a base for their air defense systems. Russian sources reported that Ukrainians conducted this strike with HIMARS and used ATACMS missiles.
Chem Goblin is correct.
The third target became Henichesk, which was previously the safest and most important Russian logistical hub in the Kherson region.
I mean, Tisrael, their strategy is not about gains. It's about time. And it's working right now. I mean, it's like right now is like is it going to work or not? Right? Because right now it's working. The delays to the funding, right? Delays to membership, delays. And if Putin can stretch it out, you know, we're like, if there was one more global conflict of some sort, like if shit were to start popping off with Iran, Putin might be able to just seal the deal on this. Just waiting out the West.
In fact, Russians even closed Arabat Spit and allowed to use the road exclusively for military purposes until Ukrainians destroyed all bridges with Storm Shadow missiles. Still, the warehouses and bases remained, and Russians continued to use them, which is why today it suffered a massive strike. Russian sources reported that they intercepted 15 missiles. The available footage, however, shows the interception of one missile and captures how some missiles reach their targets.
Iran
Ukrainians also struck
not
3 more
totally
targets
tied
in
up with
Crimea.
Gaza.
Even though Crimea is seemingly too far from the Eastern Front, where Russians are conducting their offensive operations, it is still a very important logistical hub that Russians extensively rely on. Crimea has a direct railway connection to mainland Russia, which is also very far from the front line, allowing Russians to move in and accumulate forces in many different bases and cities, such as Kerch, Jankoy, Sevastopol, and all military bases and warehouses along the railways that connect these cities.
Blow this shit up!
It's been a while since Ukrainians hit the Russian railway bridge near Chonhar, which likely means that Russians have restored the connection to the Ukrainian railway system and are actively sending more forces to the front.
What are we doing?
The targets of the Ukrainian strike became Sevastopol, Jankoy, and Chernomorsk. What is interesting is that 2 days prior to the strike, the Ukrainian partisan group Atesh conducted reconnaissance near the Russian airfield in Jankoy and identified multiple valuable targets, such as radars.
Zeoduke, great point.
When it comes to Chernomorsk, Russian forces have one of the main air defense bases here, so Ukrainians likely attempted to target them to aggravate the shortage of air defense systems on the front even more. In Sevastopol, the Russian air defense was actively shooting down Ukrainian drones. So far the details are unknown, but it is possible that it was a decoy. Overall, the recent Ukrainian missile strikes across southeastern Ukraine represent an attempt to disrupt Russian logistics and offensive capabilities. Targeting key locations, these strikes have not only damaged critical infrastructure, but also imposed additional strain on Russian forces that are already stretched by their multi-directional offensives. The destruction of fuel depots, ammunition warehouses, and logistical hubs has potentially altered the operational landscape, offering Ukrainian forces a window to relieve pressure on their defenses and possibly improve their tactical position.
Oh, that just missed.
In light of the Christmas season,
look at the drip! Look at the drip! Make sure you get yourself some exclusive reporting from Ukraine drip. He's got the hot products, folks. He's got that hot shit. Get it today. Like and subscribe. Please help out Reporting from Ukraine. Great resource. Absolutely lovely resource. Thank you so much, Reporting from Ukraine. Yeah, that's a great point, Zeoduke. Yeah. Then to say, hey guys, it's still good. You can go to the front line, freeze now.
war of attrition. Yeah, I agree with those comments. Yeah, I mean, what Ukraine has achieved is nothing short of fantastic. Okay, this is coming from a rookie, amateur, armchair general here. But from my opinion, the very fact that it's, that Russia is not in Kyiv right now is a victory. And that's always been the case since day one. Well, not day one, but, But it's, I mean, the damage done to the reputation of the Russian military cannot be understated. Capitalism at its finest. I love how he says, doesn't he say "Make America Great Again"? Or he says "Make America Great." Very prolific. I hate that game, though. That game sucks. Metal Gear Revengeance. I'm sorry, it's a shitty game. It's way too fiddly. God Hand is a game that shows you how you do a complicated combat that demands precise movement and precise inputs. Metal Gear Revengeance is like, you have to be frame perfect every attack. It's fucking bullshit. Okay, I said it, dude. Hot take. For one whole year, the Zoomers talked about Metal Gear Revengeance like it's a good game because it's, the cutscenes are very memeable. The game sucked. It was, a very cool, had some cool technology. Barren ass environments. Oh man, I put the work in. I figured out the timing, Zeo Duke. Okay. The different things you could do with the sword. Game sucks. All right, folks. That's my Ukraine coverage. End it with a review of Metal Gear Revengeance. The cutscenes are cool, though. But no, I mean, I still fully support Ukraine, and the world needs to get off its duff. This is not just about Ukraine. This is about Taiwan, but this is bigger than Ukraine. And, this is, we can't allow empires to get away with this new neo-colonial style of conquering. We cannot allow this. Oh, but the U.S. gets away. The U.S. is not the police of the world. I agree. And I think the United States, Barack Obama, and George Bush, and all the U.S. presidents that are still alive need to go to The Hague immediately and start their investigations. That's really the only way for these international bodies to have any legitimacy. If you think about it, it's got to start with the United States. But I guess it's the devil. It's the devil you're dealing with. I don't know. I'd rather deal with reforming the U.S. government than having to fight for my liberties from a Chinese or Russian empire. But I don't know. It's, the devil's in the details. Devil's in the details, right? Because one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. But I feel very confident saying that we don't want to set an example of this succeeding. Oh, yeah, talking about Zelensky, that interview with Letterman. Yeah, that was cool. Good interview. I'm not a big fan of David Letterman, though. I think Dave Letterman's a bit of a rich elitist, but Zelensky's got to, do that interview, boy. Did I spell that correctly? Palestine. That's basically how you do it, right? Yeah, Palestine. Oh boy, here we go. Thanks, Kissing Gonzo. Thank you, Kissing Gonzo. Thank you. What's the best government there is? Is it Sweden? Oh, it's close. Palestine. No, it's spelled Palestine. Sweden's a pretty good example. Norway, Sweden, those are, the happiness scale through the charts. It's a good start. Good start. We should definitely be emulating them more. Oh, we're too big. We're too big. No, we're not too big to care about human beings. We're too big to care. No, that's ridiculous. Wanted to show this and start off with something, a little lighter, but your boy Sharp, number one in the house, Sean Bean over here, showing up, participating in a pro-Palestine protest in Canada. Love to see it. And I just wanted to show a clip from my favorite thing that he's in. It's a show called Sharp. He did it when he was very young. And this is one of my favorite scenes. Sean Bean. You don't know who Sean Bean is? You don't know Sean Bean? He was in GoldenEye. But this is one of my favorite scenes from Sharp. And this, it really is like, if you want to know how to be a man, delete the Andrew Tate in your life and put some Sharp in your life. Okay? Because Sharp can give you, the entire show can give you a blueprint on how to stand up and be a real goddamn man who protects the weak, who promotes liberty and equality. He's the kind of man we should be emulating, not these social media cowards. Davey, Davey, we got to get you fucked up, man. We got to, for a whole month. I want to be trapped in a cabin with Davey, playing Smash Brothers, watching movies, and smoking blunts, just to open your mind, taking mushrooms. It's gonna trap him, just hippie freak him out. But no, this is a great scene from Sharp, and this tells you everything about the man. This quote right here. This is great.
What's that, Sharp?
It's a shilling, sir.
The King shilling, Sharp. Our last shilling. London's late, the army's broke, and we owe the lads 2 months' wages. Next week it'll be 3. Bad for the morale. And more of our Spanish irregular support will melt away without cash. What do you do when you're short of cash, Sharp?
Do without, sir.
Isn't that brilliant? What do you do when you're short of cash, Sharp?
Melt away without cash. What do you do when you're short of cash, Sharp?
Do without, sir.
You do without.
You borrow.
He goes, you borrow.
Richard.
You borrow. But no, that tells you everything about the man. Like, yeah, we don't have it. We do without. We figure it out. We don't, he doesn't rack up excessive debts. It's not even in his calculation. He's like, well, we figure it out. We tough it out. We work together and we do without. Brilliant show. Like I said, if you want the blueprint on how to be a proper man, on how to actually be a man, watch Sharp. Absolutely exquisite show. And you got the man himself, Sean Bean, over here, pro-Palestine protest. Absolutely badass. No, it's not a documentary. No. We do without. We accept reality, right? It's, and yeah. And he's like, well, because the guy who he's talking to is a spy.
Do without, sir.
That's a general or something, but he's a spy. He's playing a spy. So he's like, no, there's other ways around it, but it just shows the kind of guy that he is, and God, he's just great. Trust me. You want to see Elizabeth Hurley's tits? And Elizabeth Hurley, anybody? Okay. We'll get, yeah. It's like when she was 19 or 20, dude. And for no reason she has to get her tits out. It's totally unnecessary. But she's in it. Link. Look it up. Sharp. Elizabeth Hurley. Look it up. But no, she's a splendid actress and she's beautiful, so check her out. So fuck around and find out. Does anyone remember Elon Musk and his Starlink fucking over Ukraine, actively subverting an attempted assault? No, Elizabeth Hurley is beautiful. I am a slob. But no, we saw Elon Musk and his Starlink actively subvert an attempted, attack, that would have been successful against Russia. So they shut it down. CEO Duke, I didn't know about that. But yeah, we saw Starlink shut it down. During the attack, Ukraine's drones losing access to the internet. So now what do we see? SpaceX blasts the FCC as it refuses to reinstate Starlink's $886 million grant. Wow, what's up with this capitalist over here that requires almost is that almost $1 billion? Just under $1 billion of government money? Gee, why does Elon Musk spends $1 billion every day on terrible decisions? How come our taxpayer dollars is paying for Elon Musk and his successful business operations? Wasn't this shut up, CEO Duke? God damn, dude. You're just making my sexism worse. Reinstate, like they had the grant, then it was taken away. Yeah, because they're not performing. Poland funded more than half of Starlink terminals in Ukraine? No kidding, Juke. Very interesting. I did not know that. Exactly. Elon's the son of a bitch. 33 trillion debt, still handouts to Ukraine. Oh no. Do you think if we stop providing money to Ukraine that somehow your life is going to get better? Do you think that's how it works, jackass? That if we let Russia win, that's somehow going to make your shitty life any better? Is that what you think, jackass? Come one? What are you coming? Who's coming? What? So anyway, this is interesting. There's a little bit more detail in the article, of course, but let's just go to the short and long of it here. Reinstate ? Quote from the article: the agency qualified Starlink at the short form stage, but at the long form stage, the commission determined that Starlink failed to demonstrate that it could deliver the promised service. Yeah, I noticed you didn't answer my question and just gave me some stupid fucking response. You want to answer my question or? Anyway, just wanted to point this out. Elon Musk's Starlink crashing, and hopefully this affects them, but hopefully the whole company is bought or, by the government preferably, and the Ukrainians can expect, crystal clear internet service. Because like Starlink wasn't perfect, but it's enough for drones. It was enough to send it. It was enough data for drones to do their job. So hopefully Elon Musk is ejected from this calculation very soon, because I think there's a low Earth, satellites and stuff. I think that technology is very viable and it's very important and obviously very effective on the battlefield. So I don't think hopefully it just doesn't go away once Elon Musk goes away, or if he does, if Starlink goes away, hopefully there will be alternatives. But yeah, it's just can Ukraine catch a break? You know what I mean? Of all the motherfucking people on the motherfucking universe that has to get involved in this shit, it's got to be Elon Musk, one of the shittiest human beings to walk planet Earth right now. Can Ukraine catch a break? That had nothing to do with Palestine. Why was that in my Palestine section? And I didn't even notice that until just now. I'm on autopilot. I didn't even notice that wasn't a Palestinian story until just now. Okay. But, okay, back to Palestine. That had nothing to do with Gaza. Forced out of SpaceX, the DoD demands that he is replaced to renew the. I would agree, Davey. I think the DoD should really step up the pressure to get Elon out of this calculation. Okay, so I wanted to talk about Onion. I don't know about that, buddy. I think the resource question is a cherry on top. But have you watched any Vlad Vexler, Onion? I would recommend you check out Vlad Vexler's YouTube channel, so that you can get a better idea of what Putin's motivations are, because his motivations are actually pretty funky. You might want to check that out. But so the first half of this is going to be coverage on the IDF's direct assault on civilians. And if you've been following Palestine and the IDF and Israel for some time, this probably won't surprise you, but the IDF indiscriminately kills civilians all the time. And just recently, the IDF killed 3 Israeli hostages that were waving a white flag, no weapons, they were shirtless, no bombs, and they're just shot up. It's kind of the it's the standard operating procedure. Well, Marx, Vlad Vexler is a very smart, well-read academic person, so I can see why someone like you would disagree with him, because he doesn't agree with your shitty communist leanings, your shitty tanky leanings. So I can see why a character like you would disagree with Vlad Vexler, who is he's extremely well-read, sourced. He's a fucking political philosopher, for God's sakes. Extremely academic. He lived in Russia for a portion of his life. He has insights not too many other commentators could provide, but yeah, he disagrees with tanky commie bullshit. So I could see why someone like you would not like him. You're dead wrong. You sound butthurt, in fact. You tankies, man, just give it up. Drop the Soviet Union. No one thinks it's cool. That hammer and sickle shit wasn't cool. It was like barely cool in the 80s for like 5 minutes. No one thinks the fucking commie shit's cool, man. If you want Marx to be legitimate, you got to drop the tanky shit. Because Marx is relevant. Marx is relevant. But you social media tankies out here making them look bad. Making them look really bad. Can't have a legitimate conversation about Marx nowadays because of you people. You tankies. Out here shitting on people like Vlad Vexler. Are you joking? Vlad Vexler? Absolutely legitimate source. He doesn't agree with being a tanky communist. Not like your boy Richard Wolff, huh? Skates that fine line. Bet you're a big fan of Richard Wolff, aren't you, Marx? In Recreation. Zeoduke, people are welcome to raid me, but look, I'm not comfortable with the idea of raiding. I don't want to force you guys to watch some other person. If you want to watch some other person, you feel free to do so. I don't know. I feel like it's like, I don't know. I'm not a 13-year-old. We're not playing Counter-Strike and we're like trolling each other. This is politics. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. Doesn't seem right. You're making a lot of assumptions based on my name. I sure am. It's not just your name, though. You're a regular customer on the News Underground. You're a regular troll. I've gotten to know you quite well, buddy. Your opinions are ass 50% of the time at least. You got a strong membership on my shit list, Marx and Recreation. So no, it's not just your name. It's your prior comments. Anyway, you're fine. You're fine, though. You're fine. But you're going to come out swinging against Vlad Vexler, talk shit against my boy Vlad Vexler. You can expect some pushback on that shit. Vlad Vexler is a goddamn treasure. So I'm not gonna accept slander on Vlad unless you got some motherfucking proof. Anyway, back to what I'm saying here. The first half of this coverage is going to be about the indiscriminate violence against civilians that the IDF commits and has committed in the past and will continue to commit, seemingly. And then the second half is just going to be more general information about what the situation is. Okay, Marks. All right. I see the reference. Okay, I see the reference. Fair enough. Okay. All right. If you're okay, you know, maybe you even watch him more regularly than I do, and maybe your criticisms hold more weight than I'm first assuming. So we'll see, though, because right now, I mean, honestly, I have a lot of respect for Vlad, and I think he's given us a very unique perspective on Putin's POV and his motivations. I've seen no reason why to disagree with him. I haven't heard any good rebuttals, at least. But yeah, so the IDF here, we're starting off with our IDF likes to kill civilians marathon with this story. I think this is from your boy Woke Patriot. That's why it says Jacobin up at the top. The Jacobins, if you don't remember, helped ruin the French Revolution with Maximilien Robespierre going power mad and lopping off heads left and right without actually creating a sensible government. And the Jacobins then they helped facilitate that, and they got a little power hungry, and the whole thing kind of fell apart. So I don't know why you would call your magazine Jacobin, and okay, but anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about my history of the Jacobins, but I've seen 2 documentaries now about the Jacobins, and it's like, these guys suck. They've ruined the French Revolution, in my opinion. Defensive campaign Israel could do to attack Hamas that would involve collateral damage. Fathad, I want to ask you a question. Why was the United States not successful in its destruction of ISIL, ISIS, and the Taliban? And why is Israel going to succeed where the United States isn't? Could you please answer that question for me? You know, basically, what is Israel going to do that the multi-trillion-dollar military apparatus of the United States wasn't capable of doing? So yeah, IDF, you know, shooting up hospitals, dude, shooting up civilians inside the hospitals. Israeli snipers have surrounded Gaza's Al Adwa hospital and are firing on the civilians trapped inside. I believe it. I believe it. The lack of public outcry suggests that some people are coming to accept Israel's horrific war crimes as a fact of life. I mean, that's really more opinion than fact. You got some polls? You got anything on that? You know, certainly feels like that, but seems like a lifetime. Okay, whatever. I mean, I don't have time to read this whole thing, but I just wanted to point. You know, I got several other stories to back this up, but this is actually par for the course for the IDF. Because the Taliban and ISIS weren't cornered off. In the case of Hamas, they're really, they're cornered off. Is that why all the major leaders of Hamas don't live in Gaza? Is that why they're cornered? Yeah. Okay. Fathad. Precisely, so easier and precisely destroy the large transitional organizations as ISIS or Taliban. Okay. Okay. So you're saying Israel needs to occupy every inch of the Gaza Strip, and that will, in effect, destroy all of Hamas. It won't, but okay, let's just go along with your theory. Israel fully covers the entire Gaza Strip, destroys every Hamas member. Is Israel's going to leave then, right? Right? Israel's going to leave. So, you know, what happens when, because the occupation isn't over, because the apartheid isn't over, because the West Bank is still a mess, there will be resistance, there will be Hamas. As soon as Israel leaves, there will be more resistance. Maybe they don't even call it Hamas. Maybe they call it fucking, you know, whatever, peanut butter and jelly. Whatever. There's a bunch of other resistance movements in Gaza, by the way. It's not just Hamas. Hamas too. So does Israel then hit the brakes and then head on back and reoccupy Gaza? Hamas and terrorists are neutralized. I could see Israel leaving. Right. So instead of ending the occupation, instead of ending the apartheid, instead of ending the settler violence in the West Bank, all Israel needs to do is fully occupy the Gaza Strip until all signs of resistance have been quelled, and then I assume maybe Israel should then give back the country to the Palestinians. Is that how that's going to work? You see how fucking stupid that sounds when you kind of, you know what I mean? Like, talk it out a bit. You see how fucking stupid that sounds? How implausible that is? Thank you for the follow, Domino Big Boy and Chess Hater? Got those meme explosions right there. But you see what I mean? How fucking stupid it sounds? Uh-oh, we got another follower from Gessie here. Another meme explosion. Some Bob Ross in there. You gotta love to see it. Oh, look at all those cool memes. Thank you for the follow. You're never going to destroy all of Hamas, even if you were to magically blink and snap your fingers Thanos style and make every Hamas member disappear. The root of the problem is the occupation. The root of the problem are the settlers in the West Bank. Without any discussion of ending that violence against the Palestinian people, all you're doing is just killing people. Oh, well, you know, there's no one to talk. You know, there's the PLO. We can't talk to them. It's hopeless. It's hopeless. This is the only choice. No, it isn't. You gotta love the argument. Like, oh no, the Palestinians are special. They're brutal and scary, and they'll all turn into jihadists the moment you take your eyes off them. They transform into deadly terrorists. Ridiculous, xenophobic, and quite frankly, racist. Palestinians deserve independence just as any other country, including the Israelis. Yeah, Zio Duke, it's true. All right, we got a lot to cover here. From the Times of Israel, once again, I don't need to read it. If you want to read it right here, it's just backing up what I'm saying. You know, it's the story that I'm talking about. We're gonna watch a video on it. IDF hostages were shirtless, waving white flag when soldiers opened fire, and the exact details were: so 3 of them were shouting in Hebrew, shirtless, waving white cloth on a stick. IDF soldiers immediately opened fire. Killed 2 of them instantly. The 3rd one, injured, ran into a bombed out building and started yelling in Hebrew. The commanding officer then sent out a command to stop shooting because he heard this guy shouting in Hebrew. The IDF soldiers continued to shoot and killed him. So they disobeyed an order. They were so bloodthirsty. Had to go. I don't care if he's speaking Hebrew. He was tainted by Hamas. He spent time with the terrorists, so he's got to. I mean, whatever the logic is, it's like that scene from Apocalypse Now with the puppy. You know, the little girl's hiding a puppy. You know, they think, oh, they're hiding weapons of their weapons against the U.S. troops, and they shoot up, they kill man, woman, and child. Oh, it's for a fucking puppy. Famous scene from Apocalypse Now. They were going towards them with a white flag. That's right. So this news has sparked protests. Hostages were holding white cloth on stick when Israeli forces shot them, Army says. So there are some protests now happening in Israel. Looks like. This page kind of changed on me. It morphed on me. There's the information that I was going to say is no longer here. Okay, whatever. It's just more source to reinforce what I'm talking about. So look, like I said, if you've been following Israel and the IDF and the crimes against the Palestinians for any amount of time, this is not news. But for a lot of people that are like, oh yeah, Israel deserves to defend itself and then shuts off their brain, this might be quite a shock to you that the IDF abuses and kills journalists intentionally, targeted and killed children, Palestinian children intentionally. are generally, you know, a full-blown authoritarian menace in these Palestinian areas. They treat them like animals.
Tetiği çekti. Silahın
So
ucu
this is a Palestinian journalist here.
ile vurdu. Muhtemelen evet.
Look at these big tough guys. Big
Müdahaleler
tough
tam
guys
olarak böyle oluyor.
rifle butting him. And if you've ever been hit with the butt of a rifle, it's not pleasant. It's not a pillow.
Değerli izleyenler. Bakın silahın tetiğini çekti. Vur beni dedi. Arkasını döndü.
Then he's like, I'm not a fucking terrorist. I'm not a, you know, I don't have no weapons. Look at me. I'm a journalist. I'm covered in cameras. Look at me. You know, you're fucking cowards. You're all pieces of shit, right? You know, I'd be pissed too. Yeah, talking all kinds of shit. Like they come up and look what they do. They do this with full impunity. They're not punished. They're only punished if it gets in the media, and it's like a little slap on the wrist.
Boğazını sıktı ve yere yatırdı.
This is how they've been treating the Palestinians for decades.
Görmüş olduğunuz gibi çok sert müdahaleler var.
This is how they
Çok
treat the
sert müdahaleler
Palestinians
var. Çok
for
sert müdahaleler var.
decades. Palestinian children, women have had to deal with this for decades.
İşte
This is
gazeteci,
not new.
Müslüman,
This isn't
sivil,
special.
ayırt etmeksizin buna benzer
This is
silah
how they
ucuyla çok
operate.
sert vurdu. Halil geri çek. Halil geri gel. Halil geri gel. Gel Halil.
It's not special. This is it, you know, it. The only thing different is that they feel more justified after the October 7th massacre. But yeah, here's the video I was talking about. Protests erupt in Israel after IDF says it mistakenly killed 3 hostages. Oh, and they're so sad. They're so sad. They're so broken up about it. They're so broken up about it, they doubled the amount of bombs that they dropped on potential hostages. I don't know. Why doesn't the IDF put some of these hostages on the roofs of these buildings? I don't understand that. I don't get that. You're not going to drop a bomb, you know, and like, you know, show some drone footage, you know, put a hostage right on top of the building. Maybe because like, well, then the IDF would target that building, you know, that's fine. Well, then you know where your enemy's going. You know, it's like, use these hostages smart. They suck. Hamas sucks. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, man. It's the worst representative the Palestinians could possibly get. The perfect boogeyman for Bibi Netanyahu. The perfect villain. Right out of a Die Hard movie. You know?
Has accidentally killed 3 of the hostages kidnapped by Hamas during its October 7 terror attacks. The 3 Israelis were reportedly shot after being mistaken as a threat by soldiers pursuing Palestinian militants in Gaza City. The loved ones of those kidnapped are demanding immediate return of the remaining hostages and say their safety must be prioritized over the fighting.
News of the hostage killings galvanised demonstrators in Tel Aviv. Roads were blocked as hundreds demanded.
Is this chess guy in the comments section unironically saying that when the right wing get in power that they're going to do something about Israel? No shit. No shit, huh? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Trump's all over it, honey. Definitely.
The safe return of those still in Gaza 10 weeks after they were kidnapped, with much of the anger directed at Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu.
I would say that he is responsible for everything that is happening, that happened, and is still happening. He has blood, a lot of blood on his hands, and he should resign now.
Israeli government, they said they do everything. They say that the hostages is first in the considerations.
I don't think so.
But it doesn't seem like this. It doesn't look like this.
Terrible tragedy, and I think a deal should have been made much.
I mean, it's. I'm not going to sit here and push back against. I mean, Joe Biden and Donald Trump and anybody that has any chance at the presidency is an absolute joke. So I can't disagree with that. But there's far too many bad actors that are like, oh, this would be much better under a Republican administration. There's zero proof of that. In fact, there's proof of the contrary. So that's kind of what I'm pushing back against, is this idea that, oh, we need a better leader, aka we need a right-wing conservative. Like that's somehow going to make anything better. You know, a bunch of fucking compromised pussies bending over and accepting, you know, dictatorships and friendships with some of the most horrid people on planet Earth. You shouldn't be proud of a friendship with Kim Jong-un or Il. You know, you shouldn't be happy about that. You shouldn't be stoked about that.
Like this.
Terrible tragedy, and I think a deal should have been made much earlier.
And there it is. And there it is. And there's the nihilism. We literally was just talking about it, but there it is in full force. And this is why you're on the shit list, Marks. Oh yeah. Trump and Biden, just two sides of the same coin. No, that's nihilism. It's nihilism. It absolutely is. It's you claim to be an intellectual, I assume. You claim to be well read, and you're out here saying that there's no difference between Joe Biden and motherfucking Donald Trump. It's a joke. I don't need you. You don't even know how to spell nihilism. I don't need you to explain shit, dude. You've explained it all. Ignore mode for Marks and Recreation. There's a goddamn good reason why you're on my shit list. Goddamn, dude.
Those lives of all the innocent people who could have been spared.
The 3 hostages killed by Israeli soldiers were all young men in their 20s. Israel's military expressed deep sorrow over the killings and said it was investigating the incident.
Yeah, Juke. Yes, correct.
We believe that the 3 Israelis either fled or were abandoned by the terrorists who held them captives. Perhaps in the last few days or over the past day.
There you go, Zio.
We still don't know all the details about how they reached this area.
Israel's intense land and air bombardment of Gaza has now killed more than 18,800 Palestinians, according to Hamas-run health authorities. With more than 100 Israeli hostages still in Gaza, there's growing scrutiny over how Israel's government plans to bring them home safely, without even more civilians being killed in the crossfire.
Let's now speak to Rebecca Retes, our correspondent in Jerusalem. Hello, Rebecca. The pressure keeps growing.
You are very annoying, Marks. You're not what the left needs. You know, if this trolling that you're doing, you think this is helping the left, it's counterproductive.
On Benjamin Netanyahu, both domestically and internationally, over the offensive in Gaza. But he's not backing down, is he?
Well, the pressure, certainly the public pressure has been growing, not so much domestically, Eddie, but definitely internationally, as we see demonstrations for weeks now against what's happening in Gaza. But the soaring death toll now, over 18,000 in Gaza, is certainly adding to political pressure that we're seeing, particularly from one of Israel's staunchest allies, the US. Now, we heard earlier in the week President Joe Biden saying that Israel was in fact indiscriminately killing people in Gaza, and that's the strongest words we've heard from the White House in this conflict so far. Then this week, we've had the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, here to discuss with Benjamin Netanyahu and the War Cabinet and those in charge just about the next phases of this war. They're urging Israel to try to scale down from this intense phase, and they're talking about a time frame of a couple of weeks. They would like to see by early next year that this war moves into its next phase of more targeted.
Nothing changes until the United States forces Israel to start coming to the table in an honest way about the occupation and apartheid. You're either going to push out every man, woman, and child from the Gaza Strip and dump them into Egypt, or you need to come to terms with the settler violence and the apartheid state in the West Bank, and of course the occupation in the Gaza Strip. If the conversation isn't about ending those things, then the only other alternative is, there's, either full exile, right? Just force them out, or kill them all. And I don't think we're going to get to kill them all. I don't think that's going to be happening. think the likelihood is that they're going to be dumped into an Arab country. But, and you know, I'm just so tired of it. When, you know, the activists in the United States need to be telling Joe Biden, force Israel to come to the table. That needs to be the message.
Elite groups going in to seek out, of course, search for the hostages, but also seek out these Hamas leaders and focus more on the leadership. That's what the US is pushing for. But there's a bit of conjecture about the timelines. Israel keeps saying that it isn't going to stop, it isn't going to change pace. But we did hear from Jake Sullivan following the talks that the two allies do seem to be on the same page, though, of course, the US...
Yeah, I guess there is a third option, which is, you know, just absorb these regions and make the Palestinians Israeli, force Israeli citizenship on them, displace them inside into a different region of Israel, because obviously you can't just absorb it then let them keep their original house. You can't do that. So you kick everybody out, displace them, and then what? Make them second-class citizens in your own country. I guess that's another option. Yeah. Using the war to keep, yes, Netanyahu is absolutely totally stoked about the war because it allows him to, you know, play big tough soldier man, and even his opposition has to, you know, slow their roll in criticizing Netanyahu because of this war.
Stressing that they are not putting unnecessary pressure on Israel, or certainly not dictating what Israel should do. But definitely the pressure on Israel is mounting, if not from the public here, but certainly from international.
What a coincidence.
The international community.
Right. And the fact that 3 hostages have been killed is definitely a blow to Israel. Could this lead to more talks between Israel and Hamas to maybe release more captives on both sides?
Well, that's certainly what the families of the remaining hostages and their supporters, as you saw in that report, are calling for.
Why?
They're having another urgent...
Just cold logic here. Okay, let's ignore the fact that we're human beings for a second. Why? How would that benefit Hamas?
Meeting today to try to work out ways to further pressure the government to resume these hostage negotiation talks. We have seen those talks completely break down in the aftermath of the resumption of the fighting, and in fact when those initial talks broke down. But at least one US report from the Wall Street Journal today saying that Qatari officials, Qatari negotiators, and Israeli negotiators are going to meet in Norway to discuss potentially resuming those talks. But of course we'll have to see Hamas leaders get on board with those talks as well. So hopeful families indeed, Eddie.
Right. DW's Rebecca Retes in Jerusalem. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we're not done yet. I think this is my... Yeah, we're... Okay. Yeah, okay. We got three more tabs related to IDF violence. This is another one, I think, from Woke Patriot. So thank you again, Woke Patriot, for your contributions in the Discord. And thank you again, Chem Goblin, for posting those Discord links. But it's kind of, we have an interesting kind of double story here, because we have this article about why the media is ignoring evidence of Israel's own actions on the 7th of October. So we have coverage of, you know, why the media maybe, you know, a speculation as to why the media might be ignoring Israel's own actions on the 7th of October. But then we also have this story here of CNN finally coming to terms. You know, finally, you know, apparently the media blockade has been lifted, and some of the mainstream outlets have been allowed into Palestine, into the Gaza Strip, and they're getting a first-person tour of these hospitals, and they're like, this is horrific. There's no way to spin this. I can't pro-Israeli my way out of this. And then sandwiched right in the middle, we have an example of how the media is coddling Israel. Coddling. I mean, listen to, wait till I show you this here. This is really shocking. How the media is desperate to try and make the killing of these hostages seem like, oops, like just a whoopsies. The information, the critical information that is left out of this report is really the most important thing. It's what's not said. And I'll be sure to point out the critical thing that is not pointed out. But it's just so pathetic. How like, I don't know, maybe, geez, they really, it was just a big oopsie boo-boo. Just such a boo-boo, guys. Oopsie doodies. It's not a oopsie doodle, okay? It's the IDF getting way too comfortable killing civvies. That's what the fuck's going on. Way too comfortable. Got the commanding officer. Hey, quit shooting, quit firing. Pop, pop, pop, pop, pop, pop, pop, pop. Breakdown of command. There's a few American streamers I follow, and their rhetoric has been almost sycophantic. No idea how it's so bad there. That means they're not looking. I mean, if you're following the news and if you're on the Discord, you see what I'm doing. I post these articles. I'm following this shit. It's impossible to ignore if you're following the news. If you're doing a 5-minute cursory look at the headlines, then maybe you in between, I don't know, fucking parties or something, whatever the hell they're up to. These political streamers that have all this money and all this clout. Anyway, wanted to point this out here. I don't have time to read this whole article. It's the slogan of the stream. I really don't, though. But I wanted to, it's a lot of speculation. There's some speculation here. This is a good article, though. Heavily recommend you read it. And here's the link right here. Definitely recommend you read this in your own time. Heavily recommend it. But I wanted to talk about the conclusions because there's a lot of great points made in this article, but it's really the last part that's really the most important. So I wanted to read that here. Grotesque fables. What seems certain from this growing body of evidence and from the trial of visual clues is that on 7th of October, many Israeli citizens were killed either in the crossfire of gun battles between Israel and Hamas or by Israeli military directives to stop Hamas fighters returning to Gaza and taking hostages with them. So I've covered this, but let me repeat. The Israeli military there's a whole justification that they have. They have a word for it or something, but there's a whole justification they have for killing their own citizens, to kill the terrorists, to kill the people that they don't want. And that's what we saw here. We saw the IDF gun down the people that were being held hostage by Hamas in these kibbutzes, these residential buildings getting bombed by Israel, in a desperate scramble to secure these areas. There was no discussion. We'll never know the real numbers, but there does appear to be credible evidence, and this article goes through a lot of this credible evidence that the IDF killed Israeli citizens, a lot of Israeli citizens. We're not talking just a couple gunfights. We're talking dozens, potentially hundreds. This week, an Israeli commentator in the Haaretz newspaper called the testimonies earth-shattering and added, quote, was the Hannibal directive, that's what I'm talking about, the Hannibal directive, applied to civilians? So here, let me just get a quick explanation of the Hannibal directive. It's really quite shocking. The Hannibal directive is the name of a controversial procedure that is used by the IDF until 2016 to prevent the capture of Israeli soldiers by enemy forces. According to one version, it says that the kidnapping must be stopped by all means, even at the price of striking or harming our own forces. So they have a full justification. They have a full-blown justification, or it doesn't matter if it's our own citizens. Killing our enemy is more important than bringing back our civilians alive. That's part of the sacrifice of being an Israeli citizen. And that's one of our strengths. An investigation and public debate needed to happen now, no matter how difficult they are. But as the army has made clear, it has no intention to investigate when its whole genocidal campaign against Gaza is premised on lurid claims that appear to bear a limited relationship to reality. I mean, some of the most extreme stuff I haven't seen footage of. I hope I never see it. The babies claim, beheading, and there was a boy beheaded at the music festival on camera. It's like, but it doesn't even really matter to me because Hamas is a terrorist organization. They're atrocious. I'm okay with Hamas being defeated, right? It's really the question of what happens when Israel has, successfully occupied the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Is it going to, get the PLO in here to negotiate and, we're going to rebuild this area and we're going to prop up the PLO and we're going to treat Palestine like a nation state and start that process? No. Yeah, look up Live Link, Chess. It's there. It's on one of those fucking sites. Look up footage of the, the Nova Music Festival massacre. That's what you're going to want to search for if you want to see a bunch of, people getting brutally murdered. So, I mean, because there is no negotiating with Hamas. There is no, they want, we'll work on, helping them install their democracy. No. They're atrocious, theocratic nightmare, worse than the Taliban even. But that's my problem is that, we're not going to get an honest attempt to, this is not an honest attempt to remove Hamas and free the Palestinians from the tyranny of Hamas and give the Palestinians a chance to, to have their own independence in the Gaza Strip. That is objectively not what is currently happening. No matter how much smoke is being blown, we just had the Israeli ambassador say unequivocally, we're not interested in a two-state solution. We're not even talking about that. Two-state solutions off the table. There is no vindication for doing that, exactly. None of that justifies Hamas atrocities, especially the killing and taking hostage of civilians, but it does paint a very different picture of that day's events. Remember, Israel and its supporters have sought to compare the Hamas attack on October 7th with the Nazi Holocaust. Totally ridiculous. They have concocted grotesque fables to present Palestinians as bloodthirsty savages deserving of any fate that befalls them. That is fact. Look at the statements from the Israeli government, from people in the Israeli government. That is not hyperbolic to say that. And those fables have served as the basis for Western indulgence and sympathy for Israel as it has carried out ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza. It's fair. I think it's, academics have chimed in and they say, yep, this is ethnic cleansing. I don't care what smoke Israel's trying to blow. How many times you want to call me an anti-Semite?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
You blow up hospitals and you blow up the residential homes because you don't want them coming back. You tell them to go further and further into safe zones, and then you bomb those safe zones, pushing them further and further into Egypt. It's very, very clear what is happening in Gaza. The truth is, it would have been much harder for Western governments to sell Israel's rampage in Gaza to their publics had Hamas crimes been seen, sadly, as all too typical of modern militarized confrontations in which civilians become collateral damage. What Western governments and institutions should have done is demand an independent investigation to clarify the extent of Hamas's atrocities that day rather than echo Israeli officials who wanted an excuse to trash Gaza and drive its inhabitants into neighboring Sinai. The Western media's performance has been even more dismal and dangerous, totally agree. It professes to be a watchdog on power, but it has repeatedly amplified the Israeli occupiers' evidence-free claims, peddled libels against Palestinians with little or no scrutiny. These are facts. If you've been watching this is a fact. And actively suppressed evidence challenging Israelis' official narrative. For that reason alone, Western journalists are entirely complicit in the crimes against humanity currently being perpetuated in Gaza, crimes being committed right now, not 2 months ago. And I do agree with this. I mean, the amount of complicity, how guilty they are and how complicit they are, that, let the philosophers figure that out. But, if you were a journalist that was too afraid to speak up, you are complicit. The fact is that there's probably a lot of journalists that would like to speak up, but would lose their job. And look, how many times have you been in a position where someone asks you your opinion about a geopolitical situation and your answer can dictate whether you have a job or not? You know, I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying, you know, it does require a certain amount of bravery to stand up, you know, to the forces of I don't want to say evil. That's too much, but you know, the forces of, you know, of death and destruction, the forces of empire. Thank you everybody for sticking around. I'm seeing a lot of activity in the chat. I appreciate all the chats. Unfortunately, I can't read every single one of them. But thank you so much for everybody for your participation in this chat. I am reading as it's going along, so thank you so much. So here we go. I'm not going to play this whole almost 7 minutes of this sloppy blowjob to the Netanyahu government. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is how mainstream media reacts to the information, and then immediately, almost reflexively, starts playing, excuse maker for the Israeli government. Oh, well, you know, they were just trying. And then I'm going to point out the critical piece of information that they kind of just gloss over a little bit. Pretty critical piece of information to leave out of your report. A 7-minute report, by the way, 7 whole minutes. You could have fit this information in there. But let's get into it.
We have breaking news out of Israel. An Israeli military spokesperson says its forces mistakenly killed 3 hostages being held in Gaza.
The spokesperson says the IDF mistook the hostages as a threat during their ground operation.
Lie.
Their bodies were brought back to Israel. At least 2 of the hostages were Israelis kidnapped from farms on October 7th. The identity of the 3rd hostage has not been released.
The IDF says it has deep remorse for the incident and that immediate lessons have been learned and are being passed on to troops in the field.
So that statement is very interesting to me right there, that they said specifically, oh, we've learned some very important lessons, and we've told our soldiers immediately on the field that, you know, these lessons are going to be, you know, the lessons that were learned from this are going to be implemented immediately on the battlefield. That tells me, you know, because they're not denying it. They're coming out in front and they're saying, "Oh, we're fixing this behavior immediately." That tells me that they understand that they're under an incredible amount of pressure to not look genocidal, to not look like they're conquering. Because what they need to happen is that they got to get the IDF entrenched enough into Gaza, right? And that requires a certain amount of violence, and they can only get away with that certain amount of violence for a certain amount of time. But you get entrenched in Gaza, and then it just kind of simmers, right? Just kind of simmers at a certain level, and then people eventually kind of forget, right? Just like with the settlements, and then they complete, and then slowly but surely the settlers start coming into northern Gaza, and slowly but surely, you know, territory becomes totally impossible to take back once those settlers are there. That's what they need to happen. They need to get deep enough into Gaza to kind of hold it down, and then they need to just let it chill for a little bit and just let everyone forget about the situation. 3-4 months go by, the presidential election starts heating up, right? No one's going to be talking about Gaza once Trump starts doing debates with Joe Biden, right? What's that? What's a Gaza? I don't. What's that? Right? So they just need to get their everything in there nice and entrenched. We're not going anywhere, and then just let it simmer. Okay.
CBS News foreign correspondent Ramy Inocencio joins us now from Tel Aviv. Ramy, I know this is developing still. What more do we know at this point?
Chess.
Sure,
the
Elaine.
International Criminal Court. You're adorable. The ICC couldn't arrest Kissinger or Dick Cheney. I'm not going to hold out hope for the ICC coming in doing a goddamn thing. Sorry. I wish that wasn't the case. I'm not trying to be an asshole here, but the ICC well, they should. Yeah, no, they should. Absolutely.
Yes, the Israel Defense Forces, first
Claiming
off,
Earth, we
started
only
the
live
statement
85
up saying that
years.
this is a sad
Kissing
and a
guns are
painful
interesting.
event for everyone, no doubt. But
Well,
during
I mean, Lior San, Hamas is a disgusting terrorist organization that it clearly puts in their charter, like, there's no democratic solution to any of it. It's murder and conquering and theocracy. Okay, the problem with this idea, though, is that you cannot remove terrorism at the barrel of a gun. And you're especially not going to remove the terrorism unless you remove the things that created terrorists. And what are the things that created these terrorists? It's the occupation. Sorry, it is. It's the apartheid, and it's the West Bank settlements. So until Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir get serious about it, and basically that's never going to happen until Uncle Sam forces them to get serious about it, it's a never-ending terrorism-creating system. Why do you think there was more Taliban when we started in Afghanistan? Why do you think that is? Do you think that had something to do with the hundreds, the thousands of fathers and brothers and cousins and uncles that we indiscriminately murdered? And then their family and then the children of those families remember those crimes. And then the vicious cycle of violence repeats itself. And we end up with more terrorists than when we started. Unless you do something about the source of terrorism, which is the oppression, which is the occupation, the apartheid, there is no end to it. You could, like I said, Thanos snap, get rid of every Hamas member, and then tomorrow there's Hamas 2, Hamas the sequel, bigger and blacker. Okay, so unless the bad faith actors, and maybe you're one of them, maybe you're not. But you got to get serious about demanding that Israel come to the table with a real solution, with a real end to the occupation, to the apartheid. It's because it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop even if Israel fully occupies the Gaza Strip. Then what we're going to just see is just random, suicide vest, blowing up all over Israel. Who knows wherever a Arab person is allowed to walk. Right? And that will further justify violence against Arabs. Oh, we got to kick them all out. It's a vicious cycle that only gets worse and worse.
Combat mission in Shujaiya, which is a town east of Gaza City in the north of the Strip. Apparently, Israel Defense Forces engaged with militants, and during some time in the battle, what's believed is that these 3 hostages were able to somehow get away from their captors or were abandoned by their captors, but then they were mistakenly identified as a threat, and then the Israel Defense Forces then opened fire and then killed them. In terms of their identities, we do know the identities of at least 2 of them. One is a 28-year-old man, Yotam Hayim. Apparently, he was taken on October 7th. He was alone in his kibbutz of Kfar Aza, in a safe room. The other man that we know of is in his early 20s, Samar Talalka, taken from kibbutz Nir Am. There is another abductee who we do not know the name of, but that is because the family has asked for him to remain anonymous.
I mean, Rami, your heart breaks to hear that families who have been waiting, even for word on whether their loved ones who were taken hostage were alive,
we roasted Piers
found
Morgan
out
yesterday.
that they managed to escape or were abandoned from their captors and then were killed by the very people who are professed to try and protect them and bring them home. Are we hearing any sort of reaction there in Israel to this news?
Sure. The initial reaction that I'm seeing out there is one of empathy and understanding on behalf of Israelis who have started to make comments. There is a lot of support for what Israel's military is doing inside Gaza. From what I'm seeing, it seems that people are saying, while this is tragic, while this is painful, while this is...
See what I'm saying? It's just totally carrying water. Oh, well, some people are saying that this is totally justified still. And, it's just a big boo-boo.
Something that we do not want to be talking about, that things like this, sadly and tragically, will happen. They say that...
it's just a normal... It's just, things like this happen, when you're trying to destroy terrorism at the barrel of a gun, It's really difficult to push water in the opposite direction that it's flowing. To stand in that river and to just tread water until that direction goes in the other goes in the opposite direction. But we should just keep trying.
They understand that the Israeli Defense Forces are coming up against a very difficult situations fighting in Gaza. The IDF itself has also, I suppose, in effect, tried to explain that these are active war zones. Shujaiya being one of them to the east of Gaza City, another one just to the northeast of Gaza City.
And I missed it at the beginning here. We're done watching this. I missed it at the beginning, the part where he explains what happens. And he glossed over it so quickly, I didn't even notice it the second time. But he omits the entire story of how they instantly killed two of them. The third guy runs into a building. Commanding officer shouts at these soldiers to stop shooting, and they kill him anyway. They conveniently leave that out. And it's just 5 straight minutes of, oh, they had no choice, and oh, they're just so sorry, and oh no, it's just part of the process, and oh, there's just no other way. This is how this journalist, this person, and those previous hosts as well are somewhat culpable in defending Israel's ethnic cleansing. I mean, they are. Oh, they're so sad. It's just the cost of doing business, guys. Yeah, maybe, Marks. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Public opinion in Israel is really quite a tornado. So here's the final bit here about Israel IDF media. We got our Mr. Super Hot Michael Walker from Novara Media. Great journalist. Looks like he's reporting from his probably a very tiny little urban apartment. It's very cute. It's got a little bookshelf and some pictures there. But no, these guys aren't millionaires. Michael's not a fucking million. He's not Piers Morgan over here driving around in a Lambo with a big old fancy mansion. My solution to terrorism is to give them what they want, which is what? To what? Stop the occupation? Stop the violence of the West Bank? So just admit it. Just admit it. Okay, here, we got it. It's been a little while. But no, it's been a little while. But let's go ahead and ask the question to our Mr. Smart guy here. What's his name? Lior San. So, Mr. Lior San, do you think the Palestinians should be murdered? All of them killed? I don't think you believe that, but I got to ask it. So, do you think they should all be killed and, obviously removed from their land? Do you think that they should be removed from Palestine, removed from the Gaza Strip, removed from the West Bank, put into Georgia or Egypt? Which one is it? Which one is it? Because you can't live with the Palestinians, right? We can't have that. Can't mingle with the barbarians. We can't do that. So which one is the solution that you agree with? They shouldn't be removed from anywhere. What do you mean? Okay. So all right, that's interesting. That's an interesting response. So it's pretty apparent to me that Israel is not giving back any portion of the Gaza Strip, especially northern Gaza. At what point, into next year, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, what point next year will you admit that Israel is not giving back land to the Palestinians, that this is not a mission to clear the Hamas out of this area? Okay, how many months needs to go by before you're convinced that Israel isn't going to be giving back any of this to the Palestinians? Yeah, Zeodude, great point, because that number is 0. Israel has never respected the right to return ever in its history. Not sure why they would do that now. But when are you going to be convinced to the reality that Israel is, this is not an anti-terrorist campaign, that this is an ethnic cleansing campaign. Hello? Hello? How many months? How many months of occupation need to go by? 6 months? 12 months? 24 months? Couple years in the Gaza, northern Gaza? Will you then be convinced that Israel, or you know what would happen, guys like you? You know what would happen, Lior-san? You know what would happen? 6 months, 12 months down the line, you'll be repeating a different, oh, well, you know, it was always Israel's land. Oh, they can't give it back. You'll be repeating talking points justifying this land grab, won't you? Won't you? In like 6 months, 12 months down the line, well, it was all justified anyway. Israel has no choice. They can't put themselves into danger. Right? That's going to be it, right? No, there's no, when Hamas is destroyed. You're such a clown. You're such a clown, dude. Yeah, Zio Duke. Yeah, great point. But you're an absolute clown. You don't have the balls to admit what you are asking for. You're asking for and supporting ethnic genocide or ethnic cleansing, and you don't have the balls to really admit what you're supporting. Oh, until Hamas is destroyed. Yeah, months and months, years and years of occupation. Israel should spend hundreds of millions of dollars. United States spend $1 trillion in Afghanistan. Until the job is done, until every terrorist is dead. And then once every terrorist is dead, and then you leave, and then the next day, the next terrorist comes along because you're still committing crimes against the Palestinians, Israel. And look what you're doing now. Now you're just full-blown gaslighting. I'm moving on. This is not your show. Now you're into the fucking gaslighting territory. Thank you so much for your fucking shitty opinion. What a waste of my time. What a waste of my fucking time. Come back when you got some better justifications, when you got some answers to these questions, you fucking coward. Hey, Lenny, thank you so much for being here. Lenny is, of course, the #1 financial contributor to the stream. Lenny from South Boston. Thank you so much, Lenny, for being here. Appreciate that. But here we go. CNN, mainstream media, finally gotten a look at what it's like inside one of these Gazan hospitals. And guess what? They don't like it. Guess what? Guess what? There's massive atrocities happening. This is fascinating. Watch this, folks.
Since the outbreak of the Gaza war, no Western journalists have been allowed inside the Strip until now. This week,
yeah, Juke. Yeah, I'm not saying the two are one-to-one, okay? But show me where it was effective to destroy terrorism at the barrel of a gun, right? On this scale, it's and the point stands. Like I said, if you were to Thanos snap and just destroy every member of Hamas, what are you gonna do? The USSR? Oh, buddy, honey. You talking in Afghanistan? Oh, honey, what are we talking about? Let's just try to finish this segment. I'm done arguing with everybody.
CNN was able to visit a field hospital in Gaza. It was run by the United Arab Emirates. So I think it's probably via the UAE that they managed to get in. It wasn't completely clear in the clip. What they found was
I mean, look, I know there are examples in history of, terrorist organizations getting put down and then they don't come back. Like Ireland is a great example of how that can, turn into a terrorist situation, then evolve into something different. And that is in itself some kind of conclusion. The situation in Gaza is very clear. It is a cyclical, vicious cycle of violence that is perpetuated by the crimes against humanity that Israel is committing every single day. If Hamas were completely removed from the Gaza Strip, from everything, there are still several resistance organizations against Israel. It's I'm not going to repeat myself again and again and again and again and again and again and again and again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Okay? I've said this like 4 fucking times already. It's a terrorism factory, and it doesn't stop until the motherfucking fuel in this factory is stifled. And that fuel is occupation. That fuel is the apartheid state.
Up until now, Israel and Egypt have made access for international journalists next to impossible. And you can see why.
Since October 7th, the Israeli military says it has hit Gaza with more than 22,000 strikes. That by far surpasses anything we've seen in modern warfare.
They've
in
killed
terms
more people
of
than the
intensity
Nakba.
and ferocity, and we really, honestly, are just getting a glimpse of it here.
Despite Israel's heavy bombardment, there are people out on the streets. A crowd outside a bakery. Where else can they go? Nowhere is safe in Gaza.
Used to be a stadium.
Arriving at the Emirati Field Hospital, we meet Dr. Abdullah Al-Nakbi. No sooner does our tour...
And look, Israel has been asked, okay, what's the plan once you've defeated Hamas? Okay, let's assume you've done it. What are you bringing the PLO in, the Palestinian Authority? Nope, we refuse to do that. Okay, what's the plan? It's some vague, unspecified, very vague plan about a coalition of Arab states maybe coming in as an interim government. There's no real plan for bringing the Palestinians back into Gaza because that's not the goal. That's not the goal. The goal is to get entrenched, drag this out, and then everyone just kind of throws their hands up. Because it's worked swimmingly for the West Bank, for the territorial grab in the West Bank. Look at what the West Bank is reduced to. It's a bunch of islands. Slow creeping. And that's what this is. It's just accelerated a little bit. You know, I'm still not convinced that if, you know, maybe they might pull out of the south and just take the north and then wait for the, you know, southern part of Gaza, because like that's the most beneficial for the Israeli government. If they just take the north, they get a big chunk of the Gaza Strip, which has been the goal for a while, and they don't have the humanitarian crisis of forcing all the Palestinians into Egypt or Jordan. So you get the best of both worlds. You get to take a big chunk of the Gaza Strip, and you don't have to, you know, hurt your relations further with the Middle East. So we might see that.
Or begin when...
So our ambulance, that's a real life.
And this is what you
That's
hear
real
all
life.
the time now?
Yes, at least 20 times a day.
So as I've said, Western journalists haven't been allowed inside Gaza ever since the war began. So since October the 7th, over 2 months. And the first time one Western journalist is able to go into Gaza, the moment they enter a hospital, they hear an airstrike in the distance, right? That just shows you how regular, how normal this is in Gaza right now. As I say, they travel with medical volunteers. You know, I guess that Israel still doesn't really want...
Last time I checked, isn't Russia criticized heavily for its insane human rights crimes for what it did in Chechnya? Am I mistaken about that? Or did Russia fucking kill a lot of people in Chechnya?
CNN to be seen as kind of thing. It might have been an agreement with the UAE, who run the field hospital, that she was visiting. Clarissa Ward
It
is
must be
a journalist.
Libra.
In the clip
I think he's
next,
hot. I think
she
he's
speaks to a
sexy.
young girl who had her leg sort of crushed when Israel bombed her home. And then new casualties.
Well, hey, Juke, I guess our definitions of quote-unquote work are a little bit different. Yeah. I don't really consider a big pile of bodies to be like, oh, this worked. This is a solution that worked. You know what I mean? Kind of disgusting. Maybe that's just me, though.
Casualties start to arrive. They are from that same bomb
He's a
that we
hottie.
heard when the CNN journalist first entered the hospital.
A man and a 13-year-old boy are wheeled in, both missing limbs, both in a
That's a pretty nihilistic POV, Juke. it's fair to say that if, Israel decades ago even was an honest actor, acknowledged the existence of the Palestinian state, because they've never acknowledged the existence of Palestine. Look it up. They haven't. They've only acknowledged the PLO as a negotiating body. They've never accepted Palestine. I think it's fair to say that if Israel were honest actors and not just, clearly interested in dissolving the Palestinian state into nothing and then absorbing it completely, this could have all been avoided. Because the idea that if, there would have been war anyway. The Arab states and Palestine would have started a war immediately. Israel had to occupy, and Israel had to do all the violence against the West Bank, or else the Huns would have invaded. The brutal Huns would have invaded. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Perilous state.
Yeah, we have no choice but to occupy for our own safety. We have to commit human rights disasters against the Palestine every single day.
Provided by the paramedics
no choice.
are smeared with blood. The tourniquet improvised with a bandage. Since the field hospital.
Those are cries of pain from a teenager who's probably going to be a proud member of Hamas now that his family has been victimized by a nasty empire. I guess he always would have been a member of Hamas though anyway, right? Because he's like a brown Arab who's a Palestinian. Ooh, he's bad. He's going to turn into a bad guy. Better to have just killed him early, right? Good thing. Good job, IDF. Yeah, kill those kids.
Opened less than 2 weeks ago.
That's a lot of blood.
It's been inundated with patients.
That is a lot of fucking blood.
Of their 150 beds
Oh yeah, his foot's gone. Yep, his foot is completely gone.
You are now basically the only hospital around that still has some beds?
I guess so, yes. Or maybe I'm very sure of that, because they are telling me one of the hospital with a capacity of 200, they are accommodating 1,000 right now. And the next door hospital, I'm not very sure, he said like 50 to 100, has maybe 400 to 500.
I'm going to go ahead and ban Onion. Seems like a real piece of shit. Goodbye, Onion.
100 patients. So at one occasion, he called me, he said, I have 3 patients in each bed. Please take any. I told him, send as many as you can.
Bye-bye.
I mean, we've been here 15 minutes, and this is already what we're seeing.
This is, you heard it, you see it.
I think it's important. Again, they've only been there 15 minutes, right? The first time a Western journalist has been allowed into Gaza, within 15 minutes, they hear an airstrike and then they see people being taken into a field hospital, probably with.
I mean, Yeager. So I mean, you're making a what about argument. Are you going to acknowledge the decades of crime that Israel has committed against the Palestinians? There's, October 7th didn't happen in a vacuum. Hamas wasn't created in a vacuum. The creation of Hamas is a direct result of the crimes that Israel has committed against the Palestinians. Will you admit that? That it was the occupation, that it was the apartheid state, that it was the settler violence that created the terrorism that we're seeing now coming out of the Gaza Strip? There's also evidence that Bibi Netanyahu was fully aware of this and intentionally cultivated a relationship with Hamas so that they could create the perfect boogeymen. But let's go ahead and just ignore that. Jaeger bomber, guess what? You don't get to be neutral on a moving train. Okay? You saying I don't claim a side, that is a side. And what you're doing is by not claiming a side, you're acquiescing to the most powerful side, which is Israel. So by sitting on the fence and being a wallflower, you are acquiescing to a more powerful empire and their conquering of a weaker empire. So no, you don't. That's not even an option. You have taken a side, and you're acquiescing to what this empire is doing. You don't get to be neutral on a moving train. Thank you for that follow. Yeah, you are, Jaeger. Nope. You are. You absolutely are. I'm not taking a side. I'm not taking a side. If you're not taking a side, then you're acquiescing to the most powerful side. Ergo, you are taking a side.
Limbs that need to be amputated, right? So also you heard the doctor say there, I mean, as far as I understand from that clip, there'll be lots of people in hospitals which existed before the war, so permanent hospitals. He's saying free to a bed there. So the UAE have come in and set up this field hospital, so sort of a temporary hospital for a war zone. And that's the only hospital in that part of Gaza
It is
that
your
has
fight.
any space
Do
whatsoever.
you care about humanity? Do you care about other human beings, Jaeger? Or is it fuck everybody else? I'm the most important person on the planet. I'm extremely selfish. I care only about myself. Or do you care about humanity, Jaeger?
Ever. Let's go to the next part of that report.
It is
In
absolutely
every
your
bed,
fault.
another gut punch. Less than 2 years old, Amir still doesn't know that his parents and siblings were killed.
Not going to be gaslit, huh? Not going to be gaslit about that one, huh? Does this look like a gaslight to you, bud? Does this look like does this look like the Palestinians are gaslighting the world? How in the world is this justified? Oh, I don't know. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm not picking a side. By not picking a side, you're acquiescing to the most powerful side. And the most powerful side is committing these crimes. They're committing the most powerful side that you're acquiescing to with your fence sitting. As someone put in the chat pointed out. Great term. You're acquiescing to this, Jaeger. Yeah, you are. Do you give a shit about humanity? Oh, I don't have any skin in this game. Not my fight. You fucking bet it is, dude.
Killed in the strike that disfigured him. Yesterday, he saw a nurse that looked like his father, his aunt Nahaya.
Jaeger, you sound like a defeatist and a coward. Go ahead and leave.
Tells us he kept screaming, "Dad, Dad, Dad." Amir is still too young to comprehend the horror all around him. But 20-year-old Lama understands.
Wow, go figure. A shitty person with shitty opinions, well over 50% of the time, agrees with another person with shitty opinions. I'm shocked, Marks. I'm absolutely shocked. Okay. There's no Howard Zinn had it correct. There's no neutrality on a moving train. The world of geopolitics is spinning and spinning and spinning. I'm on the side of humanity. I'm on the side of ending this violence. And ending this violence means taking a side against Israel and their perpetuation of violence against the Palestinians. Acquiescing and fence sitting because you're too damn, scared or too ignorant or incapable of doing your own research and seeing which side is the one that's actually doing the most damage here, and just throwing your hands up and saying, not my problem. That is some cowardly ass bullshit. That is some coward shit.
Understands it all too well. 10 weeks ago, she was studying engineering at university and helping to plan her sister's wedding. Today, she is recovering from the amputation of her right leg. Her family followed Israeli military orders and fled from the north to the south. But the house where they were seeking shelter was hit in a strike. The world isn't listening to us, she says. Nobody cares about us. We have been dying for over 60 days, dying from the bombing, and nobody did anything.
You saw that a baby or a toddler, very, very young child with no family, right? Too young yet to understand the significance of what has just happened to them. And then you've got a young woman, with a whole career ahead of her, lost a leg. And you think the consequences of this war, the human tragedy right now is immense, but the consequences of this are going to last for generations. People who
look, there's a misconception here that that defending Palestinian human rights is somehow defending the actions of Hamas. And that is an intentional conflation that is made by bad actors who are trying to support Israel's actions here. It's actually possible to support Palestinian human rights without supporting the terrorism of Hamas. And look, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The Palestinian civilians are being held hostage by Hamas. And on principle, I don't necessarily disagree with a big bad military coming in and, helping free them. But if they wanted to free them from Hamas, why would you also free them from their residence? Why would you blow up their hospitals and basically make it impossible for them to come back to their own homes? Because the goal is not the eradication of Hamas. It is not the filtering out of a terrorist operation so that Palestinian civilians can be free of them. It is so evident and clear what the goal here is. It is so clear. And look, I feel bad for talking shit to Yeager like that. Yeager's probably already left. Yeager's been a long-time viewer. But I do find it cowardly. I do find it shitty and cowardly to claim Throbs. I have seen no proof of that claim. Not that I want to see a video of a child getting his head cut off, baby, nonetheless, but there has been no video evidence of that claim. There's only been, unreliable sources. So I feel bad. And look, Yeager, if you've already left, then that's fine. I deserve that. But I guess I apologize to Yeager. But honestly, I don't really take back what I said. I guess I apologize for just being so asshole-ish and direct with my messaging. But no, I mean when this like Chem Goblin said, when the status quo is a power imbalance, saying you're neutral and sitting on the fence is acquiescing to that power imbalance. It is. It is absolutely acquiescing to that power imbalance. It is. And yeah, no, there's a lot of caveats. Throbs, can you give us a link? You got a link to a video? You can go ahead and put a live link video in the chat. Throbs, could you please prove what you're saying? Because, I mean, there's just no evidence that's been provided of that. There's lots of evidence of Hamas doing all kinds of fucked up things. They put it on camera and they celebrated. Just look up the Nova massacre. But I haven't seen proof of the babies getting shot up and cut up and burnt. So until I see that, Throbs, you're just talking shit. You don't really know what you're talking about. Well, thank you, Yeager, for sticking around. I do appreciate that. I'm not really going to take back what I said because I do believe that sitting on the fence while there's a massive power imbalance is a cowardly thing. But I do thank you for sticking it out. Thank you. So I just wanted to show a couple videos here. So we're finally done with our IDF is indiscriminately killing civilians section, and now we're just on to general Israel news. We're gonna finish out the stream with some general news of what's happening in Palestine and Israel. So we have some pro-Palestine protesters shut down New York Stock Exchange. So let's see if we're getting that from the river to the sea. Let's kill all the Israelis. Let's the kind of rhetoric that the the group of people that say we're not allowed to protest against Israelis' actions. Let's see if we can hear any of this. I'm curious. So they're saying open up the prison door as a reference to Gaza being an open-air prison. So, the bad actors would like to equate this action with saying, that you want Israel to be destroyed. And if we care about free speech, especially, and if we care about truth, if we care about the ability to identify what is real and what isn't real, we cannot allow Israel to get away with saying every protest, every, free Palestine, pro-Palestine, human rights protest is an anti-Israel protest. If we let them get away with that, we have allowed a foreign country to diminish and weaken our free speech rights in America. And I want to ask you if you're okay with that. On to the next one here. A little bit more controversial protest blocking the street. We have Jewish Americans blocking the freeway. I believe this, if not now, LA, if not now, when? As Jews cannot sit by, as the people of Gaza are starved and slaughtered in our name, a little typo there. And as Americans, we can't let Biden and Congress send billions more in funding for war crimes. There you go. So they're blocking street, and I generally do disagree with blocking streets of regular Joes. I think they should have been blocking the street of, you know, Congress, something like that. I don't think it's fair to hold regular Joes hostage for progressive values. I really feel like progressives need to come up with a better strategy. At the same time, the fact is you don't get on the news if you do a protest and no one's disrupted. So you still need to disrupt, but I'm just not comfortable with the blocking of traffic. I mean, maybe if it was only for like 5 minutes, right? If it's like 5 minutes, you do your message, you get your video, and then you let people go about their day. Because look, I don't want the leftist political movements to inconvenience. Well, they need to inconvenience. You need to disrupt, but to hold hostage. You know, it's one thing to stand in the sidewalk, right, or stand in front of a storefront as a union member and block people from going in. You know, they have to go around or whatever. They have to take a different entrance. But it's another thing to go across the road and trap people in their vehicles. I just think it makes left movements I just think it makes them look bad. My God, what are we even arguing about over here? Problem with blocking a street like that is that you end up alienating the people you're blocking, which is ultimately hurts your cause. Yeah, I guess I am fence sitting about this one here and there, because I mean, it is like, look, these movements are desperate. The left movements are desperate for attention, and they need to use whatever ammo that they can accrue. At the same time, I am worried about counterproductive leftist protests. You know, I do think that there is such a thing as a counterproductive protest. So then here's a little follow-up video. Yeah, you got school buses. Nah, people, nah, man. Not regular Joes. Do this to City Hall. Go to the City Hall and block their parking lot. You know, make it impossible for them to, for the people working in City Hall to leave. Don't be blocking school buses and people just trying to get to work or get home from work. It just feels counterproductive. You know, I'm on the side of the protesters, and ultimately I do support their actions, but I would like to raise my hand and be the elephant in the room and say, look, guys, I think we should change. If we're gonna block roads, let's block the right roads. You know? Let's block the right roads. Okay. What is going on in the chat? Jesus. Breaking news, Al Jazeera's. Oh, yeah. So we've the IDF has killed another journalist, and this time it's from Al Jazeera.
All right, let's bring you some news just coming into us here now. Our cameraman in Gaza, Samir Abu Daqqa, has died. Our cameraman in Al Jazeera cameraman in Gaza, who was...
What a wildly inappropriate time to follow. I am not going to... Celebrate! Kill the journalist! Feels so nice! No, that's disgusting. It's disgusting. RIP to this journalist, this Al Jazeera cameraman who's doing his job, and was brutally murdered. How many journalists has Israel killed this go around? I think we're like 50, 60 journalists the IDF has murdered.
Wounded earlier on, a few hours ago in an Israeli strike.
Goblin. All right.
Has now died. Samir Abu Daqqa was operating as an Al Jazeera cameraman in Gaza throughout this conflict. He was working today with Wa'il Dahdouh, another colleague who was also wounded in that same attack. They were covering an earlier Israeli strike on a school when they themselves fell victim to another Israeli strike. Initially, Samir was wounded. Paramedics could not reach him. Reports say...
Yeah, I agree with Ajuk. If you're talking about supporting Ukraine, yeah, that's a great investment. Ukraine has taken every fucking red cent, not every cent, because there is some corruption there, but Ukraine has taken a lot of that money and made the most out of it. you know, pound for pound, dollar for dollar, they've weakened the Russian military at a discount compared to how much it would cost, you know, if this was like, I don't know, what, 30, 40 years ago. I'm just saying, the Ukrainian military is incredibly effective at pushing back the Russian military, and it's been a bargain. It's been an absolute bargain.
The shelling was so
useful
intense.
Proxy, very useful proxy.
By the time they managed to get paramedics to try and head out on the road to reach
very
him,
disciplined, that
we understand
it just keeps happening.
Rubble.
A bunch of whoopsies keep happening, guys. Whoopsie doodles.
Blocking the road prevented them from reaching him. Well, Al Jazeera has released a statement on the attack. It says the network strongly condemns the Israeli attack that wounded Wa'il al-Dahdouh, Al Jazeera Arabic correspondent, and Samir Abu Daqqa, the channel's cameraman, during their coverage of the bombing.
Yeah, clutch. I mean, it's not even a fucking, it's a total joke. It's a total joke. It makes the Russian military look like a fucking joke, dude. That's like, you know, a fucking tax write-off was able to, provide enough resources to a country to successfully push back. I mean, could you imagine? Could you imagine if the West was really all in for helping Ukraine? Full air support, logistics, and money, and everything backing them up. I have no doubt in my mind that Ukraine would be able to finish this goddamn project of liberating itself. No doubt in my mind.
Farhana school in Khan Yunis on Friday, December the 15th, 2023.
Yes, and Typer, that is correct. Historically, that's why they've targeted journalists. IDF is infamous for targeting journalists that are exposing its crimes. They've killed. It's not a new thing. Once again, it's not a new thing.
Dahdouh managed to reach a nearby hospital for treatment for his injuries.
Point.
However, ambulance teams were prevented by occupation forces in rescuing Samir Abu Daqqa, who, along with several others, were trapped in the school due to ongoing bombings. Al Jazeera holds the Israeli occupation forces fully accountable for Samir's safety, deeming this incident a deliberate attempt to target its correspondents and their families in the Gaza Strip. Well, obviously, following that statement, we have now found out that, in fact...
Absolutely tired of the fucking bullshit getting posted in the chat there. Some absolute real fucking dookie. Hopefully these people that I'm timing out never come back. Great video from your boy Davey. Thank you, Davey. Props to your boy Davey over here with this amazing footage of the IDF, first-person footage of the IDF. Troops also see here. IDF says troops at the Commando Brigade's Maglan unit are fighting Hamas deep within Khan Yunis, including at one of the homes of the terrorist group's Gaza leader, Yahani Sinwar. All right, so let's take a look here. No blood or guts in this one here. So thank you again, Davey, for this amazing footage. You know, and I'm not shedding any tears. Sorry about the volume there. I'm not shedding any tears for Hamas terrorists, okay? But my beef right here, and I would actually be in full support of this if Israel had an honest, legit plan for transition where they're like, okay, we're admitting the crimes of the settlers in the West Bank. We're starting the process of removing those settlers so that we can open up negotiations with the PLO and start getting the PLO into Gaza to act as an interim government, so that we're moving forward on this transition. We're getting rid of Hamas, but we're bringing stability to Gaza. But that's not happening. That is not fucking happening. There is no plan outside of, we're just going to stick around indefinitely until everyone forgets that we did this major crime, and then we're just going to, maybe in a decade or two, do some silly little ceremony in front of a statue somewhere where we sign a document that says, oh, this is all now Israel. There is no honest plan for an interim government or a replacement government. There isn't. Oh, wow, look at this drone footage. Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah. It's hard to tell. The camera is really quick, but look at this sort of covered rocket location. Look at that little makeshift bunker there, plastic right there, and you got some rockets right there that do nothing. They're getting bigger and bigger. They're getting bigger and better. They're improving it, but I mean, the death toll, for these rockets is pathetic. Like they don't. It's an inconvenience at best for a grand majority of Israelis. With that said, you know, they have gotten lucky and killed some Israelis and, of course, started some fires and whatnot. But I've said it before, I'll say it again. The rocket strategy is a totally failed strategy that has gotten Palestine nowhere. And I understand, look, you got to fight back with what you got to fight back with, but these piddly little things don't scare anybody, quite frankly. Mortars rather than Katyusha rockets. Ah. Oh, you gotta love that fucking sound. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a warmonger, but that is a sweet fucking sound. Oof. That's good shit. Yeah, wow. You know, what is the plan? There is no concrete plan for after. There is no concrete plan for after. You know, I would love to get behind this elimination of Hamas and terrorism, and you know, and give the Palestinians a real chance at self-governing and independence. Right? If this was a real liberation, but that's not what this is. I mean, come on. Even the most staunchest Israeli supporter can't even with a straight face make that claim that this, oh yeah, we're going to give it back. We're going to give it back. It's just a matter of time and we're going to give it back. Come on. So anyway, Canada is now agreeing to a ceasefire. There was some hemming and hawing in the last couple weeks with Trudeau, you know, kind of going a humanitarian pause. Oh, we could do a humanitarian pause means nothing. It literally means nothing. You know what humanitarian pause means? It means we're going to continue to shoot you up and bomb you, and maybe we'll let some food and civilians through. Maybe. It means nothing. So Trudeau was hemming and hawing with this language, but now he's agreeing to a ceasefire after a lot of pressure. Okay, let me tell you, the Arabs in Canada were not happy with this, you know, weakness. Weak.
First of all, I understand how so many people across this country are grieving, are angry, are worried about this unfolding humanitarian catastrophe. That is why, as a government, we're continuing to call for immediate humanitarian pauses to be able to flow in aid, to get people out to safety, to start doing everything we can to protect civilian life. These are things that we're continuing for, and that's why we're also working with our international partners towards an urgent ceasefire.
There it is.
We know that is important, but that ceasefire can't be one-sided. Hamas needs to lay down its arms.
Okay, all right, yeah. Good luck with that one, buddy. Okay, just wanted to point that out, and that's just usual neoliberal projection. You know, manifesting. I think I heard someone on Navarro Media bring this up, some kind of term. But there's like something called liberal manifesting, where they say a lot of happy and positive things, you know, in an attempt to kind of manifest a reality that doesn't exist, and it makes them look like naive fools when really they're just trying to, you know, blow fucking smoke up our ass. Maybe if he asked nicely, yeah. Oh, they need to lay down their arms. Okay, Justin. Okay, stop embarrassing yourself, please. So this is the pressure is on. Bibi Netanyahu's government has 1 month at best to continue with the brutality, to get as entrenched as possible into Gaza before they have to slow it down. And here we have evidence here from Channel 4 News. U.S. urges Israel to enter, quote unquote, new phase of the war in Gaza within weeks. New phase. So it's, you know, it's like, it's all this stupid language. It's like, no, cut it out. It's really starting to hurt my re-election chances. You know, Biden is like, look, this isn't helping me. I don't need this right now. You know, The problem is that Israel, does have some leverage over the United States, but I don't, it's maybe I really don't see it, because like what is Israel going to do if shit really were to pop off with Iran? Are they going to reject the United States' help because we stopped helping them oppress the Palestinians? Like they're going to stop being a useful military satellite for us if we pull the purse strings a little bit and we leverage, all the money and help that we're giving them, to get them to come to the table. Oh yeah, we're not gonna defend, U.S. interests in the Middle East anymore because you made us mad. You wouldn't give us billions of dollars anymore to oppress the Palestinians, so we're not going to help you. I mean, I just don't buy it. So I really don't understand what the kind of leverage the Israeli government has over the United States, outside of the, Israeli lobbies and whatnot, right? With the constant
cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
You're anti-Semitic if you disagree with me in any little way.
He can't bring himself to believe they're really dead. A distraught father whose world has just collapsed.
Oh my God,
His
they
two
are
teenage
very dead.
sons killed in an Israeli strike as they tried to help rescue their neighbors. As he wheels their bodies away, he takes a final glimpse of their faces. It happened yesterday morning, says Majdi. They bled to death on the ground. There were no ambulances. We contacted the Red Crescent and they said they can't help because of Israeli threats. So we brought them here in a cart. Also inside the Al Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis, Al Jazeera's bureau chief, Wael Al-Dado, injured in another missile strike. His cameraman, Samir Abu Dhaka, was killed, with rescue workers unable to reach him. More than 50 journalists have...
Look, I don't mean to criticize, but guys, can we get the hell out of the way and let these doctors do their job? You know what I mean? What the fuck is what? Can we get the fuck out of the way, please? These people have jobs to do. Hey, Chess, why don't you slow your fucking roll? Huh? Why don't you do me a favor and, take it down about 6 notches, huh?
Rescue workers unable to reach him. More than 50 journalists have been killed in Gaza since the start of the war. The Israeli army is now deep in...
Oh, Zeoduke, that's why there's so many people there, because they feel somewhat safe. Yeah, it makes sense.
Inside Khan Yunis. This footage filmed around one of the homes of Hamas's leader, Yahya Sinwar. They still haven't found him, though.
Of course not.
Israeli control is expanding, both in the south and the north of Gaza.
No, what do you expect? Like he's sitting in his living room like the final boss? What? This is stupidity. This reeks of Afghanistan, Iraq. United States bumbling about, kicking a bunch of doors like a bunch of fucking America, fuck yeah, a bunch of fucking heroes. Getting jack shit done, but getting themselves killed and maimed.
But more than 100 soldiers have been killed.
Such a joke.
America's national security advisor is in Israel discussing the timetable of the war. He's played down divisions between the allies, with reports America is pushing Israel to wind down operations within weeks.
This fight against Hamas, a deeply entrenched terrorist group in...
This guy was saying 2 seconds ago how Hamas needs to be completely obliterated and that he's 100% on board for the total eradication of Hamas. Now it's like, ooh, you got about 2 weeks, guys. Eesh.
Gaza is going to take time, and it's going to happen in phases, and we've said that from the beginning. And so there's no contradiction between saying the fight is going to take months and also saying that different phases will take place at different times over those months, including the transition from the high-intensity operations to the targeted operations.
Sullivan also met Mahmoud Abbas, president of the Palestinian Authority.
It's actually not hypocritical. Didn't you know that?
America wants it to help take charge of Gaza after the war. Sullivan called for it to be revamped and revitalized, but the PA lacks grassroots support and right-wing Israelis fervently oppose it. All the while, resentment, fear and anger is growing on both sides. In East Jerusalem, Friday prayers held
is that true,
outside,
Davin?
with
It was
most
an accident?
residents
I didn't know that.
refused access to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And watch as this Palestinian journalist argues with Israeli security forces. One punches him, then hits him with a gun, before throwing him to the ground and kicking him repeatedly. 2 police officers have been suspended from duty. This evening above Jerusalem, explosions as rockets fired from Gaza were intercepted. Back in Khan Yunis, the deadly cycle continues. Children rushed to hospital following another Israeli strike.
She's alive, but just
in the
barely.
ambulance, a paramedic sits quietly with one they couldn't save.
Jesus Christ. Covered in
Well, just
debris.
a short while ago, the Israeli military has announced that its soldiers operating in Gaza had mistakenly identified 3 hostages who had escaped from Hamas captivity as a threat. They were shot and they were killed. Now, their names have been given as Yotam Haim, a drummer from a heavy metal band from Kibbutz Kfar Aza, and Samar Talalka, a Bedouin Arab who was working on another of the kibbutzim, as well as a third man whose name has not been identified. Now, the army...
We're not talking they were running, you know, like they were shirtless with a white flag on a fucking stick, dude.
Has called this a tragic incident and expressed its remorse, but as you can imagine, it's just going to add to the desperation and the frustration felt by the families of the hostages who want to see a deal done for their release as soon as possible. Earlier today, the military had announced that it had recovered the bodies of 3 other hostages from Gaza, 2 young soldiers and a young man who had been abducted from the Nova Music Festival. But more than 100 Israelis are still being held in Gaza, and you can imagine how their families are feeling right now. There's been some suggestion that initial discussions for another exchange deal are resuming, but so far nothing seems imminent.
Yeah, Zioduke, that's a great point.
In Tel Aviv. Thanks so much.
There's probably footage of it.
Earlier, I spoke to Dr. Karen von Hippel, who's director.
Bro, I love her outfit. It is so British. It fucking rocks. I love how British people dress like this sometimes. It's so cool.
Director General of the Royal United Services think tank, and formerly of the U.S. State Department.
Okay, we don't need to hear the fucking opinions of a think tank. Well, this is pertaining to pressuring the United States. All right, let's hear a little bit of it.
I started by asking her about comments by the U.S. National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, that the U.S. weren't...
Dude, her outfit is mega British. What are you talking about? Ascot with pastels? And crazy patterns from the 1970s? She looks like she fell out of a Doctor Who episode. What are we talking about? Fathad, shut up.
There to tell the Israeli government what to do. But did she think, at this stage of the war, that is exactly what's needed?
Yeah, they've been trying to get that message across the U.S. administration for some time now. Biden has publicly been on the record calling for fewer civilian casualties, calling for more targeted attacks on Hamas. There's been far too many civilian casualties in Gaza, as we know. But, you know, Israel, people forget, Israel is not the 51st state of the United States. It is a sovereign country, and they do what they want to do. And Netanyahu himself is fighting for his own political survival. So there are a number of motivations mixed into this very complicated situation.
Yep,
the U.S. is suggesting moving to lower intensity fighting in the near future, so quite mild terms compared to Mr. Netanyahu's statement after the meeting. He said he's more determined than ever to continue fighting until the destruction of Hamas and full victory. Are the Americans losing their influence?
Well, I think they've always struggled with Netanyahu. I mean, the Biden administration has. Do you remember when Obama was president even? And
you remember that? Remember Bibi Netanyahu completely embarrassing Obama? Just making Obama look like a simple, naive fool. I mean, it really was embarrassing how Bibi Netanyahu just, you know, insulted Obama and the U.S. entirely, and then promptly got his aid check in the mail. It was just disgusting.
Netanyahu came and addressed the Republican Congress. He was quite close to Trump. He picked sides early on, and people remember that. That being said, they know that they have to tread as carefully as possible because the situation is spiraling out of control, and it could get far worse, not just for civilians in Gaza, but it could spiral into a wider war in the Middle East, with the Houthis increasing some attacks. And of course, as we've seen from Lebanon too, there's been skirmishes at the border. So there's an enormous concern that this could get worse. And then of course, the Israelis are talking about this lasting maybe months more, whereas the U.S. is saying we want it dialed back in the next week or so. So it's a very difficult situation.
And with all of that said, do you think that the U.S. is having to straddle a kind of diplomatic doublethink? They're saying that they have a shared objective and presenting this picture of unity with Israel. But it's a huge change of tone from President Biden, who earlier this week said that Israel is starting to lose international support because of its indiscriminate bombing of Gaza.
Right. President Biden has been saying this for some time now. He's been saying, urging much more caution in this ground war for some time now, for several weeks now. So it isn't new. I think in the very beginning, they were trying to be
meaningless words to placate the U.S. media, knowing full well what's happening on the ground. Yep, that was Biden.
Fully aligned publicly, but behind the scenes pushing quite hard. That hasn't worked, and that may be one of the reasons why they're going much more public.
Well, that might not be the case, Dream. But right. I mean, Biden literally just a couple days ago said he said I'm a Zionist. So we're getting mixed messages. We got Biden out here saying it's never going to end. Israel gets money forever. I'm a Zionist, baby. You're getting Biden saying that in front of the cameras. I mean, that's a little not exactly how he said it. But then in the back, you got Kirby and everyone being like, tick, tick, tick, tick. You got about 6 minutes left, actually. Okay, just wrap this shit up. So I think we're getting mixed messages here.
With their concerns, the Israelis don't have many friends right now because of the way that they've carried out this war.
They had a lot to make a deal with Iran. You mean the deal that Obama made with Iran that helped prevent Iran to getting nuclear weapons? The deal that Trump immediately destroyed for no fucking good reason except he didn't like Obama? That was a great deal by Obama in Iran. UN inspectors were allowed to go in and double check everything, and there were all these checks and balances, and everyone was playing nice. And for the first time, we had cooperation between Iran and the United States and the Western allies. But no, that was a bad thing. Good choice by Trump. Fuck you guys. The first time we have any real motherfucking cooperation with Iran, you guys are poo-pooing that. Trump replaced it with nothing and just upped the belligerence against Iran. How does that help? How is that a good thing? How is that a good thing? One of his good moves. Yeah, good moves. Pulling out of a deal for no good fucking reason, even though everybody was following the rules and getting along. I swear to God, man. I swear to God. Talking to people about all this shit is so motherfucking frustrating, dude. All right, I don't have time for this, but I got time for these last two videos. So Israel has been proudly parading its prisoners. We can see here prisoners of war with, blindfolds. They put the Israeli flag on top of one of them. It has been edited with a Hebrews children's song. Boy, they got to stop getting kids to sing about how cool it is to oppress the Palestinians. It's not a good look. What's a Palestinian ninny, huh? Are you asking what is a Palestinian? Although many were released without charge. At least they're released. A lot of the time, Israel has a history of keeping Palestinian children, especially, locked up for weeks and months without any charge. So that's pretty disgusting stuff. And this is, I think, the second video I've shown on stream of Israel proudly parading around its prisoners. And these are, they found out some of these guys are innocent. They let them go. It's disgusting. And of course, it's against human rights, but that country we don't get. So you're asking, what is Palestine? Are you saying Palestine doesn't deserve to exist? Is that what you're trying to get at, Mr. Domino? You're trying to say that Palestine doesn't exist? Is that what you're trying to say? At the time they took UN workers in the Hamas parades. All right, so the last little video here is really just, I mean, it really is a sign of the times. It really is a kind of a sign of you know, how bad things are getting. No, I welcome a new country. Israel's the new country in this context. Palestine has been around for thousands of years. Israel has been around since the 40s. Israeli guard stops German abbot Christian and demands him to take off his cross. So, I mean, we're just seeing this really troubling anti anything that is, that is perceived to be against Israel. It, contradicts Israel or Zionism. We got to stamp it out. Very troubling extremist behavior, the kind of behavior you would get from an extremist. So we got this Christian abbot here, and he's being told his outfit is inappropriate for this place. I think it's in Jerusalem. Chem Goblin, did Domino say that? Is that what you're saying? Domino said that earlier in the chat? No shit.
Okay, this is very harsh. It's very harsh. No, you're not respecting. Can you please stop taking pictures? You're not respecting.
Well, that's simple.
Me from
bye.
Human right to no, this is not provocation. I'm an abbot. This is my dress.
Okay.
This is how I'm dressed.
He's a religious figure. He's like a monk. He's like a monk.
The cross is part
I told you to do something with your cross. He's supposed to hide his cross.
My dress code. I'm a Roman Catholic abbot. This is how I dress. So you want from me that I am not dressed as my faith tells me how I should dress.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, and it's fine. I'm for religious freedom as much as I despise religion. I'm actually for religious freedom. I just don't think religions should receive any kind of tax breaks. And certainly religious ideologies and ideas should not be part of governing, right? You said Crimea and Donbass want to be Russia or something. We can rewatch the stream. I mean, you can. I'll give Domino another opportunity to stick his foot in his mouth. He I don't know. Did Domino ever answer my question? No, you said I welcome a new country, indicating that he thinks Palestine is a new country. That's really cute. Really adorable. Well, folks, it's that time. It's the News Underground, bitch. If you're a new viewer here, how was your first time, huh? Yeah, we don't go gentle on the News Underground. It's the real shit. We keep it real in the News Underground. I'm Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. The Harbinger. And I just gave you 5.5 solid hours of news on Twitch. That's how we do things around here. 5.5 hours of solid motherfucking news. Big props to your boy, Zeo Duke. All you new viewers, I'd love to give you props. We'll see. We'll see you next time, and then we can talk about giving you props. Big props to your boy, Davey, Clutch Cargo. Never forget your first time. Davin, big props to you. Welcome back, Davin. Big fucking props. The Dream, big props to you. Your boy, Zeo Duke in this motherfucker. Thank you, Zeo Duke. Big props. Jaeger Bomber, thank you, Jaeger Bomber, for sticking around. I do appreciate it, Jaeger Bomber. Big props to you. Let's see who else up in the chat here. Lots of chatters. Another new viewer, Chess. Welcome, Chess. Thank you for being here, Chess and Gessie. Laura San. We definitely butted heads, but I guess I didn't ban you. A-Juke. Thank you, A-Juke, for coming in. Fiide, I think I had to ban that guy, so fuck you. N-Typer, you seem cool. N-Typer, welcome. Appreciate all the comments. Narder Blue, you seem all right. Narder Blue. OMG Libra. OMG Libra, thank you again for that follow, OMG Libra. Big props to you out there. Who else in the chat? Who else in the chat? Who else in the chat? I think that's everybody. Obviously, we got a lot of lurkers. Thank you, lurkers. I think I saw that view count up to 30 viewers at one point. Couldn't have done that without you. Thank you. That's a big win. Big props to your boy, Platinum. I see a Platinum way up there. Oh, OMG Libra is a cool streamer, huh? Well, make sure you check him out. Like and subscribe, folks. Like and subscribe to that OMG Libra. Thank you for being here. But yeah, folks, I repeat this every stream. I'm not going to stop, okay, because it does not stop, so I can't stop. But there is actually a really simple 1, 2, 3, three-step plan to create political change. Because if you want to change this world, if you're like, well, what the fuck do I do about any of this? Let me tell you, I actually have an answer to that question. Step 1, inform yourself, which is what you did today. Step 2, join a progressive political organization in your area. Run for office. Join a union. Put your motherfucking name down. And step 3, put in the work. Put in the motherfucking work. All right? We got Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, Kirk Cameron, who the fuck his name is, Charlie Kirk, working 24/7, working overtime to destroy your liberties, to remove your democracy. Going hard into the fascism. And it's a 24/7 job for them. We got to meet them with that same energy. We got to meet them with that same organization. And it starts with you. It starts with the individual making a decision, saying, no, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna ask myself once a month, what am I doing for the movement? Don't have money, you do without, just like Sharp. Exactly, Davin. Exactly. You do without. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying it's necessary. If you like liberty, if you like democracy, if you like all of this, big props to your boy, The Dream. I don't think I gave props to The Dream, but big props to The Dream. I agree, Dream. Sharp the dude without champion. The dude without champion. I can't, what? But no, we got to do without if we have to. We don't have to do without, though. People love progressivism. They love progressive policies. You got to stop being ashamed of being leftists. That feed stream, you're never getting it. You're never getting it. But no, peace in that motherfucking Middle East and glory to the Ukrainian democracy. We're going to catch you again. We'll see what I can do about a Sunday stream. We'll see what I can do about a Sunday stream, but I'm pretty busy tomorrow, so probably not. All right, folks. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. See you again next time. Partner stream any day. Okay. I don't know. Sure. Thank you for Thought for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for Thought. Bitch came, bitch. It's the News Underground, bitch. News Underground, bitch.